Chapter 348. On the night of the full moon, the battle of the monsters began. Although there was still more than half a month to go, people were still looking forward to it. The world was shaken, and more people gathered towards the Land of Dead Silence. The Land of Dead Silence was a name that had only appeared in the last 2 years. It used to be called the Shining Valley. Elder Mo, do you think my spiritual sense can refine the purple gold gourd? Zichen left Danang City and went to the place where he was cultivating in seclusion. His purple gold gourd had been hidden there all along. You've already cultivated spiritual sense at the 8th heaven. Now that you're at the 9th heaven, your spiritual sense is even stronger. It's enough for the purple gold gourd to recognize you as its master, Elder Mo said. The purple gold gourd was buried deep in the ground and Zichen dug it out. It shone with a purple light and runes flowed on its surface. This is a rare treasure. It can seal Xingqian sand and prevent its spiritual power from flowing away. It should be a space-type treasure. It's very strange, Elder Mo said. Zichen's spiritual sense had condensed into spiritual sense. At this moment, with a move of his mind, golden spiritual sense appeared, shining with golden light. The spiritual sense was like a flame, burning fiercely, surrounding the purple gold gourd and starting to refine it. Hum! The purple gold gourd flashed with light and mysterious runes appeared on its surface, revolving around the gourd. Clang! The golden spiritual sense was like a flame. When it touched the runes, it made a clanging sound and caused them to tremble. Zichen's spiritual sense was already very strong, far surpassing the average Zephyr. When he was at the 8th heaven, the spatial spirit ring only needed a moment to recognize him as its master. It only took a few breaths for the golden spiritual weapon to recognize him as its master. Now that he was at the 9th heaven, his spiritual sense had become stronger and more condensed after being baptized by the thunder calamity. However, it couldn't suppress the purple gold gourd. The runes on the surface of the gourd flowed and flashed, blocking the spiritual sense outside. Clang! Clang! The spiritual sense turned into a cold blade and slashed at the runes, but it caused them to tremble. The runes flowed and dissolved the impact of the spiritual sense. Don't be discouraged. The harder it is to refine, the more valuable it is. The fact that Ren-Tu put it together with his foundation means that it's no ordinary item, said Elder Hiroshi. Zichen had never intended to give up on the purple gold gourd. He had a great use for it, so he had to subdue it. He couldn't possibly use a gourd in every battle in the future. Clang! Clang! In the place of seclusion, clanging sounds rang out continuously, like the clanging of sharp weapons. Time flew by. A day and a night passed. The runes on the purple golden gourd were still shining brightly. There was no sign of it being depleted. Zichen's spiritual senses were very strong, so he could withstand such consumption. He could already feel that the runes had dimmed a little. Now, both sides were competing in terms of consumption. 2 days and 2 nights passed, and the light on the rune had clearly dimmed. Hold on, we're almost there. Elder Hiroshi was cheering for Zichen. Zichen's eyes lit up, and more spiritual sense attacks were launched. 3 days, 4 days, a full 7 days had passed. The runes flowing on the surface of the purple gold gourd had also completely dimmed. Another day passed, and there was a cracking sound. A crack appeared on the runes. Then, the energy was exhausted, and it was completely hidden. At the same time, Zichen's spiritual senses invaded and the purple gold gourd recognized him as its master. The purple gold gourd shone brightly. At this moment, Zichen felt that the purple gold gourd was a part of his body. It was as flexible as his arm and fingers. At the same time, Zichen also sensed that there was a huge space in the purple gold gourd. The purple light was dazzling, but it was empty. There were more runes flowing on the walls of the gourd. It's done! Zichen was overjoyed. The runes on the walls of the gourd were even more mysterious. At a glance, Zichen felt dizzy. It was extraordinary. Obviously, it was the one that sealed the Xingqian sand to ensure that the spiritual power of the Xingqian sand would not be lost. 8 days had passed, and there were still more than 10 days before the Battle of the Monsters. With a thought, the purple gold gourd disappeared and entered his sea of consciousness. The golden spiritual senses fell on the purple gold gourd. It was like a burning flame that was still nourishing it. On that day, Zichen left in a hurry. He rushed all the way south. During this time, more cultivators arrived at the land of dead silence, wanting to witness the battle of the monsters. And some people found out that this was not only the battle of the monsters. It seemed that after this battle, the fate of the monsters would be announced. Everyone was full of anticipation. However, Zichen walked through the land of dead silence and continued south. During this time, he bypassed Sungli City and arrived at Yinxia City. The Thunder region was a place where lightning flashed all year round. Even from far away, one could hear the rumbling of thunder and an inexplicable pressure. This was a no-fly zone. No one could fly here. It was rumored that this was the result of a corner of the Thunder God Temple that was knocked off by the Wuji sect back then. It turned into a thunder region with a total of 9 levels. Among them, there was destructive lightning. Even sect masters could not go deep. Back then, Zichen hid in the thunder region and luckily escaped a pursuit. At that time, Zichen was in the Truchi realm, but he entered the 4th level. Today, Zichen was in the 9th firmament of true essence. He was even stronger. If he entered the thunder region again, how many levels could he enter? Wang Jinwei was very wary of the 4th level of the thunder region. But obviously, he could not kill such an existence. Zichen entered the thunder region and directly passed through the 4th level. He entered the 5th level. The lightning here was even more violent, and had the ability to destroy the air. Golden light flashed around his body as streaks of golden lightning circled around him, forming a light shield that blocked the lightning from the thunder field. Zichen carefully searched the 5th floor to see if there were any precious treasures. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. After that was the 6th level of the thunder region. The surging thunder and lightning here were like thunder dragons. They were very powerful and had inconceivable power. Once touched by them in the air, they would be instantly turned into ashes. Even if ancestor-level experts were to be caught in the thunder and lightning, their lives would be in danger. Zichen entered carefully. The surface of his body was shining with golden light. The energy in his body circulated quickly, afraid that the light shield would not be able to maintain and destroy him. Rumble! The thunder region was violent, and the sound of thunder made his scalp numb. His heart was cold, but he still gathered his courage and walked forward step by step. Zichen did not dare to hope to enter the 7th level, but he could reach the edge of the 6th level. The lightning of the 7th level seemed to have a spirit. It was even more terrifying. It was like a dragon, swimming in the sea of lightning. It's up to you. Zichen stood in the middle of the 6th level of the thunder region. He did not dare to continue, afraid that he would be turned into ashes. With a thought, the purple gold gourd appeared. Bang! With a light sound, the gourd opened. Purple light flowed. With a toss, the gourd flew out of the light shield and toward the 7th level of the thunder region. Please don't break, Zichen prayed. He wanted to use the gourd to collect some lightning as his trump card, but he did not have the slightest confidence. He was just trying his luck. The purple golden gourd shone brightly as it flew towards the 7th level. In the next moment, the lightning on the 7th level became violent. Bolts of lightning seemed to have awakened as they bombarded the purple golden gourd. The power of lightning continued to wreak havoc. Bang! Bang! The purple gold gourd was bombarded by the lightning. It danced in the air and almost broke free from Zichen's control. Not good! Zichen's face changed. The gourd was not broken, but Zichen overestimated himself. Under the bombardment of lightning, the gourd gradually entered the depths and was about to break free. Come back! Zichen roared. His mind urged again and again, but with so many lightning obstacles, it was difficult to come back. Buzz! Seeing that the gourd was about to lose control, Zichen regretted. He should have collected the lightning of the 6th level. He was too greedy. However, at this moment, the purple gold gourd trembled. The surface of its body flowed and flashed with purple light. Mysterious runes revolved around the gourd, blocking the lightning outside. It seemed to be fixed in the void, allowing the lightning to wreak havoc, but it did not move at all. The purple light was shining brightly. "Take it!" Zichen was overjoyed and let out a low shout. The purple gold gourd, which was fixed in the thunder field, hung upside down in the air with Zichen's mind. Then, it spat out a psychedelic light, just like when it spat out Xingchen's sand. At this moment, a suction force appeared at the mouth of the gourd. The psychedelic light erupted, covering more than 10 meters in radius. Waves of suction force appeared, and the raging lightning went toward the mouth of the gourd. This was a very magical scene. The dragon-like lightning quickly shrank after being swept by the psychedelic light. In the end, it turned into a silver light and entered the space of the purple gold gourd. The psychedelic light scattered, and the lightning was collected. After that, it seemed to have reached a state of saturation. The purple gold gourd no longer swallowed the lightning, and the psychedelic light dissipated. "Collect!" With a thought, the purple gold gourd flew back, and the lid was instantly closed. Within the violet gold gourd, bolts of lightning filled the air. They were like tiny snakes that slithered within the gourd, looking very docile. Surrounding the gourd were purple gold runes that constantly flashed, suppressing the lightning. "It's done!" Zichen was very happy and excited. This was the second technique he had after the star sand. It could destroy everything. If all the lightning appeared at the same time, even a Grandmaster level expert would be blasted into pieces by the lightning if they were careless enough to be caught in it. "Humph, whether this is a trap or not, I will make you pay the price." Zichen put away the purple gold gourd, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. After leaving the Thunderfield, he went straight to the land of dead silence. There were many experts gathered in the land of dead silence. They were all there to watch the battle. 2 years ago, this was the Executioner Valley, the place where the big forces killed the rogue cultivators. However, in the battle 2 years ago, Zichen killed many experts of the big forces, turning this place into a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. In the end, he attracted the heavenly thunder tribulation, which was even more shocking. Because of this, there were resentful spirits that lingered. Occasionally, one could hear the cries of ghosts, which made people's hearts palpitate. In the past 2 years, some cultivators who didn't believe in evil were infected with resentment. After a few days, they died strangely. It was very strange, making this place a real land of dead silence. Many cultivators gathered, but they watched from afar. No one entered the land of dead silence. Boom! Chapter 349. The Night of the Full Moon, the Land of Death. Under the faint moonlight, heaven and earth became hazy. A sinister wind blew through the land of death. Occasionally, there would be figures flickering in the air. It was very sinister. "Zichen is dead!" Intermittent voices rang out, making people's hair stand on end. It had already been 2 years, but there were still voices cursing Zichen's death. Truly worthy of being called the land of death. It's actually so bizarre. There are even such unreal things. Everyone was shocked. Occasionally, illusory figures would appear in the land of death. Those weren't real people, but more like specters. They were illusory and ethereal, making people's hearts tremble. Seeing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. 2 years ago, Zichen killed hundreds of people from the major powers. Among them, there were dozens of people who were flying in the air. The rest were all cultivators of the true energy boundary. Their bodies died, but their wills did not die. They had a lot of resentment, so they formed this kind of ghost. Their resentment will not dissipate. In the crowd, an old cultivator explained the whole story. "Zichen, hand over your life." The specters didn't disperse. Their intermittent voices made people's hearts turn cold, and they didn't dare go forward. So many people felt their hair stand on end. None of them dared to go forward. From this, it could be seen just how bizarre this land of death was. It's just some resentment. It doesn't have much strength. Those in the air with spiritual wills should be able to resolve it. Only those in the air could resolve it. Clearly, those who didn't enter the air would only die. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they retreated once more. They didn't want to be tainted by the resentment. Boom! The sky trembled as a powerful aura erupted. A figure in the air flew over from the distance. His body was like a raging flame, and a terrifying aura surged out. Everyone's expressions changed. Those were actually strands of Li flame. They contained inconceivable power, and once they erupted, they would burn everything. It's the Li family's monster, Li Hua. Not only did he break through to the air realm, but he also cultivated a true Li flame. He's even stronger than Li Hao back then. Everyone's gazes fell on Li Hua. He was like a man on fire. Li flame burned on the surface of his body, and battle intent rose from him. After Li Hua, the heavens shook, and a hurricane blew over from the horizon. The hurricane produced wind blades that cut through the air, creating hissing sounds. It was extremely terrifying, and within the hurricane, there was a cold figure. The genius of the Tsung family had appeared. His gaze was cold as he glanced at the shocked crowd and snorted. Buzz! The sky trembled, and an icy aura surged. At this moment, even the moonlight in the sky became cold, as if they were in a 10,000-year-old ice. The Chu family's monster, Chu Sun, came. He brought with him endless killing intent, making everyone's hearts shiver. After breaking through to the Zephyr realm, they were able to use many kinds of killing techniques. Their might was even stronger, and they were able to display the might of the major powers. The entire region was no longer able to accommodate them. Only the vast world outside could allow them to display their might. But before that, he had to settle some grudges. After that, it was time for the freaks like the martial ancestor to take the stage. Each of them stood in the air and looked down at their surroundings. After the Zichen incident, these humiliated powers had formed an alliance. Now that they had appeared, their auras filling the air. The godly slaughter pavilion had been destroyed, but no freaks had appeared. As for the Gung family, they couldn't even protect themselves, so they didn't have time to care about others. The four of them stood in the air, looking around with cold eyes. They were only in their 20s, belonging to the younger generation, but they had already broken through to the Zephyr realm, which made people envious. Swoosh! A beam of green light appeared between the heavens and earth. It was extremely resplendent, suppressing the moonlight directly. The moment it appeared, it was accompanied by a powerful aura that filled the entire heavens and earth. As a result, the entire deathly silent land fell into a momentary silence. Wang Qiong had arrived. As the first freak to break through to the spirit origin realm in this region, his appearance caused a huge commotion. It's Wang Qiong. He's here too. Even Wang Qiong is here. Looks like the rumors are true. Not only are they here to fight, but they are also here to decide when to leave this region. After Wang Qiong appeared, Wang Shi also appeared. Following that, a ray of light flashed in the sky, and another person appeared. It was Wu Mo. He wore a loose robe and looked very lazy. He appeared in the sky, step by step. Zephyr. This is the Zephyr realm. Everyone looked up at the sky, envious. Not to mention how powerful the Zephyr realm was, just flying in the sky was enough to make people envious. The Zephyr realm. Zichen stood in the crowd, his eyes shining. In terms of combat strength, he was not weaker than the Zephyr realm, but he could not fly in the sky, so he was still a little weaker. Light flashed in the sky. Obviously, this was a gathering of the Zephyr realm freaks. Little Butterball Lu Chen appeared, breaking through to the Zephyr realm. There was no powerful aura around him, he was still as gentle and honest as before. The Qin clan's freak had also arrived. The two brothers had both broken through to the Zephyr realm. Zhu Zitsong and Lu Bo from the Zhu clan had also arrived. All the freaks who had broken through to the Zephyr realm had appeared today, but none of them had yet to break through. Lin Shui did not come, nor did Miao Kong. Even if they had received the inheritance, they were still one step behind these freaks. Miao Kong, Lin Shui, Su Mengyao, LV Peng, and Zichen had not broken through to the spirit origin realm. Only Zhang Haotian had caught up with these freaks and broken through to the Zephyr realm. Zhang Haotian had appeared. He was alone, and LV Ping did not come either. He stood in the air with a cold expression. As soon as he appeared, he nodded at Wu Mo and the others, then glanced at Chu Sun and the others coldly. "Which one of you wants to die?" Zhang Haotian stood in the air above the land of dead silence, looking at them and asking coldly. He was the first to speak. He was still as arrogant as before, not putting these freaks in his eyes. "You're courting death." The Li clan's freak's eyes shone with a cold light. The light that materialized pierced through the sky and landed on Zhang Haotian's body. The surface of his body was burning with Li fire, burning everything. "You're the ones courting death," Zhang Haotian replied. "Humph, such shameless boasting. Let me kill you." The martial ancestor took a step forward. His aura was surging, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The martial ancestor's killing techniques could only be used by the spirit origin realm. He was not afraid of Zhang Haotian, even if he knew that Zhang Haotian had received the inheritance of the human butcher. "Let me do it," the Chu clan's freak said. He took a step forward, and the cold aura around him surged like a 10,000-year-old iceberg. "The dignity of the Chu clan cannot be violated. Zichen hasn't appeared yet, so I'll kill Zhang Haotian first," Chu Sun said coldly. His body was filled with killing intent. He was the one who initiated the fight with Zhang Haotian. Boom! The sky shook. He took a step forward and glanced at Zhang Haotian with his cold eyes. However, the latter was even colder than him. There was only killing intent in his eyes. 2 years ago, Zichen was here and made you lose face. The strong cultivators were resentful and turned into ghosts. 2 years later, I, Zhang Haotian, can still kill you. Zhang Haotian was very arrogant and domineering. He stepped forward, causing the sky to shake. His powerful spiritual sense spread out and covered the entire land of dead silence. The ghosts did not dare to show themselves. Boom! The two of them did not talk much. Only killing intent was left. They turned into 2 rays of light and collided fiercely, causing a huge tremor. The battle broke out just like that. Swoosh! Killing intent filled the air with bone-chilling coldness. Zhang Haotian launched a powerful attack. Energy swirled in the sky. The attack covered the sky and shook the earth. Even the moonlight was distorted. World of ice. Chu Sun also launched a fierce attack. It was like a 10,000-year-old glacier. A cold aura filled the sky. This was a killing move. It could kill both gods and bodies. It was very terrifying. Zhang Haotian felt cold all over. His mind slowed down. This move of the Chu clan was very strong. Boom! The sky shook. A terrifying aura circulated. A sharp blade appeared in Zhang Haotian's hand. It emitted endless cold light and rushed towards Chu Sun. At the same time, light flashed around him. His yuan qi burned like flames, dispelling the uncomfortable feeling. A spiritual weapon appeared in Chu Sun's hand. He became one with the weapon and rushed forward. This was a battle of geniuses. It was also a battle of 2 inheritances. Whether Rintu's inheritance was more powerful or the Chu clan's inheritance would be revealed at this moment. Boom! With a huge tremor, terrifying energy swept out. The 2 of them flew back quickly. They were evenly matched. Then, they turned into rays of light and continued to move forward, displaying powerful battle techniques. Invisibility kill! Zhang Haotian shouted. His figure suddenly disappeared in the air. It was as if he had merged into the void, disappearing without a trace. Then, a bone-piercing killing intent appeared behind Chu Sun. Zhang Haotian appeared behind Chu Sun. He held a sharp blade and directly stabbed towards the back of Chu Sun's head. All things condense! Chu Sun shouted. His body was white and endless coldness spread out. Even space could be frozen. As soon as the sharp blade appeared, it was blocked by the cold aura. Bang! Killing intent swept out. Zhang Haotian held the sharp blade and crushed the cold aura. It rushed through Chu Sun's forehead like a ray of light. It was very fast. A strand of hair fell. Chu Sun finally dodged the sure-kill attack. However, he had dodged the sure-kill attack. Exclamations sounded all around. They did not expect Zhang Haotian to be so strong. Wang Qiong and the others were also shocked. Zhang Haotian's move was the powerful battle technique used by Rintu in the past. There were some records of it in the ancient books of the Chu clan. He really did get Rintu's inheritance. Everyone was shocked. They no longer underestimated this wandering cultivator. First, it was Zichen. Then, it was Zhang Haotian. As the strand of hair fell, Chu Sun's face was very ugly. His hair danced wildly, and his expression was ferocious. This was the first time he represented the Chu clan. He felt that he had lost face. Boom! Around him, the aura was violent. Boundless energy rolled out like stormy waves, sweeping towards Zhang Haotian. This was an endless cold aura. As soon as it appeared, it covered the sky. The sky was white, and even space was frozen. This was another powerful battle technique of the Chu clan. Crack! Crack! The cold aura surged, and space was frozen. Even around Zhang Haotian, a layer of ice crystals appeared, but they were quickly shattered by him. However, his face was pale. Everyone was shocked. As expected of a monster. He had just lost, and now he had regained some face. At this moment, the two of them were really fighting. The energy in the sky rolled, and powerful attacks collided again and again. Everyone was shocked. Among the crowd, there were many who were flying. At this moment, they were all amazed. As expected of a monster. He had just broken through and already had such extraordinary battle strength. Even many of the older generation were shocked. Chapter 350. The two exchanged more than 100 moves in an instant, but the outcome was still undecided. Terrifying energy swirled, and even the land of deathly stillness calmed down. The group of specters did not dare to show themselves. Spirit weapons and battle skills appeared one after another, and energy rippled in all directions. Lu Qin, Wang Shi, and the rest were all watching this battle without saying anything. After breaking through to Zephyr, everyone's battle prowess had increased by a lot. This was a qualitative change, and the gap between the group of monsters was no longer that obvious. In a short period of time, another few hundred moves had passed. Back then, when Zhang Haotian killed the monsters, he did not use such a long time. This battle was clearly very difficult. Humph, since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Chu Sun's hair was disheveled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Cold light flickered in his eyes, and his killing intent was boundless. An icy aura surged around his body, causing people's hearts to tremble. I'll return those words to you. If you want to die, then I can fulfill your wish. Zhang Haotian's face was pale, but he was still cold. Boom! The two accumulated their power and collided again. It was like two huge meteors fiercely colliding. At the same time, spirit weapons and powerful battle skills also appeared, causing the sky to tremble, and endless blood to spray out. Zhang Haotian's shoulder armor was pierced, and blood flowed out. One of Chu Sun's arms was almost chopped off, revealing eerie white bones. Such a desperate battle made people's hearts tremble. The two were completely going all out, trading life for life. And the land of deathly stillness below was even more terrifying. The group of specters no longer appeared, and it seemed very quiet. Fortunately, the two were fighting in the air. If it was on the ground, then the entire area would naturally collapse. Pff. Zhang Haotian rapidly retreated, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. There was a shallow wound on his neck, and his head was almost chopped off. His expression was cold, and he was exceptionally ruthless as he threw out a desperate attack. Chi! And a very deep wound appeared on Chu Sun's chest. His heart was almost pierced by Zhang Haotian, and he died on the spot. The two clashed again and again, and their injuries were very serious. The onlookers were incomparably shocked. Such a bloody battle made their blood boil. In the end, the two exchanged another few hundred moves, and the battle came to an end. Zhang Haotian kicked Chu Sun's chest, and a large amount of light scattered. Chu Sun fell to the ground, and he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood with a pale face. However, he wasn't in a good state either, as he was almost split into two by the spirit weapon. Pun. After that, a huge foot stomped on Chu Sun's body. Chu Sun lost, Zhang Haotian won. The result of the battle left everyone dumbfounded. The Chu clan, which had been passed down for almost 10,000 years, had actually lost to a loose cultivator. How is this possible? The genius of the Chu clan is being trampled on by a wandering cultivator. This is too inconceivable. Could it be that Zhang Haotian is also a Tian-level warrior and has unparalleled battle prowess? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. However, those who knew Zhang Haotian's identity were relieved. He had obtained Rintu's inheritance. It was rumored that Rintu had even killed Tian experts back then. It was easy to imagine how terrifying his inheritance was. Chu Sun's hair was disheveled. He was being stepped on, but the coldness in his eyes was even more intense. He was unyielding. I was too impatient and appeared without comprehending a deeper battle technique. If you have the ability, then make a move. Otherwise, the next time, the one who will die will definitely be you. His eyes flashed with cold light. He was unyielding, like ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years. You dare to threaten me? Then I'll send you on your way. Zhang Haotian was very cold. His eyes were cold, and his killing intent was decisive. The aura around him surged, and he was about to stomp Chu Sun to death. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Stop! Stop right there! Chu Sun's life was in danger. The others also shouted and turned into a ray of light, rushing forward. The three geniuses appeared like rays of light, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of the two. They stared at Zhang Haotian unkindly. Killing intent flashed in their eyes. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Haotian stepped on Chu Sun and glanced at the three of them coldly. He had also paid the price for stepping on Chu Sun. Humph, Zhang Haotian, how dare you? It was just a spar, but you were so vicious and wanted to kill him. The genius of the Li clan stepped forward, his eyes flashing coldly. That's right. It was just a spar. You were lucky to win, and you took the opportunity to kill. The other two looked at each other coldly with unfriendly expressions. The crowd was in an uproar. Was this a spar? Why did he say that he wanted to kill Chu Sun? Bullshit. We agreed to a battle of life and death, Zhang Haotian said angrily. He had heard about the shamelessness of the major forces from Zichen. He didn't expect to encounter it today. A battle of life and death? You think you're worthy? Who are you and who are we? Brother Chu only gave you a handicap so that you wouldn't lose so miserably. It's fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but you actually want to kill him. You really don't know what's good for you. The Chu clan has been around for thousands of years. How can a small wandering cultivator like you defeat us so easily? Can't you see that we're giving you a handicap? The three geniuses said confidently, which made Zhang Haotian a little dumbfounded. As for the spectators below, they were all stunned. What was going on? You're giving me a handicap on purpose? Zhang Haotian was so angry that he was about to laugh. He exerted force on his foot, and Chu Sun grimaced in pain. Look at you, do you look like you're giving me a handicap? Why not? Brother Chu has a noble character and unquestionable integrity. Why can't he give you a handicap on purpose? The three of them were very thick-skinned. Chu Sun didn't say a word. His expression was solemn, and there was even a trace of regret. It was as if he had really given them a handicap. Seeing his appearance, Zhang Haotian was furious. He wanted nothing more than to stomp him to death. You! The cold Zhang Haotian didn't know what to say in front of this group of shameless people. In front of so many people, they inverted right and wrong and still acted so confidently. Apart from being shameless, this kind of shameless habit had to be cultivated from a young age. That's right. I knew it. A mere wandering cultivator could actually defeat a monster. So Chu Sun gave him a handicap on purpose. What a pity! Chu Sun's noble character and unquestionable integrity was actually used by someone and almost lost his life. This is too shameless. We're wandering cultivators. It's okay to lose, but there's nothing to be ashamed of. Even Zichen was chased around back then. Wandering cultivators can lose, but they can't lose their backbone and dignity. In the crowd, voices sounded, but they were all very illusory, making it impossible to determine who was the real person. Zhang Haotian didn't know what to say. He was not good with words, so he was very angry. That's not right. Why can't wandering cultivators defeat the big forces? There was Zichen before, and now there's Zhang Haotian. One is a Sky Realm expert with unparalleled combat strength, and the other has inherited Butcher's inheritance. Back then, Butcher had even killed a Sky Realm expert, someone said with dissatisfaction. So what if he has Butcher's inheritance? The Chu family has been around for thousands of years. Who knows how many powerful inheritances there are, and they clearly gave him a handicap. That's right. Zhang Haotian may be strong, but he doesn't have any backbone. Even a wandering cultivator like me feels ashamed of him. There were more and more voices in the crowd. Some were purely currying favor with the big forces, while others couldn't see Zhang Haotian being so strong and were jealous. The voices were illusory, and then it was the wandering cultivators who spoke one by one. The voices supporting Zhang Haotian also became fewer and fewer. How shameless! Now you're still trampling on Chu Sun. Do you really think you're invincible? Someone else said. After that, there were even more people who wanted to suppress Zhang Haotian. At this moment, Zhang Haotian provoked the public's anger. After a fierce battle, he was seriously injured, but he was called a shameless villain. Looking at Chu Sun again, he looked like he was lamenting the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind, as if he was really noble. That's enough. You can't be so shameless. A cold snort sounded. Wu Enmo walked out of the crowd and glanced at the crowd coldly. I don't care if you deliberately hurt others or were bewitched, but Zhang Haotian won today with his own strength. Don't distort right and wrong. Once Wu Enmo opened his mouth, the rebuttal from the crowd lessened significantly. Then, he coldly swept his gaze over the three monstrous talents and said, And you guys don't always throw the face of your family. Everyone has seen the outcome of the battle. Whether or not you guys gave in, everyone knows in their hearts. You should leave some face for your family. Wu Enmo, what do you mean? We clearly saw that Chu Sun went easy on him, and that's why he won by a fluke. Everyone saw it too. The moment you appeared, you wanted to use your power to suppress others. Can't we even speak the truth? Li was stared at Wu Enmo. The truth, haha. Wu Enmo laughed and said, As long as you're not a fool, you can see that the battle just now is the truth. You're indeed very elegant. You're very similar to the forces behind you. Wu Enmo, don't talk about our forces again and again. Everyone saw the truth of the battle. Chu Sun went easy on Zhang Haotian, allowing him to win. Not only was he not grateful, he even wanted to kill him. Could it be that his actions are still the actions of a gentleman? The monster from the Tsang family also spoke. You can be shameless, but you can't be shameless to this extent. This was a battle of life and death. Chu Sun's strength was not enough. He deserved to die. A cold voice sounded. Lu Bo walked out from the crowd. Beside him, Wang Shi and Wang Qiong also appeared. This caused an uproar. Obviously, they wanted to speak up for Zhang Haotian. No one among the wandering cultivators spoke again. Lu Bo, you're wrong. This was originally a battle of learning. We saw that Chu Sun went easy on him. I know that because of Zichen, you want to protect Zhang Haotian. But don't be so obvious. Li Wa spoke again. He was very eloquent. It's not that they want to protect Zhang Haotian. What they said is the truth. Zhang Haotian won against Chu Sun. This is his true strength. Lu Chen also appeared. Beside him were the two Qin brothers. Haha, you guys are indeed Zichen's friends. Since you guys have spoken up, what else can I say? Li Wa laughed. If you guys say it's strength, then it's strength. It was originally a battle of learning, but after winning, you call it a battle of life and death. You guys are really righteous. Then, Liwa looked at Zhang Haotian and said, Zhang Haotian, since it's a fact that you won against Chu Sun, then whatever. But do you dare to fight with me? A battle of life and death. Only one of us can survive. You. Everyone's expression changed. Zhang Haotian was already injured, so how could he fight against such a monstrous genius? It was obvious that they wanted to kill him. This was their goal, just like how they wanted to kill Zichen back then on the battle platform. That's right. Zhang Haotian, aren't you very strong? If you can win against Chu Sun, then you can also win against Liwa. So what if we have a battle of life and death? Beside Liwa, the monster from the Tsang family sneered. Zhang Haotian's expression kept changing. He was not good with words. At this moment, he was very angry. He angrily said, Fine. Chapter 351. It had been 2 years, but the major factions were still as shameless as ever. Zichen had seen it all. Zhang Haotian wanted to agree to the death match, so he had to stand out. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage due to his bad temper. Zichen clapped his hands and walked out of the crowd. He released his aura, which was only at the 9th firmament of true essence. This attracted many disdainful gazes. The other party was a demonic genius who rode the air. His combat power was very strong. How could a true essence realm brat speak? That is indeed a good suggestion, Zichen said with a smile. Fighting to the death with an injured person. You are indeed a major faction. He walked out of the crowd and walked towards the group of demonic geniuses. You are Chu Sun, right? The demonic genius of the Chu clan. You are indeed noble. You actually let others make one move in a death match, Zichen said with a cold smile. Chu Sun was still being stepped on. When he heard Zichen's words, he forced a smile and said, That is what I should do. Haha, you are really shameless. Zichen laughed loudly and mocked. The dignity of the Chu clan cannot be violated. First, there was Chu Chuan and Chu Bing. Then, there was Chu Lai. Now there is you, Chu Sun. The face of your Chu clan has been completely lost by the 4 of you. It is a death match, but you let others make one move. Are you brainless or have water entered your head? Brat, who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? The demonic geniuses had already seen that the other party did not come with good intentions. They asked coldly with cold gazes. However, due to their status, they did not make a move. I'm just here to join in the fun. Haven't you guys noticed that Chu Sun is being stepped on by others? He's losing face. We should help him up and then listen to him talk about the details. Zichen walked over. Hearing this, no one stopped him. All right, stop stepping on him. He is already embarrassed. It is useless to step on him, Zichen said indifferently and smiled at Zhang Haotian. The latter understood and moved his foot away from Chu Sun. After that, Zichen lifted Chu Sun up with one hand. The latter's expression was very unsightly. After being mocked by a true essence realm cultivator, he clenched his teeth. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he thought of an excuse to kill the other party. Pah! But right after that, Chu Sun felt a sharp pain on his cheek. He had just been helped up when he was slapped in the face. It was a very crisp sound. Pooh! He coughed out a mouthful of blood, accompanied by a large white tooth. His cheek burned with pain, and a clear handprint appeared. Chu Sun was stunned by the slap. The other monstrous geniuses were also stunned. No one had expected that this 9th firmament True Yuan guy would be so arrogant, daring to slap another monstrous genius's face in front of so many monstrous geniuses. The crowd was in an uproar. This scene was really unexpected. Pah! A crisp sound rang out again. Zichen slapped Chu Sun again, and Chu Sun coughed up blood again. This time, he spat out 2 white teeth. So shameless. There's no use in saving face, so I might as well just smash it into pieces. Zichen's voice was cold. His face was frosty, and his smile had long since disappeared. You! Chu Sun finally reacted, and his face turned even uglier. He had been slapped twice by a true Yuan realm kid. Now, there was no need to find an excuse. He could just kill him directly. His aura surged, and he was about to kill. Pa! Zichen's eyes were cold, and his face was gloomy. These people's shamelessness had completely infuriated him. He slapped Chu Sun twice again. Chu Sun's mouth was full of blood, and he could not even say a word. The aura that had just surged was directly dispersed. Everyone was dumbfounded. The one who had been slapped was a monstrous genius, not a cat or a dog. Moreover, there were a few monstrous geniuses beside him, and they were actually so aggressive. Stop! The other 3 monstrous geniuses finally reacted. Their eyes flashed coldly, and they rushed towards Zichen one after another. Swoosh! Martial Ancestor was the first to make a move. Streams of Yuan energy surged, and he grabbed towards Zichen. He opened his 5 fingers, and Yuan energy surged like a sharp light. Once he grabbed onto Zichen, his body would be cut open. Zichen turned his head, and his eyes flashed with disdain. He stretched out his right hand, and stretched it forward. You're courting death. Martial Ancestor sneered. The Yuan energy on his 5 fingers spun faster, and he was about to cut Yi Shiwen's right hand. Clang! However, when the sharp light landed, it caused a clanging sound. Yi Shiwen's arm was terrifyingly tough, and it directly broke the sharp light. Then, Yi Shiwen's arm was shaken away, and it went towards Martial Ancestor's face. Pa! Another slap. The sound was crisp and clear. Martial Ancestor was hit, and he spun 3 times to the right, and his head was dizzy. Such a blow was like being hit by an ancient beast. It resonated with his ears and eyes, and he saw stars. Pa! However, it was not over yet. Zichen backhanded another blow, and Martial Ancestor spun 3 times to the left. His body swayed, and he almost fell. This scene was truly too fast, causing people to be unable to react in time. At this moment, everyone was looking at this true energy realm young man in amazement. He was so miraculous that he had slapped another monster in the face. What was even more shocking was that he had shattered the monster's energy attack with a single blow. You're courting death. The Tsang family demon turned into a hurricane, and sharp wind blades cut through the air. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to grab Zichen, and there were wind blades swirling in his hand. Clang! However, it was still the same. Sparks flew everywhere, and the wind blades were shattered. Zichen's right hand shook gently, and the Tsang family demon was blown away, leaving him vulnerable. Pa! Yishuan's right hand slapped down, and the wind blades surrounding him were scattered. This was a real slap to the face, and even the defensive light shield was shattered. Pa! Zichen was very fast, and he slapped the Tsang family demon twice in a row. The Tsang family demon spat out blood and was directly sent flying. Another demon was sent flying, and it was so easy that it made everyone speechless. Boom! Zichen turned to the side, and the Li fire raged, and the horrifying heat spread out, burning everything. Li Wei rushed towards Zichen. Zichen raised his right hand again, and this time, there was a flash of golden light, and he directly reached into the Li fire. You're courting death. Li Wei's eyes were cold, and there was a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth. The temperature of the Li fire could burn everything. Not to mention a hand, even metal would melt in an instant. Boom! Zichen reached into the Li fire, and the golden light flashed. It was dazzling, and the Li fire was instantly extinguished. Then, the golden light scattered, and a slap landed on Li Wei's face. The strong force made Li Wei spin in circles, and he was hit until he was dizzy. Then, as the golden light flashed, Zichen slapped Li Wei twice again, and he was sent flying. In a moment, 3 flight geniuses were sent flying. The crowd was in an uproar, and they were extremely shocked. Who is he? With the strength of the 9th sky of true essence, he actually sent 3 flight geniuses flying. Everyone's heart trembled. Such a method was really terrifying. Even the geniuses nearby were dumbfounded. Although the three demons didn't use their full strength, the difference of one level was huge. A mere ninth sky of true essence shouldn't be able to withstand it. Wang Qiong's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Wang Shu's body was surging with battle intent. The other demons couldn't calm down at this moment. In this battle, Zichen was still holding Chu Sun, whose mouth was full of blood. His eyes were cold and gloomy. "Aren't you shameless? Then I'll beat him up." Chu Sun's eyes were full of fear. He was held by Zichen as if his life gate was grabbed, and the energy in his body couldn't rush out. Every time it appeared, it would be scattered by an unknown force. Slap! Slap! Zichen's attacks were casual and natural, but there was an inexplicable rhythm that sounded very pleasant. This was the invincible face-slapping technique. At this moment, it appeared in the world again, and it was shocking. Chu Sun's face instantly turned into a pig's head. There was no more blood in his mouth, but blood foam gushed out. His teeth were all knocked out. Stop! The three demons were all dizzy after being beaten by Zichen. At this moment, they finally woke up and shouted, charging towards Zichen. Buzz! The void trembled, and a spiritual weapon appeared, showing endless power. It turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Zichen, filled with killing intent. Slap! With the last slap, Zichen sent Chu Sun flying. Then, he turned around and swept his cold gaze towards the three demons. He said coldly, "Since you are so shameless, then pay the price for your shamelessness." His body suddenly flashed with a golden light. He clenched his fist and punched towards the spiritual weapon in front of him, using his body to receive it. Everyone was shocked. This was obviously an extremely shocking scene. Ka! But Zichen didn't want to be shocked, nor did he want to simply receive the spiritual weapon. As his fist landed, a golden light scattered. On the spiritual weapon, a cracking sound was heard, and cracks appeared. Then, with a bang, the spiritual weapon exploded. A single punch had shattered the spiritual weapon. In the crowd, the sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard. In this world, there was actually someone who could shatter a spiritual weapon with a single punch, and it was someone at the 9th level of true essence. Boom! The fire was violent, covering the whole world and crazily pressing towards Zichen. At the same time, there was a sword of fire, full of killing intent. Zichen's body was surrounded by a golden light. He punched out, bringing along a large patch of golden light. The leaf fire in the sky dissipated when it met the golden light. At the same time, the sword of fire was also shattered under the punch. A terrifying force rolled up, and the surrounding demons all retreated. In the distance, the spectators also retreated rapidly, wondering where this fierce person came from. He was too strong. Crack! The ground cracked, and huge cracks appeared, spreading towards the land of dead silence. The land of dead silence was previously filled with chilly winds, but after Zichen appeared, it became dead silent. The spirits no longer appeared, and even the chilly winds disappeared as if they had disappeared. Woo-woo! The chilly wind whistled, bringing with it sharp blades that cut through the air. The Tsung family demon rushed towards Zichen, launching a powerful attack. At the same time, a spiritual weapon bloomed with endless power and fell on Zichen's head. "You're courting death," Zichen snorted. His body suddenly exploded, bringing with it a large patch of golden light. He shattered the spiritual weapon with a single punch. At the same time, a large patch of golden light scattered, falling on the chilly wind like sharp blades. Clanging sounds rang out continuously. The sharp blades collided with the golden light, and waves of energy raged. Finally, the golden light suppressed the sharp blades, and a large patch of them dissipated. Swoosh! Chapter 352. This was an extremely terrifying scene. 3 freaks were flying in the air and fighting a cultivator at the 9th level of true essence, but they were actually being suppressed by him. All around, everyone was extremely shocked. This matter was too strange. Zichen was like a war god in golden armor. His battle strength was ferocious. Wherever his fist passed, everything was obliterated. Everything that came into contact with his fist was shattered. 3 spiritual weapons were broken, and the 3 freaks were heartbroken. Zichen's slap landed, and the Tsung family freak shouted. Wind blades swirled around him again as he retreated quickly. Swoosh! Zichen's figure flickered, and golden light flashed under his feet as he followed closely. Wind rolling clouds! The Tsung family freak shouted, and the aura around him surged. He seemed to have turned into a hurricane, driving the energy of heaven and earth within a few thousand meters to gather with him as the center. This was an extremely powerful move. The hurricane rolled, and the space began to distort violently, as if it was being cut by sharp blades, making a humming sound. Poof! Poof! Such a hurricane was truly terrifying. Everyone retreated in shock, but there were still 2 people who retreated too slowly. Their bodies were cut open by the sharp blades, and blood flowed everywhere. Both of them were at the 9th level of true essence, but they didn't even manage to dodge for a second before they died. The cold wind howled and a hurricane rose up into the sky like a gigantic tornado. Immediately after, sharp blades appeared, densely packed. There were at least tens of thousands of them, cutting towards Zichen. Each blade could cut through a 9th level of true essence, and at this moment, there were tens of thousands of blades. Zichen's body flashed with golden light, and the blood in his body boiled. His perfect body was displayed, and he allowed the blades to cut him. Clang! 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 The blades slashed Zichen's body, splashing out endless sparks. The blades that could kill a 9th level of true essence couldn't cut through Zichen. The many sharp blades were either shattered by the golden light or knocked away. Zichen stood among the thousands of sharp blades, unscathed. His strong defense was shocking. Boom! Finally, the energy around him surged, releasing endless golden light. A powerful aura burst out, and many blades shattered. Extreme Yang! With a loud shout, he formed a seal with his hands. A blazing golden light appeared, carrying with it a destructive aura unique to lightning as it rushed forward. The tornado that shot up into the sky was instantly destroyed by the golden light. The Tsung clan elite coughed up mouthfuls of blood as he retreated. This is ultimate energy. His expression changed greatly, and his eyes were filled with shock. At this moment, the leaf fire in the sky surged, burning the sky, causing the void to collapse. Liwa activated it with all his might, and the power of the leaf fire grew even stronger. Even the void could not withstand it. After that, the leaf fire in the sky condensed and turned into a sword of fire. It surged with endless light, and a terrifyingly high temperature caused ripples to appear in the space. Then, the sword of fire suddenly slashed down, leaving behind a pitch-black scar. The sword of fire cut open the void. Extreme! Zichen shouted again. He formed another seal with his hands and a cold aura appeared. It shone with a golden light, and rushed towards the leaf fire sword. Boom! With a loud rumble, heaven and earth trembled. The leaf fire sword instantly disappeared, and endless flames filled the air. This was an extremely terrifying scene. The strongest attacks of the 3 elites could not suppress a level 9 true energy realm cultivator. Puff! Liwa coughed up mouthfuls of blood and was also sent flying. His eyes were also filled with shock. This is ultimate energy! He exclaimed in shock. In the end, the martial ancestor was also sent flying by Zichen's powerful attack and coughed up blood. He fought against 3 elites alone. His unparalleled combat strength was shocking. At that moment, everyone's expressions changed because many people recognized the ultimate energy. In the southern region, Zichen was the only one who had 2 types of ultimate energy, and was still alive. Zichen, you are Zichen! Exclamations sounded like stormy waves, spreading throughout the entire place. Zichen. This was a shocking name that had brought about many miracles. A few years ago, he was born with great treasures. When he was in the Truchi realm, he was chased by the Imperial Sky Realm. During this time, he had provoked many powerful forces, but he was still alive. Along the way, he had created one miracle after another. All of the great powers that provoked him lost all face, and several of their freaks were killed. This land of death had been formed because of his appearance. His sudden reversal of events had caused a huge commotion. 2 years ago, he killed hundreds of people from the major forces here. Among them, there were more than a dozen who were at the peak of the Imperial Sky Realm and had the potential to break through to the Grand Master level. Even the Array Master, Ma Yanqing, was killed by him, causing resentment to fill the sky and resentful spirits to breed. Every night, there would be resentful voices. These were the voices of resentful spirits. Zichen had not appeared for 2 years. Many people thought that he had died in that battle and was obliterated by the heavenly thunder. They never thought that he was still alive. And he had become even stronger. He was only at the level 9 true energy realm, but he had suppressed the 3 elites. Didn't you want to challenge me? Come on then. Zichen returned to his original appearance. His expression was cold and frosty. It's him. It's really him. Heavens, he hasn't appeared in 2 years. Now he's even stronger. Every time he appears, there will be a bloody storm and a massacre. Is the massacre going to happen today? Everyone's heart trembled. They were all guessing whether he would kill the 4 elites. Swoosh. Zichen was like a ray of light, displaying the world's fastest speed. He passed through the layers of attacks in an instant and arrived in front of Liwa. He reached out and slapped. Slap. This was a real slap to the face. With the world's fastest speed and unparalleled battle strength, Zichen suppressed all the elites. When he was at the true energy realm, no one dared to challenge Zichen unless they broke through to the Imperial Sky Realm. But now that he had broken through to the Spirit Origin Realm, Zichen had become even stronger. He had become even stronger and suppressed the Imperial Sky Realm elites. Ah! Liwa screamed. Li fire spewed out of his body, and smoke came out of his 7 orifices. Boom! He seemed to have gone berserk. The light of Li fire flickered and endless yuan qi surged. However, he was still sent flying by Zichen's slap. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had lost all face. Zichen had defeated 3 elites in a row. It was shocking. Too terrifying. Even if he hasn't broken through to the Spirit Origin Realm, he still has the strength to suppress the Spirit Origin Realm elites. Could it be that he's a Sky Realm warrior? Wang Shi's eyes flashed. The elders of the family said that there are many Sky Realm warriors in the outside world, but they are not the strongest. Many people have killed Sky Realm warriors before. The outside world is really exciting. No, Sky Realm warriors are indeed strong, but Zichen is very special. He has the inheritance of the Wuji sect and powerful battle skills. That's the strongest. Wang Qiong shook his head. The Wuji sect was known as the strongest in the southern region. The 3 elites were defeated even after joining forces. As for Chu Sun, he was even more ashamed. His face was swollen like a pig's head. Previously, he had boasted that he could kill Zichen. Now that he saw Zichen's power, he finally understood the huge gap between them. Without seeing Zichen in action, no one could imagine how strong his battle prowess was. It was simply inhuman battle prowess. There were no flaws in his battle prowess. Aren't you shameless? Then tell me now. Do you want to fight to the death with me, or do you want to spar? Zichen's voice was cold. He was very strong. He stepped forward and arrived in front of Martial Ancestor. Then, a golden light flashed, and he slapped. Bzzz. Martial Ancestor tried his best to dodge the attack, but it was useless. He was still sent flying in front of the world's fastest speed. He coughed up blood and looked very embarrassed. Then, it was the Tsung family's elite, who was also sent flying by Zichen. They were boasting that they could kill Zichen. Now that they joined forces, they were slapped like cats and dogs. Aren't you shameless? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Zichen shouted coldly and used the invincible divine face slapping technique. The beautiful melody rang out once again. It was extremely clear and melodious, rising and falling as it rang out. It carried a certain type of charm that made people feel intoxicated. This was a very violent face slapping. Blood spurted out and teeth fell. It was also very bloody. However, in Zichen's hands, violence had turned into art. It had a kind of beauty. Listening to the music and seeing the blood and teeth, it didn't feel strange at all. Instead, it made people's blood boil. Blood spurted out of their mouths. They couldn't faint even if they wanted to. Zichen controlled his strength very well. He didn't let them die, but he didn't let them faint either. Everyone's blood surged as they listened, but their minds were trembling. They all felt their cheeks burning. They all thought to themselves that they should never provoke this demon, Zichen. 2 years ago, he had taught them a lesson and caused so many people to die. 2 years later, the elite geniuses had taught people another lesson. Zichen shouldn't be provoked. The elite geniuses were dumbfounded. Zichen was too strong. His methods were always so unique. He was not only slapping the elite geniuses' faces, but also the big forces' faces. They once wondered if Zichen was the nemesis of the big forces. Why would the big forces be slapped in the face every time they provoked him? Boom! The 3 elite geniuses were about to die. However, at this moment, the sky trembled. A terrifying aura appeared, covering the sky and earth. It made people's hearts palpitate as if they were facing a vast heavenly power. This is the aura of a Grand Master. Everyone's expression changed. They never thought that there would be a Grand Master hidden in the dark. Now, he finally made his move. At this moment, the sky was torn apart. A sky-covering palm print appeared with boundless pressure, sweeping down. This was the attack of a Grand Master. He used all his strength to destroy everything. Many people in the distance fell to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure. The void was shattered, and the palm print appeared. It was a few 100 meters large, blocking everything. It carried a destructive aura and fell on Zichen's head. Humph! Zichen looked up. Golden light surged around his body. He was like a god of war, resisting the Grand Master's pressure. This was a scene that he had expected, and he was well prepared. A purple light flashed between his eyebrows. Then, the purple gold gourd hidden in his sea of consciousness opened and spat out a bolt of lightning. Boom! The lightning appeared between Zichen's eyebrows. It went berserk instantly, carrying the power to destroy the world. It was like a terrifying dragon. Chapter 353. There were ancestral masters hiding in the dark, waiting patiently. At this moment, they finally made a move and struck out a devastating blow. The crowd was in an uproar. This was obviously a trap to lure out Zichen. The major forces were still unwilling to give up on Zichen and were determined to kill him. When an ancestral master attacked, his attack could destroy the heavens and the earth, causing the void to collapse. Just when everyone thought that Zichen was dead for sure, a silver light suddenly appeared on Zichen's body. The silver light suddenly enlarged and turned into a lightning with an unparalleled destructive aura. It was like a dragon that could shatter the world. The dragon swung its tail, and the sky shattered. The lightning dragon flew up with shocking power and clashed with the terrifying palm print. Boom! It was like 2 Xingqian colliding, and there was a loud explosion. The lightning exploded, and the destructive energy dissipated. A large area of the space collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared and spread in all directions. A rain of blood fell from the sky, and the palm print retreated like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! The crowd was in an uproar. It was unbelievable that Zichen had injured an ancestral master. What was that lightning? It was so powerful that it could even injure an ancestral master. What a terrifying lightning! It's so powerful! The rain of blood fell from the sky. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Zichen had injured an ancestral master. In the sky, the destructive energy dissipated, and there was nothing unusual. Zichen stood there, motionless. His figure was tall and sturdy. The attack of the master level did not hurt him at all. Everyone's expression changed. Boom! The sky shook again, and a huge crack appeared. Another destructive palm print appeared, blocking the endless moonlight. The world was pitch black. Another ancestral master had made a move, and there was more than one. Boom! The void shattered again, and another palm print appeared. It was surrounded by endless flames and emitted a terrifying aura, and it fell on Zichen. Buzz! Zichen's forehead flashed with a dazzling brilliance. He opened the purple gold gourd, and 2 lightning bolts rushed out like 2 dragons. They turned into hundreds of meters long and flew up into the sky. Above the roaming dragon, there was a violent aura with the unique destructive aura of thunder and lightning. Dazzling silver light illuminated the heavens and the earth. Then, the lightning struck the palm. Boom! Almost at the same time, the collision caused the heavens and earth to tremble. The 2 sky-covering palm prints retreated, and a rain of blood fell from the sky once more. Everyone was stupefied, completely stunned. Zichen actually had more than one method that could injure a sect master. He actually had 3 bolts of lightning. Every bolt of lightning was a trump card. It was shocking that Zichen had so many trump cards. Boom! Boom! The dome of heaven shook again and again, continuously shattering. The ancestor level was clearly unwilling to give up and struck out again. Everyone's expression changed. 5 palm prints appeared in the sky, which meant that there were at least 5 patriarchs in the dark. Humph! Looking at the 5 sky-covering palm imprints, Zichen let out a cold snort. Light flashed between his eyebrows once again. This time, a total of 10 lightning bolts appeared. It was like 10 lightning dragons. The moment they appeared, they enlarged and filled the sky. Lightning flashed and went against the palm imprints. Rumble! A heaven-shaking explosion caused people to lose their hearing. A powerful energy shockwave spread out in all directions. Many rogue cultivators were sent flying by the shockwave. They were already very far away from the scene, but they were still thrown out. If they were on the scene, they would have been killed instantly. This time, Zichen was even more ruthless. He shot out 10 bolts of lightning, which exploded with a terrifying aura. More blood rained down from the sky, accompanied by the blood-curdling screams of a Grand Master. The 5 palm prints were withdrawn. When the energy dissipated, the heavens and earth became dead silent. The sect masters no longer attacked and completely hid themselves. It was as if they had never appeared. Only the rain of blood continued to fall. A few miles away, everyone was dumbfounded. Zichen was so powerful that he actually had such a trump card. Even the sect masters didn't dare to show themselves. Zichen stood at the bottom, looking around with disdain. Even the ancestor-level experts were pushed back. No one dared to look Zichen in the eye. Then, he turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the flying monster. Bang! The Tsung family's monster, who had just dodged the energy wave, was sent flying by Zichen's palm. He coughed up blood. Slap! The Li family's monster was slapped by Zichen. He spun 3 or 4 times on the spot. His head was in a daze. Then, he was slapped again and was sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Bang! The martial ancestor's monster was kicked in the butt by Zichen and was sent flying. He was very embarrassed. As for the Chu family's monster, he had already been knocked out by the energy wave. They were completely suppressed by Zichen. They couldn't do anything at all. Unparalleled combat power was displayed at this moment. The sect masters didn't show up. Zichen had completely defeated the 4 monsters. Everyone was shocked. They never thought that the fierce battle between the flying monster would develop to such an extent. Zichen showed up and defeated them directly. Pun! Slap! Bang! Sounds were heard. Zichen's expression was cold as he launched one attack after another. In the dark, the sect masters didn't show up again. It was as if they had already left. Even when the monster's monster was beaten, they didn't have the slightest intention to help. Zichen's attacks were very decisive. He kept slapping the monster's faces. Pun! Finally, he was tired. He knocked the three of them out, but he didn't kill them. The murderous intent that shrouded him slowly dissipated. The radiance of the moon had disappeared at some point in time, and the sky had turned white. The land of dead silence became really dead. That night, the ghost didn't dare to show up. The voice that cursed Zichen's death also didn't appear. The four monstrous geniuses fainted one after another. Zichen appeared and created another glorious scene, shocking everyone. His gaze swept across the area, and his voice was ice-cold. 2 years ago, I was able to kill all of you once. 2 years later, I will be able to kill all of you a second time. No matter how deep your resentment is, even if you turn into vengeful spirits, you will still be destroyed. Golden light surged around his body, emitting a bright light. He was like a golden sun that illuminated the land. He was tall and majestic, and a powerful aura burst out from his body. Everyone was speechless as they looked at this scene in shock. In the next moment, boundless golden light shot out from Zichen's glabella. He was like a Buddha as his glabella shone with golden light. This was to purify the vengeful spirits here. This is spiritual sense. Oh my God, Zichen is only in the true energy realm, but he has spiritual sense. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they exclaimed. Zichen's appearance had shocked them so much. At this moment, the appearance of spiritual sense caused another stir. The golden light descended, bringing with it a righteous aura that obliterated all things evil. The sinister aura in this deathly still land silently disappeared. Occasionally, there would be a shrill scream that chilled people's hearts. These were all vengeful spirits. Once they developed and grew, they would turn into ferocious spirits. These were evil things that would inevitably cause a great disaster in the future. The golden light fell, and wherever the powerful spiritual sense passed, everything would be destroyed. When the first ray of sunlight fell on the land of dead silence, all the gloomy aura disappeared. The sun shone, and the world was warm. All the vengeful spirits were destroyed by spiritual sense. The battle of the monsters in the air came to an end. The land of dead silence disappeared, but no one left. Instead, more people appeared. In the sky, auras surged, and a powerful aura appeared. Those who came were all in the air. Obviously, the rumors were true. After the battle of the monsters would discuss whether to stay or leave. I missed a fierce battle. More people arrived. When they saw the 4 fainted monsters on the ground, their faces changed, and they all sighed. Then, they saw Zichen, and their faces changed. If they looked down on Zichen before then 2 years ago, Zichen's reputation had spread far and wide after he killed hundreds of people from the major forces. Even some of the monsters in the air were trembling. It's him. He really came out. Some of the insiders looked around, but they didn't see a Grand Master. They were puzzled. The Grand Master didn't attack Zichen. At this moment, a golden light appeared in the sky. It was very dazzling, and it reflected the golden light around Zichen. Feeling the dazzling golden light, Zichen looked up. In the next moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the distance, the golden light approached. After seeing Zichen, it also surged with a strong battle intent. In the golden light was a monk with a kind face and a solemn face. However, after seeing Zichen, his aura changed drastically. It was as if an enlightened monk had turned into an evil monk. The good and evil monk reappeared. It's you. Seeing Zichen, his kind eyes turned cold. It's you. Zichen's eyes also flashed coldly. Zichen remembered the humiliation back then very clearly. The evil monk broke his bones, extorted vitality stones from him, and took away the fiery sword. Although he mistakenly threw a page of the heavenly book to him as trash, he didn't think that he had taken advantage of him. The golden light around Zichen's body shone brighter, and a surge of battle intent rose. The same was true for the monk. He gave a treasure to Zichen as trash and had always wanted to get it back. He had troubled Zichen many times, but he didn't succeed once. Boom! The aura around the two became completely violent. Then, they rushed towards each other like 2 golden suns colliding. Damn monk! Zichen roared and punched with a large amount of golden light. Give me back my things. The monk also shouted angrily. He no longer looked merciful and pointed at Zichen. Boom! After the attack, the monk retreated in the air, while Zichen fell to the ground. They were actually evenly matched. Buzz! The void trembled. The monk took out a big bell. The golden light was dazzling, and in an instant, it enlarged and shrouded Zichen with supreme pressure. This was a very unique spiritual weapon. It was very powerful, and as soon as it appeared, it made people's expressions change. The sound of the bell reverberated, shaking Zichen's mind, causing him to lose control of his mind. Then, the bell fell, enveloping Zichen with a loud bang. Chapter 354. Return it to me, or I'll refine you alive. The monk roared and activated the bell. Golden light flashed and runes flowed. Many monks appeared on the bell. They looked solemn and seemed to be chanting sutras. He felt aggrieved. He had been chased by the assassins of the Assassin Pavilion for a long time. It was only when the Assassin Pavilion was destroyed that the chase came to an end. Killing Yukong in the battle that day was a misunderstanding. However, he had helped Zichen. Who would have thought that Zichen did not have any good intentions and had given him an empty spiritual ring? That had caused him to be in trouble. Moreover, Zichen had joined forces with others to snatch his things back at Yongqi City. The monk felt aggrieved at the thought of this. He did not hold back at all. Clang! The bell rang and Zichen was trapped. Golden light flashed on the bell and chanting could be heard. Many old monks were chanting sutras and golden light flowed. Everyone was dumbfounded. This monk was too strong, wasn't he? He actually took away the arrogant Zichen so easily. Return it to me! The monk roared. Chanting could be heard continuously. Runes flowed and the old monks were chanting sutras. Golden light rushed into the bell. Clang! Clang! The bell rang again. It was ear-piercing and golden ripples could be seen. Zichen was trying his best to break the bell. The bell vibrated and the runes on its surface dimmed. Even the old monks in it became illusory. Clang! The bell vibrated again, and the world shook as if it was going to soar into the sky. Amitabha! The monk sat cross-legged in the air. He chanted Buddha's name and golden light flowed on his body. He started to control the bell to refine Zichen. The bell rang and the chanting could be heard. The runes and the old monks became clear as a strange energy surged. The group of monstrous geniuses were dumbfounded. The bell was only a spirit weapon, but Zichen did not shatter it. Should we go up? Lu Bo asked with worry in his eyes. He was afraid that evil good would really refine Zichen. No need. Wang Qiong shook his head, indicating that he would wait and see. Boom! With a loud rumble, the great bell trembled once again. Streaks of destructive golden light shot out in all directions. Boom! Boom! Within the bell, Zichen exerted his full strength. His golden blood aura surged as he unleashed a series of powerful attacks. Outside, the bell trembled continuously. The old monk and the runes quickly dimmed. Clang! The final sound caused the heaven and earth to tremble. The entire bell soared into the sky. The old monk and the runes all disappeared, and Zichen appeared. You damned monk! Zichen roared. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. He rushed forward and waved his golden fist towards the monk. Amitabha! The monk's expression was dignified. He didn't dodge or evade and pushed out a palm that carried endless golden light. Clang! Like the sound of metal clashing, it brought about a huge vibration. The two of them retreated one after the other. After that, he quickly rushed forward. The two of them were very fast, like two streaks of golden light. Other than flying in the air, no one could see the two of them clearly. Zichen's fist could break and destroy everything. Even the spiritual weapon was shattered. However, it couldn't do anything to the monk, nor did it break the monk's spiritual weapon. From this, it could be seen that the monk was extraordinary. Extreme. Zichen was going all out. He formed a seal with his hand and unleashed a terrifying attack. A dazzling golden light rushed towards the monk. Amitabha! The monk chanted the name of Buddha. His expression was dignified. A golden light shield appeared around his body. Runes flickered as the Buddhist protective divine art reappeared. Boom! The monk's strong defense allowed him to block the attack. However, he was sent flying by Zichen for several miles. Soon, he turned into a ray of light and flew back. Ma! He opened his mouth and shouted. The Buddhist 6 syllables appeared with a strange fluctuation that entered one's soul. At this moment, many cultivators screamed. Their eyes were filled with fear as if they saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They fell into panic. Pun! Zichen was also stunned for a moment. His spirit was impacted, and Tyrant seized the opportunity to send him flying with a palm strike. Give me back my things and I'll let you go today. The monk stood in the air with a dignified expression. However, when he spoke, he looked like a merchant. Damn monk, let's see who's the one who won't let go. Zichen turned into a ray of golden light and rushed back. Then, he attacked the monk with extreme speed. The sky shook and a large amount of golden light scattered. The two were locked in a fierce battle. The surrounding people were extremely shocked. The two's combat strength was abnormally terrifying. The monk was indeed powerful and awe-inspiring. However, the most terrifying one was Zichen. One had to know that he was only at the 9th sky of true essence. Once he broke through to the Zephyr realm, wouldn't he be invincible in the world? Who would dare to provoke him? Boom! The more the two fought, the more courageous they became. They fought faster and faster, causing the world to tremble. In the blink of an eye, thousands of moves had passed. Moreover, they had no intention of stopping. Let's separate them. Let's talk about business first. Wang Qiong's eyes flashed as he suddenly said. Obviously, he already knew that the two would not be able to determine the winner in a short time. All right. Wu Mo also nodded his head. However, at this moment, his lazy face appeared extremely solemn. Stop! The two shouted and turned into 2 rays of light. Wang Qiong rushed towards the monk while Wu Mo rushed towards Zichen. Stop! Let's talk nicely. While they were talking, the two blocked in front of them. However, they obviously had to take a blow from the two. Boom! The monk threw out a powerful palm that flashed with endless light. It rushed towards Wang Qiong. This was the mighty Vajra palm, which carried endless power. Wang Qiong's body flashed with green light. He stood in the air and blocked the attack. Surging energy swept out, wreaking havoc. However, Wang Qiong did not take a single step back. His body glowed with a brilliant green light as he forcefully blocked this attack. The crowd was in an uproar. Wang Qiong rarely fought. This was the first time he fought in front of everyone. They did not expect him to have such strength. He blocked the monk's attack. Pun! At this moment, Zichen's fist collided with Wu Mo's palm. In a loud sound, Zichen flew back. Wu Mo also flew back in the air. In between the two, a terrifying energy ripple spread out in all directions. Both sides retreated. There was not much difference. The crowd was shocked. They thought that Zichen and the monk were the strongest among the monstrous geniuses. They did not expect Wang Qiong and Wu Mo to block the two's attack. The other monstrous geniuses were also shocked. You are indeed Zichen. You are indeed powerful. You managed to injure me with just one blow. Wu Mo smiled as he shook his hands and resumed his lazy demeanor. All right, stop fighting, Wang Qiong said as he landed from the sky. That's right. Everyone stop. Lu Bo, Lu Qin and the others also came forward. They looked at Zichen with smiles. With the appearance of so many monstrous geniuses, the monk also stopped and returned to normal. The golden light around him retracted. He became unusually merciful and descended from the sky. Zichen snorted coldly, but stopped as well. The few monstrous geniuses who fainted had also woken up. They stood in the distance and stared at Zichen with hatred. In addition, there were even more people who flew in the sky. It was simply a gathering. Zichen, congratulations on becoming stronger. Lu Bo came forward with a smile. I should be the one congratulating you. You've become a zephyr. Zichen smiled. Then, the others came forward and greeted him. How's Lin Shui? Lu Qin of the Lu family came forward. Before he could speak, Zichen asked. She's doing well. She's been working hard on her cultivation. Lu Qin said. 2 years ago, the head of the Lu family, Lu Chen's father, took Lin Shui as his adopted daughter. Lin Shui stayed in the Lu family and cultivated in seclusion. Although her strength had improved by leaps and bounds, she was still one step away from becoming a zephyr. Zichen. Zhang Haotian came forward. When he saw Zichen, he was very excited. 2 years ago, Zichen left alone and didn't come with them. How are you and LV Peng? Yeah. Zhang Haotian nodded. Then, the 2 monstrous geniuses of the Qin family came forward. The older one was called Qin Xing and the younger one was called Qin He. So many of you gathered here. You're not just here to watch a battle, right? Zichen looked at the monstrous geniuses. Of course not. We're here for business. What business? Zichen turned his head and asked curiously. Zhang Haotian shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. He was only here to participate in the battle. First, we can't let this land of dead silence develop. That's why we're here. Of course, this is just a side trip. The most important thing is to decide whether to stay or leave. This time, it was Wu Mo who spoke. Stay or leave? Zichen was stunned. That's right. Wu Mo nodded and said, there's an unwritten rule among the major forces. After the monstrous geniuses of the family break through to the Zephyr realm, they can go out and see the real southern region. What do you mean? Is this not the southern region? Zichen asked curiously. Of course not. Wu Mo smiled and said, this is just a small place. How can it be compared to the vast southern region? This is just a small area in the southern region. It's not even 1/10,000th of the southern region. Without the Zephyr realm, it's impossible to leave this place. Zichen was shocked. For him, the area of influence of the 7 major cities and 3 major sects was big enough. So far, he had only been to a few major cities. He couldn't imagine how big the entire southern region was. However, Su Long had said something similar before. It was better not to go out before reaching the Zephyr realm. Then among your forces, there are monstrous geniuses of each generation who go out to explore. You must know a lot about the forces outside. How strong are they? Zhang Haotian asked. Obviously, he was very curious about the outside world. Reaching the Zephyr realm was almost the peak of this region. No one could do anything to them except for grandmasters. Before Zichen appeared, the Zephyr realm had not been killed for many years. Zhang Haotian's words made the monstrous geniuses of the major forces change their expressions. They said bitterly, the forces outside are very strong and there are many experts. Even if our monstrous geniuses go out, they will suffer heavy casualties. After so many years, there are too few who can come back alive. They only say that the outside world is very big and dangerous. As soon as the news came out, everyone blushed with shame. The monstrous geniuses of the major forces all had inherited killing skills and were very strong. If they went out, they would suffer heavy casualties. If they went out by Zephyr realm, they would be slaughtered. Then are you guys here to discuss when to leave? Zichen suddenly asked. No, there are many monstrous geniuses in this generation, and they broke through almost at the same time. Naturally, we have to leave. But before that, we have to go to the Saint Burial Ground. Chapter 355. The Holy Burial Ground. Zichen was startled by Wu Mo's words. Many people were startled. They had clearly never heard of this place. Only old Mo's heart trembled as he exclaimed, Holy Burial Ground! Elder Mo, you know that place. Zichen transmitted his voice using his spiritual sense. Who doesn't know about the Holy Burial Ground? Rumor is that it's second only to the Lightning Divine Hall in the Martial Heaven continent, sighed Elder Mo. What's inside? It's rumored that other than the inheritance for becoming a god, everything else is inside. There are even supreme cultivation arts and inheritances. Rather than calling it a burial ground, it's better to call it a treasure land. Elder Emo sighed. Whether it's a burial ground or a treasure land, it's a dangerous place. The everlasting sect has existed for countless years and has many experts. But in that time, we've suffered 2 losses. The first time was when we entered the holy burial ground. At that time, many of our experts died. If it weren't for the old master, we would have been annihilated. At that time, the everlasting sect's losses were disastrous. The other powers were eyeing them covetously. Later, the old master acted and intimidated the other powers, saving the everlasting sect. The second time they suffered a loss, Old Emo did not mention it, but Zichin could guess it. That time, the entire sect was mobilized to attack the Lightning Divine Hall, and the everlasting sect disappeared from then on. That was 10,000 years ago. At that time, the old master that Old Emo spoke of had already disappeared. The holy burial ground. Just from its name, it's a dangerous place, said Zichin. Their spiritual communication was very quick. He instantly learned everything. Of course it's dangerous. Wu Emo smiled, his gaze falling on Zichin. At the same time, a few other acquaintances also looked at Zichin with smiles on their faces. What are you looking at me for? Isn't it dangerous if I go? Of course it's dangerous. But if you go, it'll be less dangerous. This time, it was Wang Qiong who spoke. What do you mean? Do you remember when the martial ancestors people chased you? Asked Wang Qiong. It's related to that. Someone said that you have the key to the Saint Burial Ground. Wang Qiong had a rare smile on his face. When the others heard this, their eyes sparkled as they stared at Zichin. Even Tyrant had a strange look on his face. I have the key. You mean? Zichen's expression changed, and he instantly thought of the black armor. Back then, the black armor was very ordinary. Other than saving his life once, there was nothing unusual about it. Many years later, Zichen's strength increased and he cultivated spiritual thoughts. However, the black armor had long been forgotten in a corner. He never thought that it would be the key to the holy burial ground. For a moment, Zichen was dumbfounded. The Saint Burial Ground was filled with treasures. Didn't that mean that he had the key to a place filled with treasures? As long as he opened it, there would be endless treasures waiting for him. The Saint Burial Ground is filled with danger. It's a danger zone with no chance of survival. It's impossible for there to be a key. If there really was a key, how could the old master not have sensed it back then? Said Elder Emo confidently. As for Zichin, he also asked him a question. The Saint Burial Ground is very mysterious. No one knows how it was formed. However, in this region, even the southern region, and even the entire Martial Heaven continent, the Saint Burial Ground is an extremely mysterious place. That place used to be a land of death. Even if there were many treasures, it was impossible to obtain them. However, a few thousand years ago, for some unknown reason, a change occurred in the Saint Burial Ground. Various tokens flew out of it, including a map to the Saint Burial Ground. In other words, the key to that place can reduce the danger, explained Wang Qiong. Over 20 years ago, the Nimbus Martial Ancestors' Grand Elder was fortunate enough to find a token. However, he ended up fighting the Martial Ancestors' people. In the end, the Martial Ancestors' experts were annihilated. The Grand Elder returned, but his son and daughter-in-law died. He himself was heavily injured. Back then, it caused a huge commotion. The Martial Ancestor kept looking for the culprit. In the end, he suspected the Grand Elder, but he couldn't be sure. In the end, a few years ago, he acted and destroyed the Nimbus Martial Ancestor. If the information is correct, the item on you should be the key to the Saint Burial Ground. No one had paid attention to this matter in the past. However, this change in the Saint Burial Ground caused these dusty matters to be brought up once more. Several large powers had clearly learned of this matter through certain channels. Zichen was relieved. He finally understood everything. The black armor was the key to enter the saint burial ground. The thunderbolt finger and 9 fleeting thunders were brought out from the saint burial ground by the Grand Elder. In the battle back then, Su Mingyao's parents both died in battle. When the Grand Elder gave him the black armor, he seemed very casual about it, as if it was purely a defensive item. After that, he sent Su Mingyao and Lin Shui away, and arranged for Zichen to leave the Nimbus martial ancestor. It was obvious that he had guessed something. His original intention was to leave Zichen with a chance to survive. However, he never expected that Zichen would return with the rock and be hunted down. Many people in the air gathered around. Many of them didn't know the secret. When they heard the news, they were extremely shocked. It was no wonder that the martial ancestors' people would go through so much trouble and even disregard their reputation to send people in the air to hunt down a kid in the true Qi realm. It turned out that it was for the token to enter the saint burial ground. They looked at Zichen with strange gazes. And in the dark, there were even a few hidden murderous intents. Even if there is a token in the saint burial ground, there must be danger, Zichen asked. At this moment, he really wanted to take out the black armor to study it, but he resisted the impulse. He was afraid that if he took out the black armor, the ancestor-level experts in the dark would make a move. Of course there is danger. However, with the right path, the danger level will be much lower, Wang Qiong said. Zichen muttered to himself, seemingly a little worried. Don't worry. We entered the saint burial ground this time because something happened. The seal loosened a little, and the saint burial ground appeared. During this time, no one will harm you. This is the first time the saint burial ground has appeared in the past 20 years. We discussed and decided to go there first. If we can find something, we can guarantee our lives when we get out. Let me think about it. Moreover, I can't be sure whether that thing is a real map or not. It is still in the corner of the spatial spirit ring. Zichen's words made everyone speechless. Such a precious thing was actually abandoned in the corner of the spatial spirit ring. Okay, we will wait for your news. After that, the group left. Soon, the news of the saint burial ground spread in this area. Moreover, it was rumored that Zichen had obtained the token of the saint burial ground. A few years ago, the martial ancestors sent people to kill Zichen. So it was because of the token of the saint burial ground. With the token, one can enter the saint burial ground and search for treasures. I didn't expect Zichen to be so lucky. He even has such a thing. Isn't that right? Zichen has too many treasures on him. Is he a heaven's pride? Why does he always get the favor of the heavens? He even has the token of the saint burial ground. The news spread out on the same day, causing an uproar. Zichen, take out the token of the saint burial ground and share it with us. That's right. This thing is not something that you can have alone. Zichen was in Yongqi City. More cultivators heard the news and rushed over. Moreover, voices of dissatisfaction sounded out. Zichen's expression changed when he heard the news. No wonder the martial ancestors' people did not attack him and snatch the black armor. It turned out that they wanted to let the world know that he could share the black armor. If the black armor was really the token, it would be fine. However, if Zichen could not take out the real token, he would offend everyone. Most people were selfish and greedy. Zichen could imagine the consequences if he could not take out the real token. More and more cultivators gathered in Yongqi City. Among them, there was no lack of spiritual origin realm cultivators. Everyone was talking about Zichen and the key. If it was said that many rogue cultivators defended Zichen before, then after this incident, everyone remained neutral. If Zichen did not share the black armor, he would offend the world. These big forces are really good at scheming. In the room, Zichen's voice was cold. Obviously, this was the doing of those people who were hostile to him. Then let's hurry up and see if the black armor is the token to enter the saint burial ground, Elder Hiroshi said. With a flash of brilliance, the black armor appeared. It was like a scale armor. It was polished very brightly. There were lines all over it, like lines of runes flickering. The black armor was as black as ink. Its material was unknown, But it was very hard, far stronger than a spiritual weapon. Zichen could not crush it with his strength. Moreover, there was no reaction when he activated the energy in his body. Golden spiritual sense came out of his body like a flame, burning fiercely and calcining the black armor. In the next moment, Zichen felt that something was wrong with the black armor. It was a complicated pattern, like a road map, crisscrossing and extremely mysterious. It's really a road map. It seems to be real. Zichen shared the road map with Elder Hiroshi. The latter was amazed. The flame of spiritual sense burned continuously, and the road map became clearer and clearer. The road map was very complicated, and the design was very wide. It was like there was a boundless space, but it was incomplete. Many had been cut off halfway. There should be more than one piece of this black armor. Once all of them are gathered, they will form a perfect pattern to enter the depths of the Saint Burial Ground, Elder Hiroshi said, very shocked. The raging fire of spiritual sense burned and finally completely refined the black armor. A streak of resplendent fiery light shot out, and the black armor became sparkling and translucent. The blazing fiery light turned from black to scarlet red, and on the surface of the armor, brilliance circulated. Symbols formed an area, and within them was a complete road map that led straight to the depths. The black armor completely changed, becoming extremely red and containing a terrifying heat. If Zichen had not refined it, his perfect body would not have been able to withstand it. This piece of armor was also a rare treasure. Among the many lines, the most obvious one was the path to the depths. With a flash of brilliance, Zichen put away the armor piece and fell into deep thought. This armor piece was a precious treasure, and he must not share it. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to a disaster. But when Zichen walked out of the room and came to the street, he was completely dumbfounded. Almost all the cultivators in several major cities had gathered here, and the voices of sharing sounded like a monstrous wave. There were many rogue cultivators, more than tens of thousands, and they all spoke with great momentum. Chapter 356. There were a lot of rogue cultivators, and with the help of the big powers, the clamor for sharing was very loud, and could not be suppressed at all. Zichen had no choice but to agree. On the same day, Zichen announced that he would share the keepsake after entering the Saint Burial Ground. Everyone was in an uproar. They did not expect Zichen to really agree, and confirmed that he had the keepsake, which shocked everyone. Many rogue cultivators were very happy when they heard this. This was clearly an opportunity, and Zichen was willing to share it with them, which made them both surprised and happy. When some of the big powers heard this, their faces changed, and their expressions became complicated. The news spread quickly, and more people arrived, waiting to head to the Saint Burial Ground. It was rumored that there was a saint buried there, and its mystery was second only to the lightning divine palace. No one knew what a saint was, but it was a very, very strong existence. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Why should we believe you? The keepsake is with you, and if you run away, where are we going to find you? Hand over the keepsake first, and let us keep it. We will give it to you when we depart. That's right, this is a serious matter, and we have no reason to believe you. The keepsake should be shared, and everyone should keep it together, not with you. It is rumored that the Saint Burial Ground is a saint's burial ground, and there are pill weapons as common as cabbages. We cannot believe you. Hand over the keepsake, and everyone will keep it together. After Zichen's announcement, many people were looking forward to the day of departure, but a few days later, there were dissatisfied voices, shouting for Zichen to hand over the keepsake. That is the Saint Burial Ground, and there are many treasures there. What reason do we have to believe him? We can only ask him to hand over the keepsake. That's right, it is said that there is a pill inside, and once consumed, one can break through to the spirit origin realm, and become a high and mighty Yukong. The pill weapons there are as common as cabbages, and they are the most worthless. Moreover, the most miraculous one is a supreme treasure pill. Once consumed, one can successfully break through to the ancestor realm, successfully deceiving the heavens, and even the heavenly lightning tribulation can be avoided. That is the burial ground of a saint. It is said that a single breath from a saint can destroy a large power. It is normal for miracles to happen. This matter is of great importance. We have no reason to trust Zichen. After the discontent, Yongqi's city added many other voices. Many people asserted that there were many precious pills inside, as many as cabbages. After swallowing the treasure pill, one would be at the ancestor level. With a pill weapon, one would have great battle prowess. Everyone was moved, and the anticipation in their hearts became even more urgent. That's the burial ground of a saint. We have no reason to believe that Zichen would lead us there and share the token. There's no reason to trust him. The real token should be given to someone we trust. That's right. We should find a respectable person and let him hold the token. More voices rang out. Many rogue cultivators were dissatisfied with the current expectations. They didn't want to entrust their destiny of breaking through to the ancestor realm to others. Gossip was a fearful thing. Previously, no one had believed it. They had thought that it was a conspiracy against Zichen. But as more and more people spoke out, everyone gradually believed it. There were precious pills in the burial ground. Just one pill could allow one to break through to the ancestor realm. More and more people believed it. After that, the rogue cultivators in the city began to fight for their own destiny. Zichen, hand over the token. We have already found a respectable old man. He is also a rogue cultivator. Give the token to him. We only trust him. It was better to believe it than not. When tens of thousands of people were saying the same thing, even a lie would become the truth. Such voices became louder and louder. In the end, they formed a torrent that constantly attacked Zichen. Zichen, come out. Hand over the token. Otherwise, you will be going against the world. All sorts of voices rang out, resounding throughout Yongqi City. Moreover, more and more people were looking for Zichen in Yongqi City for the chance to obtain a precious pill and become an ancestor realm master. They searched all the inns, from big restaurants to small houses. The power of the masses was very strong. For the sake of the precious pills and pill weapons, everyone had gone crazy. Zichen had been hiding for many years, and many great powers had not been able to find him. However, in just 3 short days he had been discovered by the masses. Everyone was like a tide, rushing to the inn where Zichen was. Boom! On the same day, a battle broke out. A rogue cultivator attacked and fought fiercely with Zichen. In the end, he was defeated. Zichen escaped from the torrent. Zichen, what do you mean? Are you looking down on rogue cultivators just because you are strong? Don't forget that you are also a rogue cultivator. When you were chased by the major forces, we were the ones who supported you. I didn't expect you to bully us now. We just asked you to hand over the token. We will keep it together. We didn't say that we will take it for ourselves. Don't be too selfish. Zichen's battle strength was unparalleled. Even a group of freaks was defeated. Many rogue cultivators knew that they were no match for him, so they didn't choose to use force. Instead, they stood on the moral high ground and condemned Zichen. The entire Yongqi city was filled with voices condemning Zichen, forming a torrent of condemnation. At this moment, Zichen had become the public enemy of the world. No one made a move. More people chose to fight a war of words. They wanted to drown Zichen with the saliva of the people. Treasure pill? Just one pill and you'll be able to break through to the Grand Master level? What a load of nonsense! Elder Mo was infuriated when he heard the news. If there was such a precious pill in the world, what was the point of cultivating? Elixir weapons are comparable to cabbages. This is nonsense. Even spirit weapons are not cabbages. How can elixir weapons be cabbages? These people are really brainless. Elder Hiroshi roared. Humph, it must be these people again. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. The voices of suppression grew louder and louder. Zichen didn't get tired of it and entered the Liu family. The Liu family was a large force with many experts. No one came to behave atrociously. Even if they knew that Zichen had entered the Liu family, they could only stay outside. The Lu family invited Zichen in, but many rogue cultivators were blocked outside. They didn't dare to behave atrociously in front of the Lu family. Zichen, you really forgot the pain after the scar healed. We looked up to you before and thought that you were the representative of rogue cultivators. I didn't expect you to join a large force. How shameless. We trusted you so much. I didn't expect you to be a despicable person. For a mere token, you joined a large force. Zichen, you have disappointed us too much. All kinds of condemnation sounded continuously. Zichen was invited into the Lu family. He was very polite, and a group of monsters was there. Zhang Haotian, the Qin brothers, Wang Qiong, Wang Shi, Wu Mo, Lu Bo, and the others were all there. To Zichen's surprise, Evil Good Monk was also there. He still had that sanctimonious and compassionate look, which made Zichen very unhappy. Zichen, you really can keep your composure. It's so noisy outside, and you still have the mood to come here to relax. Could it be that you got a treasure pill and want to share some with us? Wu Mo was the first to tease. Why can't I keep my composure? It's just a few shameless forces. Go ahead and shout, the louder the better. Zichen smiled and said, When the time comes, I'll give each of you 10 treasure pills. After saying that, the crowd burst into laughter. These rogue cultivators are greedy by nature. They are so easily used by others. They are simply brainless people. How can there be such a treasure pill in the world? Even if there is, it's hard to find. How can it be as common as cabbages? Wang Shi said coldly. We should kill one to warn the others and let them completely wake up. A few days ago, you shouldn't have held back and directly killed Yukong. A bunch of greedy people, why should we pity them? Zhang Haotian said coldly. He was cold and ruthless, and he had a pitiful number of friends. He was a friend of life and death with Zichen. Zichen smiled and didn't say anything. Zhang Haotian's method was extreme, but it was reasonable. It was not impossible to kill one to warn the others, but it was not time yet. Zichen. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded. Hearing that Zichen had arrived, Shuelin came out of her seclusion. She was like a green lotus, elegant and refined. Her face was stunning, her waist was slender, and her body was slender. She turned into a green light and rushed towards Zichen. You're finally here. A faint fragrance wafted over. Her 2 arms hooked around Zichen's neck like a swing. She hung on Zichen's body, ignoring the strange expressions of the surrounding people. Schwer. The 2 hugged. Zichen called out softly. He had only seen Lin Shui once in the ruins. For her safety, he had only taken a quick glance and didn't recognize her. They hadn't seen each other for many years. In the Nimbus martial ancestor, Lin Shui was the top beauty of the outer sect, and he was just a little cultivator who was working hard for the Jinqi Dan. Lin Shui was interested in him, but he didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. At that time, he was called a fool by Lin Shui. Even Miao Kong was disappointed and taught him some other methods. For example, he pushed her and let him seize the opportunity. After the Nimbus martial ancestor was destroyed, they had not seen each other for many years. During this time, they had only seen each other in a hurry. Now they finally met. Sigh, let's go. This kind of scene is really unbearable. Wu Mo sighed and turned to leave. He looked at Lu Qin and snorted. What are you snorting about? She's my sister. Lu Qin glared at Wu Mo. Little Butterball was very simple and honest, but everyone thought that he was interested in Lin Shui. How affectionate! How touching! The others also laughed strangely. The 2 reunited. No one wanted to disturb them and left. Monk also chanted and left. He didn't ask Zichen for the heavenly book. Only Wang Qiong's face was gloomy. He didn't say a word. After glaring at Zichen, he turned and left. He didn't like Zichen's character. After seeing Lin Shui, the 2 had a lot to talk about. During this time, no one disturbed them. Chapter 357. Seeing Zichen, Lin Shui was very happy and emotional. She was crying and laughing at the same time, telling him the pain in her heart. Her father was killed, her family was massacred, and Lin Shui had been living in self-blame. She was very bitter in her heart, and only by cultivating in seclusion could she forget this pain. This hatred must be avenged, Zichen said coldly. He already knew who the murderer was. Gung Chu Sang Li. How is Sister Meng Yao? Lin Shui asked, her eyes filled with longing. After that day, the two had not seen each other. Zichen shook his head. I haven't seen her yet, but I think she's fine. The floating mist sect is very special, even the Heavenly Kill Alliance was forced to retreat. Back then, when the Heavenly Kill Alliance was defeated at the floating mist sect, he had also heard about it. The Heavenly Kill Pavilion's plan to use Su Mingyao to threaten Su Long had completely failed, so they had to settle for the next best thing, using Lin Shui to threaten him. I've heard about your matter. The current situation is very unfavorable for you. Everyone in the world sees you as an enemy. It's okay, it's just a scheme of the big forces. These rogue cultivators were just bewitched. I have a way to deal with them. After that, the two chatted for a long time, and finally, they talked about the Saint Burial Ground. I've obtained Qi Nu's inheritance, and it's very extraordinary. Once I fully comprehend it, my battle strength will be very strong. I don't need anything else for now, Lin Shui said, indicating that she would not go to the Saint Burial Ground. The Saint Burial Ground is very dangerous. Even if you have a token, it's still very dangerous. You have to be careful. The Saint Burial Ground was full of treasures. It was said that even pill weapons were equivalent to trash there. Supreme treasure pills were everywhere, and once consumed, one would be at the ancestor level. They would not even need to go through the heavenly lightning tribulation, which made everyone crazy. Moreover, it was a hidden place. Unless something happened, it would never appear. The last time was 20 years ago, and the next time, it might be 1,000 years later. No one wanted to miss it. The voices of condemnation were getting louder and louder. At this moment, even many higher heaven realm experts joined in. Didn't you say that many tokens that lead to the holy burial ground have appeared? Why is everyone so fixated on mine? Zichen asked the question in his heart. There were quite a few of these things in the past, but there was a limit to the number of times they could be used. They have long been damaged and can no longer be used. So far, you are the only one who has the route map. Furthermore, you must have also noticed that this route map can change at any time. Even copying it is impossible. Zichen nodded. His original intention was to draw the circuit diagram, but he found that the circuit diagram was constantly changing, so he couldn't draw it accurately. Previously, everyone was just guessing. They didn't dare to confirm that you really had the route map. Now that you've spoken in such a high-profile manner, many forces are relieved. Although they won't do anything to you, they will definitely cause you some trouble, Lu Chen said. Back then, the Lu family had also obtained a token, but it was destroyed after using it once. Moreover, the gains were not great. Although this region couldn't be said to be completely united, important matters related to the holy burial ground still had to be discussed. No one could monopolize it. Zichen had learned this from his conversation with Lu Chen. In the past, it had always been the major powers that had gone. There had never been a chance for rogue cultivators. Now that Zichen had obtained a token, it could be considered an exception. It was also because of this that rogue cultivators believed in the legend of the treasure pill. That was because the holy burial ground was known as the most mysterious place on the Martial Heaven continent. I've already said that I'll bring everyone with me. I guarantee that we'll share the tokens when the time comes, Zichen said as the wandering cultivator's clamor grew louder and louder. However, his words were quickly drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. We don't believe you. You can only hand over the token. That's right. We've already found a person of virtue and prestige. Hand the token to him. We only believe in him. You've already joined a major power. We won't believe a despicable person like you. Only by handing over the token will we believe you. Zichen's voice was drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. Following the bewitchment of the major powers, the clamor reached a peak. Even though Zichen was in the Lu family, there were still cultivators attacking the Lu family. Although there was no bloodshed, the clamor of condemnation had reached a peak. "It's about time." Zichen's voice was icy. Killing intent filled his eyes as he walked out of the Lu family. Outside the Lu family was a huge martial practice field. Today, it was packed with rogue cultivators. They were all condemning Zichen. "Zichen has come out. That despicable person has finally come out. He should have been kicked out by the Lu family. How could such a despicable person be worthy of the Lu family?" Everyone cried out in surprise. Then, a wave of voices rang out. "Despicable person, hand over the token. Otherwise, Yongqi City will have no place for you. We won't let you off." A ninth heaven stage true energy cultivator stood up, condemning Zichen. Swoosh! Zichen's eyes were cold. He pointed with one hand, and a cold light appeared. With a dense killing intent, he pointed at the center of the opponent's eyebrows. Puff! With a soft sound, blood appeared between the cultivator's eyebrows. His eyes dimmed as he fell to the ground, dead. There was a lot of noise and the scene was very chaotic. However, after the cultivator fell to the ground dead, the scene suddenly became quiet. Zichen acted decisively and killed a cultivator. All around, there was a deathly silence. The clamoring voices had disappeared. Previously, although Zichen also acted, he was careful and did not kill. Everyone was greedy and ignored Zichen's strength, thinking that he would not dare to kill. At this moment, in front of the bloody corpse, the surroundings were quiet. "Zichen, what do you mean? Do you think you can kill everyone just because you're strong?" A ninth heaven stage true energy cultivator walked out. A powerful aura surged around him as he condemned. "Don't forget that when you were chased by the big forces, we were the ones who always supported you. What did you support me for?" Zichen sneered. "Did you support the reward for catching me?" Taking a step forward, Zichen pointed again, and a golden light flashed. Pop! Like a blooming blood flower, a bloody hole appeared between the cultivator's eyebrows. His eyes were full of shock. Another person died. "Zichen, what do you mean by this? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're strong?" Another person stood up. "Don't tell me you've forgotten the days when you were chased like a dog by the major powers. Now you think you're invincible after joining the major powers? Don't forget, if they can kill you once, they can kill you a second time. We're the only ones who support you. As long as you hand over the token, we will always support you." The two people appeared one after another. They were both ninth heaven stage experts. Pop! Zichen didn't say anything. A cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth. He pointed twice, and the two fell to the ground dead. The crowd was in an uproar. Zichen was determined to kill. His actions were decisive and ruthless, and he didn't explain anything at all. "Is there anyone else?" After killing 4 people in a row, Zichen shocked everyone. His eyes flashed coldly as he looked around. Everyone was shocked. This was the rhythm of killing. Back then, Zichen killed hundreds of experts from the big forces without blinking an eye. The number of cultivators who died at his hands was more than 1,000. He could be said to be a real demon king. At this moment, the demon king was crazy, and there was only killing intent in his eyes. "Zichen, you've really sided with a great power, and now you're attacking us? Have you forgotten how we supported you? Don't tell me that you're going to turn against us over a mere token?" A voice rang out in the darkness. It was illusory, flickering left and right, and it was hard to tell what it was. Pop! Zichen leaped up, and a cold light flashed in his hand. A sharp blade slashed forward, and in a flash, another person fell into a pool of blood. Zichen landed and looked around. "I want to ask everyone, when I, Zichen, was being hunted, how did you help me? How did you support me?" Around them, no one spoke. Many people lowered their heads. When Zichen was being hunted down, most of them were just there to watch the show. They had heard the sensational news, but if they wanted to support or help him, it would be pure rumors. We hoped that you wouldn't die. The strong power of will allowed you to create miracles time and time again. That's why we helped you. Now that you've joined the big forces, you're turning your back on us. Are you still human? The voice in the dark said again, still illusory. Pop! Zichen attacked again, and another attack landed. Among the crowd, a person fell to the ground, blood gushing out from between his eyebrows. If you have the ability, come out and speak. Don't hide in the dark. That's the behavior of a scoundrel. Zichen coldly said. Power of will, what is this power of will? It's such an illusory thing. Are you cursing me to die, or are you trying to let me live? Only you know. I believe that there are some among you who don't want me to die, but it's definitely not you. Zichen's voice was cold, filled with boundless killing intent. These people were indeed shameless. They even dared to talk about the illusory power of will. If hope could come true, then Zichen would have been cursed to death after so many years. The land of dead silence appeared because of him. Vengeful spirits appeared, but Zichen was still alive. Humph, you're really an ingrate, heartless and unscrupulous. To think that we were praying that you wouldn't die. Pop. Zichen attacked again, his voice cold. You were praying for me to die, right? We didn't want you to die before, but seeing that you colluded with the big forces for a mere token, we cursed you to die. Pop. The golden light fell, and a flower of blood bloomed. Zichen coldly laughed. A mere token, don't make you sound so noble. I've already said that I'll bring you there. Why are you so aggressive? Who doesn't know how to speak empty words? Why should we believe you? We only believe in the respected seniors. You'd better hand over the token. Pop. The sharp blade fell, and another person died. Zichen acted decisively, shocking everyone. If you don't believe me, why should I believe you? This is originally mine. Why should I hand it over? If you don't believe me, just leave. Zichen spoke. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Zichen answered everyone's questions, but only after killing one person. Every time he answered, the person who asked before would inevitably die. Such methods made people tremble. You think that you're strong enough to not put us rogue cultivators in your eyes? Have you forgotten that you were once a weak rogue cultivator? Pop. Another golden light fell, and Zichen killed another person before answering. I'll say it again. I'll bring you to the Saint Burial Ground, and we'll share the token. Why should we believe you? Pop. Another person died, and everyone's heart trembled. Zichen spoke. Don't let these men of sacrifice die. Whoever wants to snatch my token, come out yourself. Zichen was very strong, and said proudly, Let me tell you, if you want me to hand over the token, you're dreaming. Now, if you're not convinced, you can come up. If you're strong enough, I can give it to you. But if you're not strong enough, you'd better leave early. Humph, what an arrogant junior. Underscore. Chapter 358. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a cold man with a powerful aura around him as he walked towards Zichen. How arrogant! You obviously don't want to take everyone to the saint's burial ground, but you still make it sound so dignified. Yukong said coldly. Since you shamelessly think that force can solve everything, then I'll meet you. A surging aura swept out, and a pressure that traveled through the air wreaked havoc towards Zichen. Yukong wanted to fight. Everyone's heart palpitated as they retreated, leaving the square and watching from afar. Haha, what a good inverting of right and wrong. I, Zichen, have stated many times that I want to take everyone there, but you insist on forcing me to hand over the token and say that I'm shameless. Zichen was so angry that he laughed and said, Since you think so, then come. Let's solve everything with force. Arrogant. Yukong shouted coldly, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me for killing you. Boom! The sky trembled, and a terrifying killing intent dissipated. A huge palm print fell towards Zichen's head, bringing with it endless pressure. You're not qualified. Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light, filled with killing intent. He formed a seal with his hands, and golden light flashed. The seal was simple but contained endless mystery, dazzling everyone. Extreme Yang! Zichen roared. The moment he made his move, it was a powerful move. A bright golden light appeared in front of Zichen. It was abnormally hot, representing the ultimate energy, and was full of destructive aura. This was the extreme Yang energy with the aura of thunder and lightning. Its power was unimaginable, and it directly went against the sky. Boom! Extreme Yang rushed past, and a terrifying aura rolled out. Yukong's palm print was instantly shattered, and at the same time, Yukong himself was also knocked back, coughing up blood. Yukong was injured by Zichen in one blow, and his face was full of shock. Wang! At this moment, the void trembled, and a spirit weapon appeared. It carried endless power and attacked Zichen. Light flashed between heaven and earth, and the spirit weapon came with extreme speed, emitting a piercing killing intent. Like a ray of light, it pierced towards Zichen's forehead. Swoosh! In front of Zichen, with a flash of brilliance, a dazzling golden longsword appeared. This was also a spirit weapon. Back then, after Su Long had added in the diamond stone, he had specially refined it. Its quality was very high, and it was abnormally sharp. Crack! Under his spiritual sense, the golden spirit weapon turned into a streak of golden lightning and rushed past, directly slashing the spirit weapon that was flying in the air. Yukong's expression changed as he retreated in midair. Blood once again flowed out from his mouth. He did not expect Zichen to be so powerful. After 2 consecutive attacks, he had suffered losses. Swoosh! At this moment, Zichen's powerful spiritual senses swept over. The spirit weapon rushed towards the other party at an extremely fast speed, and a terrifying aura instantly wreaked havoc. The spirit weapon's speed was very fast as it chased after him. No! Yukong exclaimed. His eyes were filled with fear. The energy in his body surged crazily, wanting to block this attack. Pooh! The golden light rushed down, bringing with it a large amount of blood rain. The quality of the spirit weapon was very high, and it was extremely sharp. Yu Tian was instantly split into 2, and all the various methods he used were unable to block this move. Zichen killed the enemy cleanly. Below, the crowd was completely dumbfounded, and their eyes were filled with fear. 3 attacks? In just 3 attacks, he killed a Yu Tian. Zichen's unparalleled combat power shocked the world. Even the Yu Tian was slashed. He stood on the square like a killing god, his eyes cold and emotionless. Whoever wants my keepsake, come up! The crowd was frightened. Who dared to come up? After being swept by Zichen's eyes, they all involuntarily retreated. Humph, no wonder you are so arrogant. So you are relying on your strength. But no matter how strong you are just a small true energy realm. After Zichen finished speaking, a Yu Tian walked out, his eyes cold. Zichen cleanly killed a Yu Tian, and there was still someone who dared to appear. Obviously, he thought that he was extraordinary. The other party appeared, and he was very powerful. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly, "Since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish." The other party stood in the air, but he did not use any combat skills. Instead, a bright light gushed out from between his eyebrows. This was the light of spiritual sense. It was the foundation of the spirit origin realm, and it could kill any true energy realm cultivator. Swoosh! His spiritual sense swept out, and like a flash of lightning, he rushed towards Zichen. This was a spiritual attack, and it was very direct. Few people in the world could withstand it. You want to compete with my spiritual sense? You are courting death. Zichen was not afraid at all, and a golden flash of lightning also rushed out from between his eyebrows, rushing towards the other party's spiritual sense. This was a battle of spiritual senses, and it was very dangerous. If one was not careful, he might become an idiot, or his spiritual sense would be destroyed. Arg! The 2 spiritual senses collided, and the cold man instantly screamed. He felt a sharp pain in between his eyebrows, and he quickly withdrew his powerful spiritual sense as if he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. Your spiritual sense is so strong. The other party's expression changed, and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He looked very scary. He knew that Zichen was extraordinary, and that he could cultivate spiritual sense at the true energy realm, but he never expected that his spiritual sense would be so strong that it could injure him severely. Since he dared to show up, he naturally had the confidence to kill the enemy, but he was still defeated. The other party was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his spiritual sense was damaged. Knowing that he was no match for Yishiwen, he turned around and left. I will send you to hell. Zichen's voice was cold, and his eyes were full of killing intent. His powerful spiritual sense swept out again, and like a flash of lightning, it rushed towards the other party. The cold man screamed again, and his spiritual sense was damaged. Blood gushed out from his 7 orifices. Rumble! As if thunder had exploded in his mind, the terrifying golden spiritual sense ravaged everything, instantly obliterating the other party's spiritual sense. The next moment, the latter fell to the ground, and his vitality was gone. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and he died. Everyone was shocked, and they retreated again as if they were avoiding a snake or a scorpion. Zichen, who was in the true energy realm, killed a flying cultivator with his spiritual sense. Everyone was frightened. Who else? Zichen shouted, and his cold eyes swept across the crowd. Swoosh! At this moment, the void suddenly split open, and a dark figure appeared behind Zichen. There was also a sharp blade, and a cold light flashed as it pierced towards Zichen's forehead. A sure-kill attack from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. Humph! Zichen snorted coldly, and his eyes swept over, dodging to the side. At the same time, his golden fist surged, and he was about to shatter the spiritual weapon. Boom! The sky shook again, and the void split open again. Another dark figure rushed out, holding a sharp blade in his hand, and surrounded Zichen, slashing towards him. The sudden change made everyone's eyes widen in disbelief. They never thought that 2 flying cultivators from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion would appear at this time. Swoosh! Swoosh! Golden light flashed under Zichen's feet, and the 9 lightning flashes appeared. It was like a ray of light, wandering between the 2's sharp attacks. Cold light flashed, and streaks of sharp sword chi appeared. The 2 joined forces, and their attacks formed an inescapable net, determined to kill Zichen. The sky trembled, and a terrifying aura surged. Clang! Clang! During this time, Zichen continuously attacked, and his golden fists landed on the spiritual weapon, causing clanging sounds. Swoosh! In the end, 2 cold lights flashed past Zichen's body, cutting off 2 pieces of his sleeves. Failing to kill, the 2 were very decisive. They hid in the void, and wanted to escape. After all, Zichen's battle strength was there, and they were no match for him in a head-on battle. Where do you think you're going? Zichen shouted, and his voice was like thunder. He controlled the spiritual weapon, and it turned into a golden lightning, slashing forward. On the other hand, he held his fist and punched out 2 resplendent fist auras. Boom! The sky shook, and a surge of energy rolled. The 2 who had just hidden in the void were once again shaken out by Zichen, and they were in a sorry state. Seeing that they couldn't escape, the 2 held their swords and rushed towards Zichen decisively. Extreme! Zichen's hand formed a seal, and a glaring golden light appeared, rushing towards the other party, causing a loud sound. Extreme Yang! Soon, Zichen struck out with Extreme Yang again. This was an extremely terrifying technique, and it had unimaginable power. Once cultivated to the limit, this attack could split the heaven and earth. The 2 powerful techniques struck out with extreme energy were extremely terrifying. When such an attack landed, the black figure in the sky suddenly trembled, and then his body fell straight to the ground. During this period of time, his spirit weapon and his body were all torn apart, falling from the sky. Puff! At the same time, Zichen's powerful spiritual sense controlled the spiritual weapon to destroy everything. After more than 10 lightning-like exchanges, the other Zutian was also killed, and endless blood rained down. This was an extremely terrifying scene. The two Zutians were killed by Zichen even when they joined forces. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their hearts trembled. At this moment, Zichen was like a murderous demon. His gaze was cold and emotionless. Everyone's hearts turned cold, and they didn't dare to clamor. They had been relying on the fact that Zichen didn't dare to kill them. That was because there were too many wandering cultivators. Just Yongqi City alone had tens of thousands of them. But now, Zichen clearly didn't care. No one dared to say anything, and no one dared to condemn Zichen. In the martial heaven continent, the strong were respected. This was the law of survival. At this moment, it was vividly displayed. What treasure pills! What pill weapons! What keepsake! You had to be alive to get them. Zichen had attacked a wandering cultivator. Both sides had completely fallen out. At this moment, many people were panicking. If Zichen really didn't bring them along, they would be finished. Is there anyone else? Zichen's voice was ice-cold. He was like a killing god standing in the plaza. The wandering cultivators had long since been scared out of their wits. The stronger ones had long since understood everything. Naturally, they wouldn't attack. Those who dared to attack now were the major powers that had enmity with Zichen. How domineering! If you don't want to bring wandering cultivators, then just say it. Since you're killing people here, let's meet you. Boom! The void trembled, and 4 terrifying auras appeared. They were 4 Zukians. Although they were all at the early stage of the Zukians, their combined strength couldn't be underestimated. The auras of the 4 of them seemed to have merged into one, stirring up space. Ripples spread out, and a terrifying pressure descended. Everyone was shocked. The 4 Zukians had joined forces. They clearly knew some joint attacks. This was already beyond the scope of wandering cultivators. Only major powers could nurture them. Humph! Zichen coldly snorted. His body shone with a golden light as if he was wearing a layer of golden armor. His chi and blood surged, and his perfect body provided endless energy. The ground suddenly trembled. Zichen soared into the air, waving his fists. With a large amount of golden light, he charged toward one of the Zukians. What is he doing? He's taking the initiative to kill the 4 Zukians. Chapter 359. 4 figures appeared in midair. Zichen's body shone with golden light as he took the initiative to attack, causing everyone's expression to change. However, those who knew were relieved. This was a joint attack technique. If one wanted to break it, they had to attack first. The 4 figures ambushed Zichen. Not only was the latter not afraid, he even charged forward. Under his perfect form, Zichen directly flew hundreds of meters and attacked one of them. Boom! The heaven and earth trembled as the void trembled. One of the figures was sent flying by Zichen, coughing up blood. He took the initiative to attack, gaining the upper hand by a show of strength. He broke the joint attack technique in one strike, surprising everyone. Clang! 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 At the same time, 3 spirit weapons appeared, carrying endless killing intent. They landed on Zichen's body, but one was missing. The joint attack technique was not complete. It was only a slightly stronger attack, but it did not break through his defense. It exploded with clanging sounds and countless sparks. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Just how strong was Zichen's constitution? Even the spirit weapons could not break through his defense. Bang! As if it was unstoppable, Zichen punched out. Golden light flashed, instantly shattering a spirit weapon. The fragments danced in the air like hidden weapons, shooting in all directions. Miserable cries rang out as cultivators fell to the ground one after another. Pa! Zichen punched out again. Like lightning, another spirit weapon was shattered, turning into cold light that shot in all directions. Another wave of miserable cries rang out. Swoosh! The last spirit weapon was controlled by Zichen's will. It was cut in two and fell from the sky, sinking into the ground. All of this happened very quickly, like a flash of lightning. Without the spirit weapon, the combined attack technique completely collapsed. Boom! During this time, Zichen fought fiercely with 3 people, erupting with sounds of explosions. He fought 1 against 3 without showing any signs of defeat. His battle strength surged, and golden light dyed the horizon. Pfft, blood splattered. When the 4th person rushed up, another was sent flying. The joint attack could not be formed. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Zichen was like an ape, constantly leaping and attacking Yukong. Every time they exchanged blows, Yukong would be sent flying. The 4 of them had originally planned to launch a joint attack in the air, but at this moment, Zichen had forcefully destroyed their advantage. Zichen had been through 9 thunder tribulations along the way. Every single time, he had been on the brink of death. Using the heavenly thunder to refine his body, he had undergone metamorphosis after metamorphosis. Right now, fighting against 4 zephyrs was a piece of cake. Pooh! In the sky, blood rained down. After fighting for such a long time, the 4 sky warriors were coughing up blood, but the joint attack still hadn't appeared. On the other hand, Zichen didn't seem to be panting at all. He kept leaping into the sky, jumping hundreds of meters high and launching powerful attacks. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zichen was too powerful. His battle prowess was unparalleled, capable of obliterating everything. The blood on Yukong's body had already turned into a rain of blood. On the other hand, Yukong's body was shining with a golden light, without any injuries. Green Peak Seal! Zichen yelled as a seal appeared in his hand. The sky shook as a huge golden seal appeared, carrying a mountain-like aura. Runes flowed on its surface as it smashed towards one of the sky warriors. Boom! Yukong was smashed away, coughing up blood. The joint attack they had just formed was broken again. The 4 of them were helpless. Although they had powerful attacking skills, they couldn't use them. Green Peak Cut! A rain of blood splattered everywhere as a golden blade flashed past, almost chopping off half of Yu's body. The sharp blade slashed across his shoulder armor, and fresh red blood appeared. This was an extremely shocking scene. Zichen, with his true essence 9th sky strength, had actually blocked the attacks of 4 early sky warriors. His battle prowess was simply unbelievable. Spiritual thought combination attack, kill him! The 4 of them were all injured. If this continued, they would definitely die. At this moment, they were determined to use their spiritual thought combination attack. Everyone's spiritual thought was different. It was impossible to combine them, even if it was a joint attack. If they tried to combine them forcefully, even with the help of secret arts, they would still be injured and need a long time to recover. But at this moment, the 4 obviously couldn't care less. Buzz! The void trembled as 4 spiritual thoughts appeared. Like 4 lightning bolts, they fused in the air and turned into a dazzling light. The light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. This was the combination of spiritual thoughts, which had incredible power. The moment it appeared, the faces of the sky warriors changed. Then, the dazzling light flew towards Zichen. Swoosh! Between Zichen's eyebrows, golden light shone. His powerful spiritual thoughts also rushed out and collided with the dazzling light. This was a silent collision, but it was very dangerous. Zichen's body trembled as he felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. His spiritual thoughts were injured. Along the way, Zichen's spiritual thoughts had also been baptized by the thunder calamity. It had undergone many transformations and was very powerful. At this moment, the 4 sky warriors joined forces and combined their spiritual thoughts, but they still couldn't suppress him. Swoosh! The dazzling light trembled in the air and was almost separated. The 4 sky warriors all shouted. Zichen's powerful spiritual thoughts were beyond their imagination. The 4 of them joined forces, and the dazzling light flashed again. 4 into 1, like a dazzling lightning bolt, rushed towards Zichen. Open for me! Zichen roared. The spiritual thoughts between his eyebrows came out of his body and dyed the boundless golden light. Another silent collision. Zichen retreated more than 10 meters. His face became pale. The golden spiritual thoughts rushed back, causing his mind to buzz and tremble. Looking at the sky again, the dazzling light was divided into 4 and turned back. The 4 sky warriors screamed, bleeding from their 7 orifices. How is it possible? The fusion of the spiritual thoughts of the combined attack technique increases the power by several times. But it was blocked by Zichen. Is he really only in the true energy realm? Why is his spiritual thoughts so powerful? Everyone's face changed. Zichen's spiritual thoughts were beyond imagination. The 4 sky warriors couldn't suppress it. Extreme Yang! Zichen roared. His eyes were full of killing intent. A blazing golden light rushed out and rushed into the sky. Puff! Wherever the golden light passed, there was a murderous aura. Endless blood spilled. The injured sky warriors couldn't resist the powerful blow. The sky warriors were split in half, and their bodies fell from the sky. Extreme! The golden light flashed again. It was still the ultimate energy, but the aura became completely different. Another sky warrior was cut down, and blood rained down. 2 of the 4 sky warriors were cut down in the blink of an eye. The other 2 were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Their spiritual thoughts and body and mind were seriously injured. At this moment, they couldn't run even if they wanted to. Boom! The aura rolled, and a huge mountain-like seal appeared. It was flowing with golden light. The runes on the surface flashed and fell down. The seal could destroy everything. It was the killing technique of Inxia City, and its power was unparalleled. Boom! The seal was like a mountain, and its aura was terrifying. It could destroy everything. The heavily injured sky warriors were instantly smashed into pieces, turning into a pile of flesh and blood and falling from the sky. Zichen was extremely powerful. He killed several sky warriors. Everyone was scared. At this moment, only one of the 4 sky warriors was left. Swoosh! But this person didn't live for long. A golden light slashed down and split the sky warriors in half, killing them on the spot. It was Zichen's golden spiritual weapon. It was indestructible, and of high quality. The 4 sky warriors who knew the art of joint attack were killed. No one was left alive. The surroundings were dead silent. No one said a word. One by one, they looked at Zichen in horror. He was like a murderous demon, standing on the spot. It made people's hearts tremble, and the soles of their feet cold. The inborn experts who were clamoring before were even trembling. Is there anyone else who thinks that the token is not worthy of being in my hands? Zichen's voice was cold. His cold eyes swept around. Everyone lowered their heads. No one dared to look at Zichen. Those bloody corpses were a lesson. And each of them was strong. They were all sky warriors. No one wants to take your token. We just want you to hand it over and let a reputable rogue cultivator keep it. At this moment, a voice sounded. Swoosh! Zichen's cold eyes glanced over. Then, he pointed with one hand. A golden sword she appeared and pierced through the man's forehead. This is mine. Why should I let others keep it? If you don't believe me, why should I believe you? Zichen explained coldly. And the person who spoke was already dead. Everyone's heart trembled and no longer spoke. Just like how you don't trust us, we don't trust you either. However, this senior loose cultivator of virtue and prestige was jointly elected by all of us loose cultivators. His character is guaranteed. An illusory voice rang out. It was sometimes left and sometimes right, and it resounded through the square. It was hard to fathom. Zichen flew up. His eyes flashed coldly. A golden sword she fell to the crowd. In the next moment, a true energy realm cultivator fell to the ground. I've said it before. This is mine. Those who don't believe me can leave. Zichen's eyes swept across the crowd. And I'll emphasize again. This is mine. Only I can distribute it. If anyone wants to interfere, show me your strength. Zichen, you're really overbearing. We're telling the truth. We're not from any big force. Are you going to kill people who speak the truth? With a flash of golden light, the man died. Zichen said coldly, I'll kill anyone who speaks, no matter what they say. If you want to say that I'm overbearing, then I'll be overbearing for once. Zichen glanced at everyone and said, From now on, if anyone says another word and helps me distribute the token, I'll enter the Saint Burial Ground with the big forces. As for you guys, you're not related to me. You can go wherever you want. These threatening words caused everyone's expression to change greatly. Too overbearing. That was what everyone thought, but no one dared to say it. You're so overbearing. A voice sounded in the crowd, making everyone's expression change. Zichen killed the man and said coldly, Those who still speak now obviously have ulterior motives. You don't want to let all of you go. Next, if I hear another word of nonsense, don't even think about sharing the token with me. You. A voice sounded in the crowd, but it was quickly suppressed. Many rogue cultivators rushed up. You're King trying to kill us. You really have ulterior motives. Many rogue cultivators attacked. It was like a sea of people, drowning the man in an instant. Zichen, you? Another voice rang out, but it was suppressed once again. Many rogue cultivators attacked viciously, directly going for the kill. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 people were killed. The rogue cultivators went crazy. Obviously, they knew that they were being used. It was related to their future. Their eyes were red, and their killing intent was monstrous. The instigator of the big forces was finally suppressed, and no longer spoke. Overbearing indeed. Chapter 360. Someone else spoke, and all the rogue cultivators' expressions changed. But then, a terrifying aura appeared, covering the sky and the earth with terrifying pressure, making people tremble. It was a powerful aura, far stronger than the ordinary Zephyr realm. It swept across the entire square, making people afraid to breathe. Kid, you're really domineering. An old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles stared at Zichen with a pair of deep eyes that were like divine lamps. This is... Seeing the old man, everyone's expression changed. Senior Jungnan. It's him, the respected old man elected by the rogue cultivators, Senior Jungnan. All the rogue cultivators recognized the old man, and their expressions became respectful without any dissatisfaction. Jingnan was a genius among the rogue cultivators. He was talented and outstanding, and he was one of the best among the rogue cultivators. Without any resources, he broke through to the Zephyr realm, and his combat strength was very strong. On the day he broke through to the Zephyr realm, he refused the invitation of the major forces. He was a carefree rogue cultivator, and was very famous in this area. A few years ago, he broke through to the late stage of the Zephyr realm. His combat strength was very terrifying, and it was said that he was second only to those who were at the peak of the Zephyr realm in the major forces. He was highly respected and lived a carefree life. He never made enemies with anyone. In this token incident, some rogue cultivators even came to him and asked him to take the token to the Saint Burial Ground. Senior Jingnan can't stand it anymore, so he's coming to uphold justice. Only someone like Senior Jingnan can suppress Zichen. Zichen is too domineering. He even killed people who told the truth. Everyone whispered, looking at Senior Jingnan with hope in their eyes, hoping that he would come out and uphold justice. Domineering. Zichen sneered. The discussion around let him know the origin of the old man, and there was only disdain in his heart. Carefree and respected? In Zichen's view, all of this was a disguise. If he was really carefree, he wouldn't have shown up today and said that he was domineering. If he didn't want the token himself, then he must have been ordered by a major force. The token was extraordinary and was of great importance. It was far from something a rogue cultivator could get involved with. Zichen believed in the latter. This sanctimonious old man must have been sent by a major power. These are my things. Why should I let them distribute them? What's so overbearing about it? Zichen asked coldly. He was not afraid of the elder who was in the late stage of the Zephyr realm. What arrogant words! So young yet doing such a tragic thing. Today, blood has already flowed like a river and many experts have died. You still don't want to say that you are overbearing? Senior Jiangnan questioned. In front of him was a miserable scene. Broken limbs, badly mangled flesh. If I don't kill them, they'll kill me. Can't you see that? You're a senior of virtue and prestige, yet you're siding with one side right from the start. It makes me very suspicious of your intentions. Zichen questioned. In his heart, he had long since classified this old man as one of the major powers. Bastard, you still dare to quibble? Could it be that they also deserved to die? They also wanted to kill you. The old man pointed at the corpses on the ground and said, They're only in the true energy boundary. Could it be that they also have the strength to kill you? Could it be that they also want to take your life? They don't have the strength to kill me, but they are so aggressive and want me to hand over the token. Why? I, Zichen, used my life to exchange for the token. When I was in the true energy boundary, I was hunted down by the Zephyr realm and narrowly escaped death. Why should they distribute it? What a sharp-tongued little guy. You killed so many people in such a tragic manner. You treat human lives like dirt, yet you still speak with conviction. The old man sneered. He did not mention the token at all. Every time Zichen raised his chi, he would avoid it. Ha ha. Zichen was so angry that he laughed and said, As expected of a senior of virtue and prestige, you have a compassionate heart and care for the common people of the world. Very good. Senior, can you hand over your spirit weapon and spatial spirit world to me for safekeeping? That's something Senior spent his entire life to obtain. Why should he hand it over to you? Someone snorted and spoke at the right time. Jiangnan did not speak. His face was somewhat gloomy. He could already see that this brat was very difficult to deal with. What a good spent his entire life to obtain it. Then my token, was it blown by the wind? When I was in the true energy boundary, I was hunted down by the Zephyr realm. Mine was also exchanged with my life. You are twisting words and forcing logic. We only asked you to hand over the token. We never said that we wanted it from you. Haha, then I am also helping Senior Jiangnan to safeguard his wealth. I never said that I wanted it from you. You are pestering us endlessly. Someone angrily rebuked. Why is it that when the same thing comes out of your mouth, it is reasonable? What you say is reasonable, but when it comes to me, it is pestering us endlessly. Zichen retorted. The token is my thing. Sharing it with you is my magnanimity. Why should I hand it over to you? I think you are asking for a yard after taking an inch. Why should we believe you? What if you are just being perfunctory? Then why should I believe that you are a true loose cultivator and not someone from a big power? Or perhaps, you have received benefits from a big power. You are insulting us, insulting Senior Jiangnan. There was a big power that tried to invite him, but he didn't join. Zichen sneered. Oh, is that so? Then which power is it? The Wang family, the Lu family, or the Qin family? It is not those three. It is the Tsang and Li families. They are not weaker than them. Everyone knows that I have a grudge with the Tsang and Li families. Can you guarantee that he did not join a big power a long time ago? Today, he is only here to steal my token. Zichen asked. No one spoke again. Some of the people who had spoken just now had cold smiles on their faces. Good. Jiangnan had not spoken for a long time, but now he said, Boy, I, Jiangnan, am upright and righteous. How can I allow you to insult my reputation? Today, let's not talk about the token. This old man wants to get justice for himself. That's right. Zichen insulted Senior like this. It is disrespectful and must be severely punished. A mere token is nothing. How can it compare to Senior's reputation? You insulted Senior like this. Why don't you come over and kowtow and apologize? Kneel down and apologize to Senior. Many people spoke aggressively. With Jiangnan's support, they had no scruples. Haha, You want me to kneel down and kowtow and apologize? How arrogant. Do you want me to respectfully hand over the token as an apology? Zichen laughed. If you sincerely apologize, it is not impossible. Someone next to him joked. Swoosh. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. A golden lightning bolt appeared between his eyebrows and rushed toward the person who spoke. Wherever his spiritual sense passed, everything was destroyed. The other party's pupils shrank and his vitality dissipated. He fell backward. Everyone's expression changed. They never thought that Zichen would dare to kill without any scruples when Senior Jingnan was here. Moreover, it was a spiritual sense attack. It was very fast and killed the enemy in an instant. Jingnan could not block it even if he wanted to. You. The old man's face was very ugly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. You are so cruel. Just because of a disagreement you want to kill. You old bastard, stop pretending. The killing intent in your eyes has already explained everything. If you want to snatch the token, then do it quickly so that I can send you on your way. Zichen's voice was icy cold, and a trace of ridicule flashed on the corners of his mouth. He had completely shed all pretenses. Zichen's action caused an uproar. They were all shocked. They did not know where Zichen's confidence came from. He dared to challenge Senior Jingnan like this. Could it be that his battle strength has already reached the late stage of the Imperial Sky Realm? Impossible. He is only at the 9th level of the True Essence Realm. Even if he has unparalleled battle strength, it is impossible for him to fight across several levels. Everyone's expression changed. They felt that it was unbelievable. On the other hand, Jingnan was furious to the extreme. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. Zichen had succeeded in infuriating him. Everything was developing as expected. Senior, please take action and kill this arrogant brat. Senior, please punish the evil. Senior, please take action and kill Zichen. More people spoke. They were very respectful to Jingnan, but when they saw Zichen, their eyes flashed coldly as if Zichen was an unpardonable evil. Zichen glanced at the crowd, expressionless. Since that's the case, then this old man will kill him. This child is truly cruel. If he is allowed to continue growing, the people will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. Jingnan put on a sorrowful and pitiful appearance. Everyone spoke again, begging him to kill. Okay. Jingnan nodded. In the next moment, Jingnan's aura changed. Boundless energy filled the world. His cold eyes were extremely sharp, and a terrifying killing intent filled the air. Earlier, he still had an expression that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind, like an expert that was free from worldly affairs and didn't care about the affairs of the world. But in the next moment, his figure instead became extremely imposing, and his entire body surged with monstrous killing intent that locked onto Zichen. Die! His eyes were full of killing intent. He roared and was about to attack. Between heaven and earth, crazy energy surged, bringing with it a destructive aura. Old bastard, a lackey of a big faction. I think the one who will die is you. Zichen also roared, but he was the first to attack. Rumble! The sky trembled, and thunder rumbled. A lightning dragon rushed out from between Zichen's eyebrows, bringing with it an extremely terrifying aura. The void collapsed silently, and the lightning dragon instantly grew to hundreds of meters. Its body twisted, and lightning flickered as it charged toward Jingnan. Jingnan's expression changed when the lightning dragon appeared. However, at this moment, there were cries of alarm from the crowd. This is Zichen's trump card. Back then, there were over a dozen lightning bolts that even injured a sovereign. I didn't expect Zichen to have more. It's too terrifying. That lightning strike caused a sovereign's blood to rain from the sky. Just as the cries of alarm, Jingnan let out a loud shout, his voice full of horror. This was something he did not expect. The person who promised him benefits that day clearly said that Zichen had no more trump cards, and his combat strength was at most comparable to the early stage of the Zephyr realm. But now, everything was beyond imagination. Buzz! Chapter 361. The spirit weapon appeared, blooming with brilliance. Endless power was displayed, and its aura was overwhelming. Even so, Zheng Nan was not confident. The power of the lightning was too strong. He had heard that it could injure a master. Boom! The aura around his body was completely berserk. Endless yuan power surged, and he struck out a powerful attack. It was like a monstrous wave surging in the sky, turning into a sky-covering palm print. Zheng Nan attacked with all his strength. He did not dare to hold back. His eyes were filled with fear, and his heart was filled with regret. If he knew that Zichen still had a trump card, he would not have come here. Knowing that what was about to happen would be an earth-shattering collision, the surrounding people quickly retreated, but their eyes were fixed on the sky. Boom! Wherever the lightning dragon passed, its aura would surge, and the sky would shatter silently. Dazzling silver light bloomed, causing everyone to be absent-minded. Kacha! The spirit weapon that was dozens of meters long shattered upon contact, and its endless power disappeared. It was shaken slightly by the lightning dragon, and turned into ashes. Everyone was shocked. Once the lightning dragon appeared, it was unstoppable. Even a master would have to retreat. Zheng Nan was in danger. At the same time, the lightning dragon moved forward, shaking the space. Large cracks appeared, clashing with the sky-covering palm print, causing a loud explosion. Boom! At this moment, the sky was trembling, the earth was shaking, and Yongqi's city was shaking. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Everyone was terrified. Layers of light appeared from below, rippling with endless ripples, blocking the entrance of the Lu family. At the bottom of the square, rays of light also circulated, dissolving the aura of the collision. The powerful collision sound made people deaf, and they could not react for a long time. Puff! The lightning dragon disappeared, and the monstrous energy dissipated. The huge crack in the sky slowly disappeared. In everyone's eyes, the invincible senior Jingnan coughed out blood and fell from the sky. Blood rained down, and it was incomparably scarlet. He was already heavily injured, and his robe was tattered. Above his head, black smoke was rising, and his white hair was charred black. His body was damaged in many places, and it was charred black. His body fell to the ground, constantly spasming. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed greatly. They were incomparably shocked. It was unknown whether they were shocked by the old man's powerful battle prowess or by the terrifying lightning dragon. Among the crowd, the people who had been shouting because of the old man's prestige were now pale. They wanted to retreat, but they found that their legs were trembling and they couldn't move a single step. You! The old man stared at Zichen in shock. But before he could say anything, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, which fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear, and his heart was filled with regret. Back then, a bolt of lightning had injured a Grand Master. The fact that the old man didn't die even after taking a hit showed that he was quite strong. Zichen was very surprised. However, Jingnan was already seriously injured. His spiritual sense and body were both damaged. Before he could say a word, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. Zichen stood motionless, his eyes cold and emotionless. "Didn't you want to kill me? Come on then," said Zichen coldly. A powerful aura lay dormant between his eyebrows, ready to appear at any moment. That was another bolt of lightning. Zheng Nan was in despair. His opponent had more than one bolt of lightning. Once he used it, he would definitely die. It wasn't easy to cultivate all the way to the late stage of the Zephyr realm. He didn't want to die like this, especially in the hands of a little guy at the ninth sky of true essence. His reputation was ruined, and Zichen was the one who helped him. The surroundings were silent. No cultivators dared to speak. They were all frightened. If Zichen's previous killing was shocking and terrifying, then the silver light between his eyebrows now scared everyone. No one dared to speak, including some of the hidden Zephyr realm cultivators in the square. Zichen walked toward Jingnan. His aura surged like an ancient giant, and the square trembled when he took a step. Silver light flashed between his eyebrows, and a terrifying bolt of lightning was dormant. Jingnan's face turned pale as if he had stepped on his heart. His heart beat with the step, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. He said in horror, "It's a misunderstanding. Little friend, this is a misunderstanding. It wasn't easy to get to where he was today. He didn't want to die." Zichen didn't say a word. He walked forward step by step, giving people a lot of pressure. Especially the silver light between his eyebrows, which shocked everyone. According to the plan, someone would make a move, but the dormant silver light between Zichen's eyebrows destroyed all the plans. "Zichen, it's really a misunderstanding. They recommended me. Otherwise, I would still be in seclusion and wouldn't know about this," Jingnan explained in horror. "I don't know what the token is at all, and I don't plan to take care of it. They were the ones who took the initiative to find me. Please, please let me go." Jingnan's words were trembling. In order to live, he didn't care about anything. He begged for mercy in horror. He was very embarrassed, and he no longer looked like a judge. "Who are they?" Zichen asked coldly. "It's those rogue cultivators. They were the ones who found me and insisted that I take care of the token." "Then you agreed?" Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. "No, I didn't agree before. I flatly refused. They were the ones who begged me, so I agreed." In order to survive, Jingnan didn't care about anything and directly offended the rogue cultivators. In his opinion, the rogue cultivators were just a group of people with no temperament. It was fine to offend them, but he couldn't offend the big forces. Otherwise, if Zichen let him go, he wouldn't be able to live. All the rogue cultivators heard this, and their eyes dimmed. This was the respected senior they had chosen. Now, he actually said this to them. They were prepared to let him do justice. At this moment, everyone regretted. They sympathized with Jingnan before, but now they didn't have any expression. "You're still not telling the truth." Zichen stopped a few dozen meters away from Jingnan, his eyes flashing coldly. No, I'm telling the truth. They were the ones who begged me. Otherwise, I would still be in seclusion. They said that I was in charge of the token and decided to stop you from entering the Saint Burial Ground. They didn't want you to get the treasure," Jingnan said in horror. Everyone was in an uproar. So there was such a thing, but they obviously didn't know. They just wanted to enter the Saint Burial Ground to seek an opportunity. Their approach might be extreme, but they definitely didn't have bad intentions. As for not letting Zichen in, they didn't even think about it. After hearing Jingnan's words, if the crowd still didn't understand, then they would really be fools. They had all been used by others. What virtue and prestige? What carefree crane? Everything was a lie. "Who are they?" Zichen asked again. "They're the rogue cultivators who came looking for me. There were so many of them that I can't remember," Jingnan said in horror, but his eyes were fixed on Zichen. Zichen stood in place and didn't continue to move forward. This was a safe distance. A powerful aura appeared between his eyebrows, proving its existence. Zichen sneered. "Even now, you still won't tell the truth. Now I'll send you on your way." The aura between Zichen's eyebrows became even more terrifying. Lightning could appear at any moment. I'll talk. It's not a rogue cultivator," Jingnan cried out in horror, but his voice was very low. "Who is it?" Zichen took a step forward. "Yes." Jingnan's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. "Die." His expression instantly became sinister. Then he urged all his spiritual sense to attack Zichen. Boom! But before his spiritual sense could appear, he saw a blinding silver light appear in front of him. It was a lightning dragon with a terrifying aura. Zichen was once again a step faster than him. As soon as he took a step forward, he attacked. Furthermore, it was a lightning-fast attack. He didn't use his own body to attack. Zichen didn't care who it was. He already knew who it was. Naturally, it was a major force that had a grudge with him. They didn't want him to go, so they came up with such a move. Unfortunately, they miscalculated again. The token was extraordinary. Zichen couldn't casually hand it over, even if he had to face the saliva of so many rogue cultivators. He didn't want something that didn't belong to him. But if it belonged to him, no one could take it away. The major forces underestimated Zichen, or perhaps they didn't understand Zichen at all. The spiritual sense that Jingnan had just sent out was shattered by the lightning in the next moment. At the same time, the lightning struck Jingnan's body. Didn't we agree? Hurry up and save me. Jingnan was terrified and let out a dying cry. Boom! Then the lightning dragon exploded, and a terrifying energy swept across the square. This was an extremely terrifying scene. At this moment, the lightning dragon exploded, and the entire square was about to be destroyed. No! Run! Everyone screamed in horror and turned to run into the distance. They were all incomparably panicked and scrambled to be first. Scram! Scram! Don't block the way! All the rogue cultivators went crazy. As they fled, they attacked. They naturally knew how terrifying the lightning dragon was. It could even severely injure a master. Now that it had exploded in the plaza, the destruction it would cause was unimaginable. Perhaps the entire plaza, or even half of Yongqi City, would be sunk. There were tens of thousands of rogue cultivators. They chased each other, trampling each other, until they finally reached the edge of the square. Buzz! But as soon as they reached the edge of the square, rays of light appeared. Then a resplendent light barrier appeared, enveloping the entire square. Bang! Bang! Everyone was fleeing in panic and didn't notice this scene. They turned and slammed into the light barrier, only to be bounced back in the next moment. The light barrier's defense was unimaginable. Break! Break! Someone shouted and sent out a powerful attack, but it only caused ripples. All the energy was dissolved by the light barrier. No one was able to break the light barrier. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of energy attacks were sent out, but they still couldn't break the light barrier. Everyone despaired. A light barrier had trapped them. This was killing them. No, don't kill us! Open the light barrier! We don't want to die! Everyone screamed in horror. Despairing and mournful voices rang out. Chapter 362. The destructive aura rippled in the square. Everyone was running for their lives, but a light shield appeared in the square. It had a strong defensive power, blocking everyone. Everyone was in despair. Panic was spreading, and screams could be heard. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort rang out, shaking everyone's hearts. It was as if they had suffered a heavy blow. A strong and powerful aura appeared, sweeping across the entire Yongqi city. The terrifying pressure made everyone tremble. Many people fell to the ground. Then, the energy of heaven and earth exploded. The spiritual qi of the entire Yongqi city gathered in the square, forming a huge hand that covered the sky. It was as big as the square, and it was circulating with a terrifying aura. The gigantic hand fell from the sky, causing the sky to explode. Cracks spread out. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The gigantic hand grabbed the violent thunderbolt and dragged it towards the sky. Boom! The energy exploded in the sky, and a huge black hole appeared. The space was like a mirror, shattering piece by piece. The energy was completely violent, and the rumbling of thunder was deafening. The entire Yongqi city was shaking, as if it was going to split open. Many people fell to the ground. Below, all the rogue cultivators stopped attacking the light shield. They raised their heads and looked at the sky in shock. They looked at the terrifying energy fluctuation until the energy slowly dissipated. The shattered space slowly healed. As for Jingnan, he was in the late stage of the Imperial Sky Realm. He had already been struck by the lightning. It was too shocking. The huge energy hand directly grabbed the violent lightning energy and rushed to the sky, resolving the disaster. Such a method was shocking. It was definitely the ancestor of the Lu clan. The energy dissipated in the sky. Below, the light shield on the square was still there. It was shining brightly, blocking tens of thousands of rogue cultivators. Zichen stood in the middle of the square. His eyes were cold, and he looked at the crowd. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Some people were shocked, and they felt that something was wrong. They wanted to leave as soon as possible. Zheng Nan was dead. This matter was obviously over. There was nothing left. What's going on? The energy dissipated, but why is the light shield not gone? That's right. Why is it blocking us? Open the light shield. We want to leave. Quite a few people began to cry out. They had ulterior motives and wanted to leave in a hurry. Meanwhile, the others were looking at the light barrier with doubtful expressions. You people with ulterior motives, don't even think about leaving today. A cold voice rang out. Zichen turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the crowd. There were tens of thousands of rogue cultivators, but Zichen rushed in without any hesitation. Pooh! Two of his fingers formed a sword, releasing a streak of cold light. Golden radiance flickered, and a black-clothed individual was pierced between his brows. He fell backwards, blood flowing everywhere. Bang! His palm descended. Golden light shone brilliantly, obliterating everything. One person was blasted until his flesh was badly mangled, dying a violent death. Dong! His fist descended, and it was as if a heavy hammer struck down. Heaven and earth trembled, and a person's head was smashed apart, scattering in all directions. Swoosh! Light flickered, and golden light descended. A cultivator was cleaved in two by the sharp blade, dying in a miserable manner. His eyes were still filled with shock. It was as if Zichen had entered an uninhabited land. His entire body shone with golden light as he rushed into the crowd, slaughtering everything in his path. No one could stop him. Ah, help! Zichen wants to kill everyone. He's a demon! All kinds of terrified voices rang out as lives fell one after another. Kill him! Kill this demon! During this time, some cultivators came out in public. Their auras surged around them as they tried to kill Zichen, but it was useless. They couldn't even break through his defense if he didn't fly out. Pooh! Golden sword chi cut through everything. No one could stop it. Zichen was like a demon, holding a golden sword in his hand. Drops of blood dripped from the tip of the sword. Blood flowed, and broken limbs flew everywhere. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This was a bloody scene that made people's hearts tremble. Zichen's killing spree had reached the point of madness. His eyes were bloodshot. Wherever he passed, corpses would fall one after another. He had already remembered these people and locked onto them with his spiritual sense. At this moment, he didn't need to deliberately look for them. He knew them with a sweep of his spiritual sense. In addition, some people secretly transmitted messages to some people from the major forces. Zichen was holding a bloody sword and killing everything. Zichen is a demon. He's crazy. He wants to kill everyone here. Everyone attack him together. Everyone, do your best to punish the evil and return peace to the world. Zichen has lost his mind. He's completely crazy. Everyone do your best. Many people shouted in horror. Zichen's eyes were red. It was as if he was killing everyone he saw. He was like a demon, but an invincible one. Many people shouted, but more people didn't move. Everyone looked on coldly with indifferent expressions. They were frightened before, but then they came to their senses. Zichen seemed to have gone crazy, but he didn't kill innocent people. These people who died were all those who refuted Zichen before. They were with Xingnan and were obviously from the major forces. Such a person deserved to die. Zichen has gone crazy. He's killing us now. Next, he'll kill you. If you don't do anything now, you'll end up worse than us in the future. The colder you are to us today, the more ruthless Zichen will be to you in the future. Today is the best chance to get rid of Zichen. Everyone do your best. For the token, for the elixir, we'll fight with him. At worst, we'll die. But if we succeed, we can fight for a lifetime of prosperity. Screams continued to sound. No matter how nice their words were, no one was tempted. Everyone looked on coldly. No one was willing to interfere. But they couldn't do anything. Zichen's combat strength was unparalleled. The energy in his body was endless and almost never depleted. He could even fight to the death by flying. Who would dare to do anything? At this moment, Zichen was invincible. No one could kill him. Boom! The surging energy rolled. Zichen hit someone, but he didn't kill the enemy. The enemy flew backward and coughed up blood. Flying. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. The golden sword in his hand began to tremble. The next moment, it flew out on its own and turned into a giant sword, showing its supreme power. Clang! Clang! Flying's face turned pale. He controlled the spirit weapon and tried his best to resist. But after blocking a few attacks, the spirit weapon was shattered. The next moment, Flying's body was split into two by the spirit weapon. His body fell from the sky. Everyone trembled. Two words came out in their hearts. Invincible. But in the eyes of the cultivators of the major forces, Zichen was an invincible demon. On this day, the martial arts field outside the Liu family, which was the huge square, was covered in blood and bones. A strong blood chi soared into the sky and didn't dissipate. Everyone was trembling with fear. Zichen killed crazily. No one knew how many people he had killed. On this day, the major forces suffered heavy losses. 7 days later, we will go to the Saint burial ground. After the killing, Zichen's body was not stained with blood. His body was shining with golden light. The red light in his red eyes dissipated and returned to normal. Then, he said calmly and walked into the gate of the Liu family. Buzz. The light trembled and the light shield dispersed. The rich blood chi that gathered was incomparably red and soared into the sky. Everyone's heart turned cold as they watched Zichen enter the Liu family. Looking at the mountain of bones on the ground, everyone was speechless. Some people couldn't help but retch. It was too terrifying. In one day, Zichen killed at the gate of the Liu family. Blood flowed like a river and corpses were lying on the square. It was simply a hell on earth. It caused another shock. The thick blood chi didn't dissipate for a few days. It condensed in the sky like the crying of ghosts. Everyone was trembling with fear. The spectators of that battle were all scared out of their wits. Quite a few of them even vomited bile out of their mouths. Zichen was ruthless. Like a demon out of hell, he killed all the people of the major forces. He killed people with one sentence without frowning. It was true that he killed one in 10 steps. Not a drop of blood stained his clothes. Even the Zephyr warriors were easily killed. Zichen was invincible. As everyone said, every time Zichen appeared, it would cause a great uproar. After disappearing for 2 years, he appeared again. First, he beat the monsters and purified the land of dead silence. But it didn't take long for another massacre to occur, causing a great uproar. He killed Jingnan, who was highly respected among the rogue cultivators. Once again, he slapped the faces of several major forces. In the battle that day, Zichen killed many people, but except for a few rogue cultivators, almost all of them were from the major forces. This was a conspiracy of the major forces against Zichen. But Zichen broke the trap by killing. Even Jungnan was dead. A late-stage Zephyr realm cultivator was no match for Zichen. No one dared to underestimate Zichen. Although he was not a Zephyr realm cultivator, he had extraordinary combat strength. Just when Zichen was killing people, Zichen said that he would go to the Saint burial ground in 7 days. In an instant, the entire Yongqi city, and even the cultivators in this area, became excited. The Saint burial ground was full of treasures. Elixir weapons were like cabbages. Treasure pills could be seen everywhere. Although it was dangerous, once one came out alive, one would be at the sect master level. This rumor was a little exaggerated. Although most people didn't believe it, it still gave people hope. 7 days was enough for the news to spread everywhere. But at the same time, It was also enough for Zichen to go to the Thunder territory to collect some thunder and lightning as a trump card. This time, he shocked the sect masters and killed a late-stage Zephyr realm cultivator. The thunder and lightning he collected was almost used up. Zichen had to replenish it. This was his only trump card to deter the sect masters so far. When all the thunder and lightning appeared, even the sect masters would have to die. This time, Zichen rode the Rock King provided by the Lu family to the Thunder territory. The speed was very fast. 7 days was enough for a round trip. This was also the reason why he set the time of 7 days. In the Thunder territory, the purple gold gourd was shining brilliantly, swallowing and spitting out illusory light, absorbing the violent thunder and lightning. This was his trump card, so he must be well prepared. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zichen returned on the Rock King. Yongqi City had already gathered quite a number of rogue cultivators. It was a sea of people, forming a black mass. The entire Yongqi City was practically packed with people. The inns, restaurants, and even the farmhouses were all full. Even outside the city, there were countless rogue cultivators gathered. Chapter 363. Almost 70% of the cultivators in this area had come to the Saint Burial Ground. The entire Yongqi City could no longer accommodate them. The city was overcrowded and there were cultivators outside the city as well. Most of them were rogue cultivators. For rogue cultivators, this was a golden age and a great opportunity. The Saint Burial Ground had opened several times over the years, but each time, it was almost always the major forces that secretly entered. Rogue cultivators had never had a share. This time, Zichen, as a rogue cultivator, had obtained a token, which made people excited. Many rogue cultivators were grateful that he had said that he would take them there. That day, the rogue cultivators went berserk and attacked the Lu family because they were completely bewitched by the major forces. After Zichen broke the situation, many rogue cultivators regretted it. If Zichen had really given the token to Jingnan, rogue cultivators would not have a share in this trip to the Saint Burial Ground. Jingnan's reputation was ruined and he was despised by countless rogue cultivators after his death. Zichen's reputation rose and he was thanked by countless rogue cultivators. So many. Zichen was standing on the back of the Pink King. When he saw so many people below, he jumped in fright. Among this many people, most of them were rogue cultivators. Even if all the experts of the various powers were added together, it was still less than a quarter of the rogue cultivators. The number of people was far beyond his imagination. However, as he scanned with his spiritual sense, Zichen was furious. Among these rogue cultivators, there was no lack of true Qi realm and innate realm experts. Aren't they courting death? Zichen retracted his spiritual sense. Almost all the people from the major forces were experts. They were organized and planned, unlike rogue cultivators who did not have any forces. Everything depended on their own will. Even true Qi realm experts had to try their luck. The Saint Burial Ground was known to be the place where a saint fell. It was full of danger. Even if one flew there, one had to be careful. True Qi realm cultivators going there, even if they had a token, was purely courting death. However, they did not seem to feel that it was dangerous. Their faces were full of expectation and they said happily that they would obtain a treasure pill and become masters. Then they would go out with a group of monsters and dominate the southern region. Zichen, it's Zichen. He appeared. The owner of the token has appeared. It is time for us to set off. Bao Dan, I'm here. The Pink King's body was enormous. It blotted out the sky like a black cloud as it drifted over from the horizon. Once it appeared, it immediately caused a commotion. Many people recognized Zichen and cried out in alarm. Then, they became very excited. The agreed time of 7 days was up. It was time to head to the holy burial ground. The crowd became very noisy, cheering, excited, and all kinds of voices could be heard. In the Lu family, everyone was already prepared. Zichen landed, and a group of geniuses came forward. Lu Qin, Lu Bo, Qin Xing, Qin He, Wang Qiong, Wang Shi, Zhang Haoyan, and Evil Good Monk were all present. Other than that, the Lu family had also mobilized quite a number of Zephyr experts, including Lu Mingyong, who was at the pinnacle of Zephyr and could break through to the master level at any time. Ever since he found out that the token of the holy burial ground was in Zichen's possession, the good and evil monk had stayed in the Lu clan with a benevolent look on his face. He refused to leave no matter how hard one tried to chase him away. Clearly, he wanted to follow along and freeload off the opportunity of a lifetime. Recently, he hadn't mentioned the treasure to Zichen. Otherwise, Zichen would definitely think of a way to drive him away. It's time to set off. As soon as Zichen appeared, everyone asked fervently. These geniuses were about to leave and explore the Martial Heaven continent. Before that, they wanted to make a final gamble and find some trump cards for themselves. Where are your people? Are they ready? Asked Zichen. Don't worry. We've been waiting for a long time. The other geniuses nodded. This time, other than flying, they also revealed that there were experts following them in secret. Zichen's safety was 100% guaranteed. Then let's go. Zichen nodded. Roar. Then, a clear and melodious Peking cry sounded, the sound shattering the heavens, penetrating metal and splitting stone. It was as if a black cloud rose into the air. Zichen stood on the back of the Peking and soared into the sky. Beside him, the other geniuses also soared into the sky. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, the Rock King flapped his wings and created a gust of wind. He flew past Yongqi City and headed out of the city. There were too many people gathered in Yongqi City this time. It could be called a sea of people. If Zichen wanted to leave on the ground, it would be very difficult. Zichen is leaving. Everyone follow him. Let's go. The people in the city began to move, flying out of the city. In an instant, the black mass of people began to move. Looking from the sky, the figures were like ants, appearing as small black dots, densely packed. Zichen, stop. Didn't you say you were going to take us to the holy burial ground? Why are you running so fast? You're running so fast. You don't want to take us with you. I think you're just toying with us. Stop. Take us there. The Pink King was extremely fast. In less than 15 minutes, Zichen's figure disappeared from Yongqi City. Quite a few true Qi cultivators were shouting unhappily. Are you idiots? A mere true Qi cultivator dares to shout here? What do you take Zichen for? You can't keep up because you're too slow. You're blaming Zichen? You're courting death. In the Martial Heaven continent, martial prowess reigns supreme. If you don't have the strength, it's best to keep your mouth shut. Zichen is willing to bring rogue cultivators along. That's already a huge favor. If you can't keep up with Zichen's speed, then you deserve it. Many people were speaking up, and all of them had powerful auras. Some of the complaining true Qi cultivators shuddered and shut their mouths. After the matter with Xingnan, Zichen's popularity amongst the true Qi cultivators had risen. They couldn't bear to hear others say anything bad about Zichen. Not to mention, they were just a bunch of true energy realm fellows. Other than their worthless lives, they had practically nothing. If such people dared to shout in front of an expert, they could be slapped to death with a single slap. Swish. Swish. Light flashed, and one figure after another soared into the air. They were like large birds flying into the distance. Startled cries rang out. Those who could fly were all flying through the air. At this moment, there were no less than 100 figures flying through the air. They were densely packed as they followed Zichen. The holy burial ground was filled with danger. Even if you had a keepsake, danger lurked everywhere. The large powers all flew. What was important was quality, not quantity. Roar. At the same time, the cry of birds rang out. One spirit bird after another appeared, flying into the distance. There were figures standing on the backs of these spirit birds. They were all from small powers. Their families didn't have the ability to fly, so they could only send true Qi cultivators. However, each one of them was at the peak of the true Qi realm. They were the peak power of their families. Roar. The roars of the spirit beasts shook the surroundings. They stomped on the ground, causing rumbling sounds and dust to rise. There were also many cultivators riding spirit beasts. A torrent of troops marched toward the holy burial ground. They were filled with anticipation. The stronger ones followed closely, while the weaker ones were left far behind. The troops quickly split up. Elvipeng didn't come? On the back of the Rock King stood Zichen. Beside him was Zhang Haotian. No, he said he was in seclusion to break through to the flight realm. When the time comes, he'll leave with us, said Zhang Haotian. Apart from Elvipeng, those who hadn't broken through to the flight realm didn't appear either. For example, Miao Kong, Lin Shui, Wang Shan, and Wang Xianer didn't appear. This was out of Zichen's expectations. Wang Qiong always had a sour expression, so he was too embarrassed to ask. Is there still no news from Yetian? Asked Zichen. Zhang Haotian shook his head. No, but when he left, he was at the peak of the 9th level of true Qi. He should have broken through to the flight realm by now. Yetian had left a year ago, and since then, there had been no news of him. He didn't tell Zhang Haotian where he went. Zichen frowned. His eyes flashed as he tried to guess where Tian had gone. Zichen, although the seniors of the major powers didn't make a move against you this time, you still have to be careful when you enter the holy burial ground. Those freaks and the flight realm cultivators might make a move, warned Luchin. After flying for a long time, they all wanted to rest, so they all landed on the Rock King's back. Zichen nodded. He glanced into the distance. There were a few freaks gathered together. They didn't say a word, but their eyes flashed with cold light from time to time. If they provoke me again, I don't mind sending them on their way, said Zichen coldly. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. The holy burial ground was mysterious and unfathomable. It was hidden in the endless void. No one knew its exact location. It would only appear when there were fluctuations. Over the years, several large powers had tried to find its location, but they had all failed. It was like it was illusory. When it was hidden, it didn't leave behind the slightest trace. It was the burial ground of a saint. Other than the Lightning Divine Hall, it was the most mysterious place in the entire Martial Heaven continent. Over 20 years ago, the holy burial ground had appeared, but it had only appeared briefly. Practically no large powers had entered. Only the martial ancestor and a few others had entered, but they had all died. The Nimbus martial ancestor's grand elder had returned alone, but his son and daughter-in-law had died in battle. No one had expected that after 20 years, the holy burial ground would appear once more. This time, it had caused a huge commotion. It had been going on for a long time. It was clearly different from 20 years ago, when it had only appeared for a flash. Each time there was a fluctuation, the holy burial ground would appear in the same location. That was the edge of the ruins. The ruins had formed after the everlasting sect had been destroyed 10,000 years ago. During that time, the various large powers had entered countless times, but they had never entered the depths. That place was filled with danger and countless formations. Even in the outer regions, they had to be careful. Furthermore, each time the holy burial ground appeared, it wasn't very far from the ruins. However, when it disappeared, all the powers had searched this region, but they hadn't found any traces of it. As for the reason, no one knew. Elder Mo knew everything, but his knowledge was limited. The holy burial ground is unfathomably mysterious. The everlasting sect was established here to protect this place. That was Elder Mo's explanation. Furthermore, Elder Mo had said that the holy burial ground was right beside the everlasting sect. It had been easy to see back then, as it hadn't been hidden in the void. As for what Elder Mo had said back then, Zichen had no way of verifying it. It was just like how Zenithine had said that it had been 10,000 years ago. The group traveled day and night for a few days. Everywhere they passed, beasts would panic. Hundreds of people were flying through the air, and tens of thousands of wandering cultivators were roaring. Chapter 364. After half a month, they finally arrived at the Saint burial ground. As they got closer, the spiritual chi in the air became denser. The spiritual chi here is several times denser than in other places. Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. This was only the periphery of the ruins. Cultivators often came here to explore, so they were very familiar with this place. The density of the spiritual chi here was beyond common sense. The spiritual chi here is getting denser. As they went deeper, some cultivators exclaimed. The spiritual chi here was almost 10 times denser than usual. It was incredible. Even if we don't enter the Saint burial ground, it's worth cultivating here for a year or so. That's right. Cultivating here for a day is equivalent to cultivating for more than 10 days. Naturally, your cultivation level will improve a lot. Many rogue cultivators exclaimed. Only those from the major forces were indifferent. After 2 days, they finally arrived at their destination. As they went deeper, the spiritual chi became denser. There was a vast expanse of light between heaven and earth, blocking their vision. It was like a fog, but it wasn't fog. It was pure spiritual chi that was extremely dense. As the sun shone down, rainbow-colored water droplets could be seen occasionally. They were crystal clear and dazzling. This was the liquefied spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Its density was shocking. What a dense spiritual chi of heaven and earth! Even some cultivators who were flying in the air were amazed. Even if they meditated in such an environment, they would also gain a lot and their cultivation speed would be much faster. This is liquefied spiritual chi of heaven and earth! Zichen exclaimed in disbelief. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was extremely dense. It could be said that it was a treasure for cultivation. The other geniuses were also surprised. The Saint burial ground has been opened several times. Although it will cause a change in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it is far from being as dense as this time. This trip to the Saint burial ground seems to be unusual. Wang Shi frowned and spoke. That's right. It's very different from what was recorded in the ancient books. Everyone be careful. Wang Qiong nodded. Yunxia City had been passed down for tens of thousands of years and had a deep foundation. They naturally knew some secrets. At this moment, the two of them looked very serious. Zichen stood on the back of the rocks and glanced ahead. The density of the spiritual chi here was so dense that it caused him to sigh in admiration. However, he didn't continue to advance. His powerful spiritual sense could sense that this place was extremely unusual, as though it was filled with danger. However, this place seemed to be peaceful and tranquil. Drops of 7-colored spiritual liquid blossomed with brilliance, and it was extremely beautiful. There was no aura of danger at all. The others in the air did not move either. Each and every one of them looked ahead with a solemn expression. It was obvious that they had sensed something. The cries of spiritual birds came from the horizon. There were quite a few cultivators on their backs. They were all in the true element realm, the same realm as Zichen. They were only a step behind them. Numerous spirit birds covered the sky and covered the sun like colorful clouds as they drifted over from afar. Rumble! Immediately after, the earth began to tremble, and the sound echoed in all directions. All kinds of strange beasts appeared, stomping on the ground and running madly. Even more true energy realm cultivators arrived. They saw the abnormality in this place from afar. The dense heaven and earth spirit chi, as well as the drops of sparkling and translucent water droplets, all of them were dumbstruck and shocked. Liquefied spirit chi! That's spirit liquid! Heavens! It's really spirit liquid! Liquefied spirit liquid! This is a rare good thing! The latecomers exclaimed, feeling that it was incredible. This was a good thing. It could be used to cultivate with twice the result with half the effort. Many people's eyes turned red with greed. We haven't even entered the Saint burial ground yet, and we've already encountered such spirit liquid. If we go deeper, won't the harvest be even greater? Everyone could not sit still anymore. They were already sure that this was a treasure land. Just the spirit liquid in front of them made everyone jealous. Let's go. Go, quickly. Their eyes were red with greed. They urged the strange beasts under them or commanded the spirit birds to rush toward the spirit liquid in front of them. They were so fast that in the blink of an eye, they passed the group of people in the air and rushed into the vast white world. "It's dangerous! Retreat!" someone exclaimed. A terrifying aura suddenly appeared, causing everyone's expression to change. White mist surged, and the void began to distort. The energy of heaven and earth surged, and the 7 colored water droplets in the air began to tremble. All the cultivators who rushed forward realized that something was wrong. Their expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly urged the strange beasts and spirit birds to retreat, but it was already too late. Boom! Boom! The void twisted and the spirit chi of heaven and earth raged. The drops of spirit liquid were crushed and an indescribable destructive force appeared, sweeping all the cultivators who rushed forward. In the next moment, there were explosions and their bodies exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Even the strange beasts were turned into a bloody mist. This scene happened too quickly, and it was beyond everyone's expectations. The void twisted and an endless destructive force appeared, destroying everything. Their expressions changed drastically, and their bodies flickered, flying away into the distance. Swish! John Haotian and Lu Chen, one on the left and one on the right, carried Zichen and flashed away, appearing in the distance. Boom! Zichen's mount, the true essence realm King Rox, was swept by the destructive force and turned into a bloody mist. The void twisted and the destructive force spread, sweeping over 1,000 meters and enveloping many cultivators. Arg! There were miserable screams and the cultivators' bodies exploded one after another. Blood rained down from the sky. Spirit birds screamed and strange beasts roared. The cultivators let out desperate cries and called for help, but no one dared to go forward. The destructive force caused by the distortion of the void was too terrifying. They could only watch the figures disappear one after another. After a long while, the distorted void returned to normal. The area within 1,000 meters had become a land of death, and the ground was dyed red with blood. More than 100 people had been killed, but there wasn't even a corpse in the world. There was only a bloody mist floating in the air. There wasn't even a corpse left. Yu Tian retreated again with a horrified expression. What a terrifying destructive force. Everyone's expression changed drastically. The destructive force was too terrifying. Not to mention the true essence realm cultivators, even they would die without a doubt if they were swept by it. What a terrifying energy wave. Behind them, everyone's hearts palpitated. Many true essence realm cultivators were incomparably glad that they had reacted slowly. Otherwise, they would have been turned into a bloody mist. Zichen also felt as if he had just survived a calamity. When the sudden change occurred, he stood on the back of the rock and hesitated for a moment. If the two of them hadn't decisively pulled him away, he would have been turned into a mist of blood. The later arrivals arrived one after another. The flying beasts roared. They didn't know what had happened, but when they saw Yukong's ugly expression, as if he was facing a great enemy, as well as the layer of blood within 1,000 meters in front of him, they all stopped moving forward. They only looked at the 7-colored water droplet in front of them with astonishment. Hurry up and take out the token. Zichen, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and take out the token. We're already here. Are you still going to hide the token? Many Yutian shouted at Zichen. Their voices were very cold, but they were all major forces that had grudges with Zichen. Zichen glanced at them coldly and didn't say a word. He had already sensed the fiery red scale before, but it didn't have any reaction. Obviously, the change here had nothing to do with whether or not he took out the token. Open up! At this moment, Lu Mingyong stepped in the air and shouted. The powerful aura of Yutian's peak surged, and a surge of energy appeared like a gust of wind, whistling forward. The white mist in the sky was blown away by the wind, and the 7-colored water droplets exploded, revealing a large clear area that went straight to the depths. This also allowed everyone to see what was in the depths of the white mist. They all gasped, and there was a strange look in their eyes. They saw that the void in the depths was constantly twisting, and the destructive power rippled. In the middle of the twisting void, a light gate appeared. The light gate seemed to be leading to another space. It was very tall and dazzling, blooming with 7 colors. Rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth gushed out from it like a geyser. There was no lack of 7-colored water streams in it, which were all liquefied spiritual liquids. The light gate emitted 7 colors, and it was unstable. It was the distortion of the void caused by it, and the destructive power escaped with the power to destroy the world. Boom! Suddenly, a huge surge of energy gushed out from the 7-colored light gate, driving the light gate. In the next moment, the light gate twisted even more violently, and a terrifying energy spread out in all directions. Not good! The group of Utians' expression changed, and they flew back again. After that, the void twisted, and swept the place where they were standing before. When the twisted space returned to normal, the world became white again, and the spiritual chi that was so rich that it couldn't be dissolved blocked everyone's vision. That 7-colored light gate should be the entrance to the saint burial ground, but it hasn't been completely formed yet, and it's still unstable. We're early. Looking at the situation, the 7-colored light gate should have just appeared, and it will take a long time to form. Everyone exclaimed and retreated far away. The 7-colored light gate had just appeared, and it hadn't been formed yet, and it had already gone berserk twice. It was unknown how many times it would go berserk in the future. They needed to wait patiently for the 7-colored light gate to stabilize. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was abnormally rich, and many cultivators were cultivating while waiting. The U family members of the major forces looked at the white fog with serious expressions on their faces. The entrance to the saint burial ground this time was obviously different from what was recorded in the ancient books. For example, the density of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth this time was too terrifying. Also, the light gate was too tall and huge, and it was emitting 7-colored light. Compared to the records, there was only a black crack, and the difference was too great. Many people had a strange look on their faces. The entrance to the saint burial ground this time is very unusual. Maybe this time, we can enter the depths of the saint burial ground and obtain some powerful inheritance and battle skills. Yes, maybe there really is a supreme treasure pill. While waiting, such voices often sounded, and it became more and more intense. Of course, it was only limited to the Utian of the major forces. They had a deep foundation and had experience entering the saint burial ground several times, and they felt that there was something unusual. Many people looked at Zichen differently, and they all felt that there would be unexpected gains in the saint burial ground this time. This made more people want to see Zichen's token. Chapter 365. The 7-colored light gate was still unstable, and its range was getting larger and larger, forcing the people in the air to retreat again for fear of being swept by the destructive force. The strange movement of the holy burial ground this time was very different from what was recorded in the ancient books. This made many people in the air want to see what the token looked like. During this time, many people in the air mocked and despised, using all means to see the token to enter the holy burial ground, but they all failed. Zichen sat cross-legged and quietly cultivated, not wasting a minute or second. He was too lazy to deal with those noisy people. Zichen, don't tell me you don't have the token and are lying to us. You know the consequences. Chusun sneered, his face full of disdain. Loser, get lost. If you talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth. Beside him, Zhang Haotian said angrily, his eyes cold and cruel. You're courting death. Chusun's face immediately turned cold. Boom! After that, it was the battle. The two people in the air fiercely fought. They're fighting again. Let's guess who won and who lost. Is there a need to guess? Then guess how many moves he can last. 350 moves. 330 moves. In the distance, many rogue cultivators who couldn't calm down to cultivate and felt bored were energized when they saw the battle. The two had fought several times in these days. Chu Sun intended to hone his battle skills, and so did Zhang Haotian. He didn't have a deep understanding of the battle skills taught by Ren 2, otherwise, it wouldn't be so difficult for him to win. Every time they fought, Chu Sun was completely defeated. However, with so many strong cultivators around, Zhang Haoyan didn't dare to kill him. He just made Chu Sun feel embarrassed. Boom! After the two exchanged hundreds of moves, Zhang Haoyan's palm fell, and Chu Sun was defeated again. He lost again. This time, he only lasted 300 moves. Yeah, he could still last 380 moves before. Many people whispered, disappointed. As a genius, Chu Sun's battle strength was disappointing. He lost again. Chu Sun's face was very ugly, and the Chu family's faces were gloomy. However, the seven-colored light door had not been completely formed, and no one had entered the Saint Burial Ground. They had all endured it, and did not intensify the conflict and cause an even greater conflict. Zichen, we suspect that you don't have the token. You're deceiving all of us. Deceiving the major powers, deceiving all the loose cultivators. Do you know the consequences? No wonder you weren't willing to take out the token. It turns out that you don't have one yourself. The other geniuses chimed in at the right time. The seven-colored door of light had not taken shape for a long time, and many people could not sit still. This trip to the Saint Burial Ground was naturally very unusual. While the crowd was filled with anticipation, they were also curious about the token. What kind of token could cause a seven-colored door of light to appear in the Saint Burial Ground? The group of monsters continued to clamor. Their voices grew louder and louder, and became increasingly intense. In the end, their voices seemed to be calling for a crusade. Zichen, how dare you! How dare you deceive us when you don't have a token? Did you eat a leopard's gall? If you can't take out the token when the time comes, it will be your time of death. No one can save you. Zichen did not pay attention to them before. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth here was very rich, and he was seizing the time to cultivate. However, these monsters were aggressive and became even more aggressive. With their eloquence, they almost made everyone panic. Many people thought that Zichen did not have the token and was deceiving everyone. Their eyes became strange. Zichen finally could not bear it anymore. Zichen opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand and slapped. Slap! He was like a ray of light, and instantly appeared in front of Chu Sun. Before he could react, he gave him a loud slap. The loud sound of the slap spread throughout the place, and everyone looked over. Chu Sun covered his face with one hand. He was stunned by the slap. Slap! Zichen's expression was very cold. He was not tired of Chu Sun's noise. Another slap fell, and Chu Sun was directly sent flying. In the distance, many itinerant cultivators were also dumbfounded. They had long heard of Zichen's deeds countless times, but there were not many people who had truly witnessed it. Even though they had exaggerated how many monsters Zichen had slapped and killed, they were not as shocked as seeing it with their own eyes. Chu Sun was sent flying. His face was red and swollen, and there were 10 clear finger marks on it. Zichen really slapped the evildoer in the face. That's too fierce. Everyone was dumbfounded and shocked. There were so many Imperial Air warriors here, and Zichen still dared to be so ruthless. Zichen, how dare you! Do you think we don't have anyone? A terrifying aura surged. The other monsters shouted and stepped forward one after another. But Zichen was not afraid at all. He flashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Golden light shone around his body as he slapped. Under his extreme speed, almost no one could avoid it. Then, Zichen attacked again and again, beating the 4 monsters violently, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Zichen was very strong. Even though there was a gap of a big realm, he beat the monsters until they couldn't do anything. Such combat strength also made many mid-stage Imperial Air warriors' mouths twitch. As for the ordinary early-stage Imperial Air warriors, there was no need to think about it. Even Zichen, who was at the 9th level of true essence, was not at the same level as them. During this time, the other Imperial Air warriors were ready to help. Their eyes flashed with a cold light, and killing intent burst out, wanting to take this opportunity to kill Zichen. But in the next moment, silver light flashed between Zichen's eyebrows, and an aura that could destroy the world surged. Everyone's expression changed. They knew that this was Zichen's trump card. Even Jingnan, who was at the late stage Imperial Air Warrior, was killed, so they didn't dare to act rashly. After that, under the shocked gazes of countless rogue cultivators, Zichen sent the 4 freaks flying and knocked them over. The 4 monsters had blood on the corners of their mouths, and their expressions were full of resentment. "I'll warn you again. Don't try to challenge my patience, or I'll send you on your way in advance." Zichen's voice was cold, and he turned around and walked away. "He's too fierce. He's too arrogant. He dares to threaten the monsters of the major forces in front of so many experts. This is too domineering." Everyone exclaimed and looked at Zichen with even more admiration. "You'd better not try to sow discord. This is the Saint Burial Ground. If you cross it, no one can protect you, not even the ancestral masters." Wang Qiong, who rarely spoke, said coldly at this moment. In the void, a majestic figure stood proudly. He was Wang Jinwei of Yinxia City, but he was no longer an Imperial Air Warrior. A year ago, he passed the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation and became an Ancestral Master, which caused a stir. Since then, there was another Ancestral Master in this area. "Let the juniors solve the matters between them. What's the meaning of you always interfering?" In the void, Wang Jinwei said coldly. The previous 2 spiritual senses that attacked Zichen were blocked by him. His strength had broken through to the Ancestral Master level, which gave him an indifferent aura. Although he was still arrogant and domineering, there was an additional sense of transcendence. "Wang Jinwei, what do you mean?" An old voice sounded in the dark. Zichen could go unimpeded during this period because there was a force protecting him. It was like this in the land of dead silence, and it was still the same now. If there was no force protecting Zichen, even if he had a trump card, he would have been killed many times. "What I mean is, if you attack again, don't blame me for being impolite. I don't mind killing one of you," Wang Jinwei said indifferently, but the meaning in his words was shocking. He actually wanted to kill an Ancestral Master. For so many years, only Sulong had killed the Ancestral Master. Was a second Ancestral Master going to die today? "Wang Jinwei, you've gone too far. Don't think that you're invincible after breaking through. Let me tell you, no one who can break through to this level is weak. That's right. You're still young after all. You think you're invincible after breaking through to the Ancestral Master level. How long has it been since you broke through?" "Humph!" Wang Jinwei snorted and said disdainfully. "You can try. If I fight to the death, I can at least kill 2 of you." As soon as he finished speaking, a black mace appeared in front of Wang Jinwei. If Zichen was here, he would definitely recognize it. It was the mace that Lu Mingyong used to defeat the Ancestral Master level. You're colluding?" The voice in the dark was shocked and angry. Wang Jinwei, with his powerful battle strength and an alchemy weapon, was like adding wings to a tiger. He could even kill 2 of them without risking his life. "Don't make it sound so bad. We're cooperating. As for you, you're colluding with each other. That's the real collusion," Wang Jinwei sneered. The mace floated in front of him, and a terrifying aura surged. "What's your relationship with Zichen? Why are you always protecting him? We can give you an alchemy weapon, but the price is to kill Zichen." Another voice sounded, and it was very shocking. "Humph, an alchemy weapon. Even if you give us an item, we don't care. It's just an alchemy weapon. Does our Lu family lack alchemy weapons?" At this moment, an old voice sounded, but he didn't show himself. There was only Wang Jinwei in the void. "An item? What a big mouth. Zichen doesn't deserve it." The Ancestral Master sneered. An item's power was extraordinary, and its value was immeasurable. Even Sulong and Drifting Mist were incomparably afraid of it. It was something that only a force could have. It wasn't something that a cultivator could compare with, even if the other party was a sky-level warrior. Whether he's worthy or not, we'll see in the future. But if you attack Zichen, Don't blame us for being impolite. Zichen didn't hear the voice in the void, but he knew that a force was protecting him. Zichen had beaten the 4 geniuses. Silver light flickered between his eyebrows, and a terrifying aura surged. It was completely understandable that he didn't dare to attack. But after beating the younger one, the older one didn't appear. This was obviously not the style of a big force. Everyone's face had a strange expression. The 4 geniuses were very unwilling, but their expressions suddenly changed as if they had heard the voice transmission. They didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Zichen continued to sit cross-legged and cultivate. For a few days, the big forces didn't continue to clamor. Although there were many rogue cultivators who flew and wanted to see the token, no one dared to say anything because of Zichen's strength. During this time, the number of riots in the Rainbow Light Gate became fewer and fewer, and the scale was not very big. Chapter 366. 3 days later, the void was no longer distorted, and the 7-colored light gate was formed. It shone brightly, and the 7-colored brilliance flowed around it. It was a tall 7-colored light gate that appeared in the void. It seemed to have opened up a void passage that connected to the Saint burial ground. It's done! We can go in now. After waiting for nearly a month, the light gate finally formed. Everyone was filled with anticipation. A month's time was enough for everyone to arrive. At this moment, everyone moved together, forming a dark mass. Let's go. Let's go quickly. Many people urged. The scene was very chaotic. Many independent cultivators scrambled to squeeze forward. At this moment, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. Many figures appeared in the sky. As everyone looked over, 5 beautiful figures appeared. Each of them was dressed in snow-white clothes. Their figures were graceful, and their faces were beautiful. These 5 beauties were comparable to fairies. Once they appeared, they caused a commotion. Are they fairies? Everyone was stunned, and their gazes followed the 5 figures. They were dressed in snow-white clothes, and their beauty was otherworldly. Their bodies emitted a faint glow as if they were wearing a layer of gauze. The Light Moon Pavilion was a mysterious major force. They were all women, and they seemed to be isolated from the world. They never fought with others and lived an otherworldly life. However, they were undoubtedly a major force. We're not late, right? An ethereal voice sounded as the 5 landed. The leader was a beautiful middle-aged woman. She was very charming. When she saw the 7-colored light gate, she was also stunned. The other 4 were the same, and a strange look flashed in their eyes. Just in time. We were about to go in. I thought you guys weren't coming, Lu Mingyong said with a faint smile. He was the only one here who was at the peak of the Zephyr realm. Both sides nodded as a greeting. Greetings, senior. Zichen stepped forward and bowed. The beautiful woman in the lead had protected him in Sungli City. She did not hesitate to offend other forces. Zichen had always remembered that. Zichen, you don't have to be so polite. Speaking of which, we took credit for you this time. The beautiful woman smiled. Her voice was pleasant. The other 4 also looked at Zichen, and their beautiful eyes flashed. Zichen had appeared out of nowhere and done many earth-shattering things. Even the isolated Light Moon Pavilion knew about it. Almost all the forces had arrived. Only the people from Letian City had not arrived. They did not intend to wait. Boom! Massive amounts of energy suddenly surged as powerful auras appeared. Another faction had arrived. The people from Letian City had finally arrived. This was a chaotic city with constant battles. Previously, in order to deal with Zichen, the Gung family had mobilized a large number of flight warriors. In the end, all of them were annihilated and suffered heavy losses. Coincidentally, there was a rebellion in Letian City at that time, which almost toppled the Gung family. During these 2 years, the Gung family had been quelling the rebellion. Although they were still the overlord of Letian City, the rebellion had not been quelled. Instead, it had become more and more intense. One figure after another appeared from the horizon. There were more than a dozen people, all of whom were in the Zephyr realm. The two leaders were in the late stage of the Zephyr realm. The terrifying aura was completely released. The appearance of the turbulent pressure made many cultivators change their expressions. Some of the weaker rogue cultivators even sat on the ground. More than a dozen people landed in front of the crowd. Their faces were very unfriendly. Even after seeing the rainbow light door, their faces were still gloomy. They were the last force that the Gung family could send out. Many pairs of eyes swept over and stared at Zichen, all of them unfriendly. Even if some of them did not recognize Zichen, they could guess his identity when they saw how a mere true energy realm martial artist could fly together with so many people. "You're Zichen." One of them glanced at Zichen, a cold light flashing in his eyes. If Zichen had not killed so many of their family's experts, the Gung family would not have been restrained by other factions and would not have been in such a passive position. "That's right." Zichen nodded and glanced at him coldly. "You're really a lucky guy," the flight warrior said coldly. "I heard that you're friends with Nie Tian. If you have the chance, tell him that if he dares to provoke the Gung family again, we don't mind dismembering him and hanging his head on the city wall." Nie Tian was a miracle in Letian City. His name was Unlucky Tian, and he was rarely lucky in his life. However, this time, Unlucky Tian had caused the Gung family to suffer a lot. He had outstanding talent and had broken through to the Zephyr realm. He directly killed his way into Letian City and the Gung family, causing a commotion. After killing several Zephyr realm experts, he smoothly left. After that, he appeared from time to time, making the Gung family, who was already in trouble, even more trouble. "What did you say?" Zichen looked at him coldly. "What? Don't you understand?" Yukong sneered and said. "I told you to tell Unlucky Tian to be careful in the future. If he offends the Gung family, he won't even know how he died. If I remember correctly, you were the one who killed his adoptive father and offended him first." "Humph, cut the crap. I told you to pass on the message," Yukong said unhappily. "As expected of a major faction. You're really domineering." Zichen sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Kid, watch your tone. I haven't settled the score with you for trapping so many of our experts that day." Yukong was very domineering. He looked at Zichen and said arrogantly, "Remember your status. A mere true energy realm cultivator is not qualified to talk to me like this. A mere early Zephyr realm cultivator. What qualifications do you have to put on airs in front of me?" Zichen stared at him, his eyes becoming unfriendly. "You're courting death." Yukong was furious, and his aura surged. Many cultivators around looked at Yukong from the Gung family with pity, wondering where this country bumpkin came from. Did he not hear of Zichen's deeds? A mere early Zephyr realm cultivator dared to provoke Zichen. Bang! Zichen attacked. With just a slap, he sent Yukong flying. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his expression was ice cold. "Kid, you dare to sneak attack me?" Yukong was furious, and his face flushed red. He felt embarrassed to be sent flying by a ninth heaven cultivator. Swoosh! Zichen didn't say a word. Like a beam of light, he appeared in front of Yukong in an instant, and waved his hand. Golden light flickered. Slap! With one slap, half of Yukong's face was smashed into pieces. Half of his teeth fell out, and he even spat out bone fragments. Killing intent flashed in Zichen's eyes. Although he had taught those monstrous geniuses a lesson, it was hard for him to swallow his anger. Now that the Gung family had provoked them again, Zichen completely exploded. Swoosh! Zichen was like a beam of light, constantly chasing after Yukong. Every time the golden light flickered, he would land a heavy blow. "How can this be?" Yukong spat out blood. He was very embarrassed. He couldn't figure out how a mere ninth heaven true energy could be so strong. At this moment, being suppressed again and again, he was shocked and angry. He screamed and flew wildly. The aura in his body surged, wanting to kill Zichen. Pun! Golden light flashed as Zichen's palm landed. It was like a huge golden millstone that could destroy everything. It landed on Yukong's body and broke a few of his bones. The chi that was surging around him was forced back by the attack. The surrounding people were already used to this. They had already seen Zichen's strength. He dared to attack a monster, let alone a nobody like Yukong. Everyone's eyes were filled with pity. They guessed that Yukong must have been in seclusion recently, or had just come out of the mountains and didn't know about Zichen's latest deeds. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant even if he had 10 times the courage. Swoosh! Yukong was forced to retreat. A light flashed around his body as he took out a spirit weapon and attacked Zichen. Endless power was displayed. I want you dead! He let out an unwilling roar. His powerful spiritual sense controlled the spirit weapon, making it even more powerful. Pun! Zichen was very strong. With a punch, cracks appeared on the spirit weapon, spreading like a spider web. It finally exploded into pieces. What? Yukong's face changed. His face was filled with horror as he coughed out blood again. Just as everyone had guessed, his understanding of Zichen was limited to 2 years ago. Everything he saw at this moment was incomparably shocking. Boom! Zichen's strong attack left Yukong no room to react. The sound of bones breaking was constantly heard, and blood splashed. Yukong was about to die. Now remember your identity. You're just an early stage Yukong. What qualifications do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? Zichen's eyes were cold as he sent the opponent flying with a final slap. The arrogant Yukong was now lying on the ground like a dead dog. Enough, stop. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. It was a late-stage Yukong from the Gung family. He had been watching coldly before, but now he finally spoke. You said enough is enough. Zichen turned around and stepped into the air. Kid, remember your tone. You're just a true energy realm. You should keep a low profile, or you'll die early. The late-stage Yukong threatened. Arrogant people don't live long. Another late-stage Yukong also said coldly. Is that so? Then let's see who lives longer. Zichen kicked down on the chest of the Yukong. Golden light surged, directly shattering the opponent's meridians and at the same time, obliterating his vitality. Yukong died. Zichen killed one of the Zephyrs. There was surprise in everyone's eyes, but more than that, it was expected. So far, Zichen had killed 80 Yukong, if not 100. A mere early-stage Yukong was really nothing. Do you have a death wish? More than a dozen Yukong from the Gung family were furious. Waves of crazy killing intent emerged, locking onto Zichen. It seemed that they were going to attack if he didn't agree. How dare you kill here? You're simply courting death. 2 late-stage Yukong's eyes were cold and full of killing intent. Kill him and avenge our family. How dare you bully the Gung family? You're courting death. The Gung family was furious and roared. In the distance, many people were watching the show. Many of them shook their heads and sighed. Looking for trouble with Zichen was simply courting death. At this moment, even Zichen's friends didn't say anything. Zhang Haotian, who was always cold and short-tempered, didn't have any intention to intervene. He just looked at the Gung family with pity in the distance. I think you're the ones courting death. Zichen shouted. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Silver light flashed between his eyebrows, and in the next moment, 2 thunder dragons appeared with a terrifying aura of destruction. Chapter 367. Boom! Boom! As soon as the lightning dragons appeared, the void shattered, and a terrifying aura swept across the land. There were 2 lightning dragons, shining with dazzling silver light that filled the entire area. That's Zichen's trump card. Everyone's expression changed, and they quickly retreated. Recently, Zichen had relied on his trump card to scare away a sovereign and kill Jingnan, who was in the late stage of the Imperial Sky Realm. Everyone was already familiar with the terror of this lightning. Everyone in the Flying Void Realm retreated. No one dared to stay. Boom! As the lightning dragons surged, a large area of the void shattered, and a terrifying aura rippled out. All the experts retreated far away. Not good! Retreat! How can he release such a powerful attack? Seeing the lightning dragons appear, the expressions of the people from the Gung family changed greatly. This was especially true for the two late flying Void Realm experts. Their faces were deathly pale as the two lightning dragons had already locked onto them. The two of them quickly retreated, their eyes filled with fear. Boom! The two lightning dragons charged forward and then exploded, releasing a destructive aura that swept across the other side. The void shattered like a mirror, and even more energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Countless cultivators were swept away by the energy, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Some who were too slow were instantly reduced to ashes. As for the other experts from the Gung family, although they had retreated in time, many of them were still affected by the energy and coughed up blood. The sky exploded, and a huge black hole appeared. It was like the mouth of the netherworld, swallowing everything. When the energy dissipated, one of the late flying Void Realm experts from the Gung family was already dead. As for the other, he was also severely injured. It was already a miracle that he was still alive. The expressions of the people from the Gung family changed as they looked at Zichen with eyes full of shock and disbelief. This was a completely unnecessary battle. Zichen's strength had been proven through battle after battle. Unfortunately, Letian's city was extremely chaotic, and battles often broke out, so the news was very limited. Originally, they wanted to give Zichen a show of strength and also warn Yetian. However, they never expected that Zichen would be so powerful and kill two of them on the spot. The experts from the Gung family were completely shocked. On the other hand, Zichen walked towards the dead Yukong and took his spatial ring. Although there was not much wealth inside, Zichen did not want to let it go. As for the late-stage Yukong, there was nothing left of him. Even his spatial ring had been destroyed. Naturally, Yichen couldn't get it. Compared to the shocked powerhouses of the Gung family, the other cultivators were much calmer. This was because many of them had seen Zichen's methods before. As expected of a trump card that could scare away a sovereign. It is indeed powerful. It's not surprising that such terrifying energy could kill Jingnan. This time, it could be considered as another eye-opener. Many people were exclaiming in admiration. How could this be? The heavily injured experts of the Gung family were completely flabbergasted. Their information was too limited. He had no idea that Jingnan, who was at the Zephyr Realm, was able to scare off a Zone Master and kill Jingnan, who was at the Zephyr Realm advanced stage. He was so arrogant that he paid a heavy price for it. Even a sovereign was scared away. If I knew he had such means, I wouldn't have provoked him. The Gung family expert was filled with regret. Beside him, those who were incomparably strong before were now pale. They were afraid that Zichen would kill them all. But obviously, they were overthinking. If he killed one or two people, no one would care. The major forces would be more than happy to have one or two fewer competitors. But if he killed everyone here, there would naturally be people who couldn't stand it, and would come out to interfere. This was an unnecessary battle. The death of a late-stage Zephyr Realm expert was not unexpected. But many people were curious about how many trump cards Zichen had. Zichen took the ring and walked towards the seven-colored light gate. He did not kill anyone. The seven-colored light gate had already taken shape and was circulating with seven-colored brilliance. The void had already stabilized and no longer had any destructive power. It was time to enter. During the battle, many cultivators took the opportunity to get close to the seven-colored light gate. When the battle was over, they flashed and entered at high speed. But in the next moment, the seven-colored brilliance on the seven-colored light gate flowed like a sharp blade and cut the cultivators' bodies. Puff! The multicolored light continued to flow like sharp blades, cutting through everything. The second rogue cultivator who entered was also cut into pieces by the multicolored light. They were all impatient rogue cultivators. They were not strong, only in the Khanate realm. They only wanted to find treasures and directly rushed in without caring about anything else. They never thought that they would be attacked by the colorful brilliance. Puff! Puff! The light gate was very big, and could accommodate 7 or 8 people at the same time. In an instant, more than a dozen people rushed towards the light gate one after another, but they were all cut into pieces by the colorful brilliance. The scene was very bloody. More than a dozen people died one after another, causing screams of horror. Many people wanted to retreat, but the crowd behind them was like a tide. Many rogue cultivators were cut into pieces by the colorful brilliance. How could this be? This colorful brilliance has offensive power. He killed dozens of experts without making a sound. Is it because he didn't use the token? In front of the light gate, all the rogue cultivators were frightened. They didn't dare to continue approaching and quickly retreated. Many of them looked at Zichen, waiting for him to take out the token. What a bunch of greedy people. It's embarrassing to bring them here. Rogue cultivators will be rogue cultivators in the end. They won't be able to achieve anything. A trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of one of the major powers. His aura surged, and a gale swept out. The rogue cultivators around the door of light were blown away by the gale. They let out cries of alarm as they opened up a wide path for them. After that, this person swaggered in through the air. The colorful brilliance flowed like a sharp blade, but it couldn't cut his body. Then, he disappeared. The first Yufei entered smoothly. Many rogue cultivators turned pale. If they wanted to enter the light gate, they had to resist the attack of the colorful brilliance. There was a limit to it, and not everyone could enter. Idiot. Looking at the pale rogue cultivators, another Yufei sneered and walked towards the light gate. Swish. Swish. The colorful brilliance flowed, but it didn't cut Yufei's body. 2 more people entered smoothly. How could this be? Could it be that this light gate can only be entered by those who have reached the realm of Yufei? Many rogue cultivators were dumbfounded, especially those in the true energy realm and higher heaven realm. This colorful brilliance should be a test. Those who can resist it can enter smoothly, but it's not limited to Yufei. Many people saw through it. The colorful brilliance flowed, but it couldn't break the defense. A group of Yufei appeared and entered one after another without any obstruction. At this moment Zichen arrived. Many people's gazes were on him. Those who entered before were all Yufei. Zichen was the first true energy realm. If he entered, then there was still hope for everyone. Zichen's body flashed with golden light, and a protective light shield appeared. Holding the light shield, Zichen strode in. Whoosh! The colorful brilliance flowed, cutting everything. It fell on Zichen's body, causing the light shield to tremble and ripple with golden light. Zichen entered smoothly. He entered. Zichen entered smoothly. It seems that even true energy realm cultivators can enter. Zichen's entry filled the eyes of many hopeless cultivators with hope. Buzz. At this moment, many true energy realm 9th firmament cultivators also held up their light shields and walked towards the light gate. They were uneasy. Obviously, they knew that they couldn't compare to Zichen. The colorful brilliance fell, and the light shield trembled, but they entered smoothly. They went in. So did the 9th firmament. Some people exclaimed, while others were depressed. Those who arrived in the air all entered. After that, the 9th firmament cultivators went in without any danger. Next were the 8th firmament cultivators. They trembled as they went forward, holding up their strongest defense, and entered smoothly. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. After that, the 7th firmament cultivators also entered smoothly. The 6th firmament cultivators could barely enter. Among 10 people, 3 or 4 could enter, depending on how strong their defense was. As for the 5th firmament cultivators, there was no hope at all. As soon as they stepped into the light gate, they were cut apart by the colorful brilliance. The 5th firmament cultivators were blocked outside. How could this be? This damn light gate. Why is there a limit? I don't want to give up. This is the only chance. I want to go in. Outside the colorful brilliance was a black mass of people. It was dozens of times more than the people who entered the light gate. They were very unwilling to be blocked outside. The holy burial ground was mysterious and unfathomable. No one knew how long they would have to wait for the next opening. Furthermore, they might not bring any rogue cultivators with them next time. This time, they had completely taken advantage of Zichen. It could be said that this was the only chance in their lives, but they missed it just like that. Everyone was unwilling to give up. They kept roaring, and some even cried. The spirit chi here is more than 10 times more than usual. It's not like I didn't gain anything. At least I can cultivate with half the effort. There were also some cultivators who were more open-minded. They found a quiet place to meditate and cultivate. Buzz! At this moment, the 7-colored door of light trembled, and ripples of 7-colored light spread out like ripples. Pop, pop! The colorful ripples appeared with an inexplicable power. Those rogue cultivators who were close to the light gate instantly turned into blood mist and died. This is... Looking ahead, everyone's expression changed. They saw an old man standing in the air in front of the light gate. He seemed to be trying to enter the light gate but was blocked outside. I don't believe it! The old man shouted. The aura around him instantly became violent. In an instant, it was like a tsunami, sweeping away countless cultivators. Ancestor realm. The rogue cultivators were shocked and quickly retreated. Their eyes were full of fear. The old man emitted a powerful aura. He took a step forward, causing the world to shake. He was about to enter the light gate. Boom! The light gate trembled and went completely berserk. Colorful ripples spread out like a colorful barrier, blocking the old man outside. How is this possible? The light gate blocked an ancestor realm. Even an ancestor realm cultivator can't enter. All the rogue cultivators' eyes widened. The light gate blocked an ancestor realm cultivator, not letting him enter. Boom! In the end, the old man retreated with a pale face. He looked at the colorful light gate with fear in his eyes. Even if he was strong, he couldn't enter the light gate. Ha ha, old Chu, no matter what you do, it's all in vain. A loud laugh came from the sky. It was obviously another ancestor realm cultivator. Damn it! Chapter 368. Stepping into the light door, after a brief moment of darkness, their eyes suddenly opened up as if they had walked into another world. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was frighteningly dense. Sparkling spiritual liquid could be seen everywhere. This was a cultivation treasure land. All kinds of exotic flowers and herbs were in full bloom. They were colorful and dazzling. The spiritual herbs and fruits were even more fragrant. It was as if they had come to an otherworldly paradise. The crowd appeared in a huge open space that could accommodate thousands of people. However, there were less than 1,000 people here at the moment. Among them, there were more than 100 people in the air. The rest were all true energy realm, and the weakest was at level 6. That's a spiritual herb that's more than 5,000 years old. What a rich fragrance. Is that a spiritual fruit that's thousands of years old? Looking around, there were many spiritual herbs, and all of them were very old. They couldn't help but exclaim. Spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits, each one of them was thousands of years old. The fragrance made people salivate, and they secretly exclaimed that they had come to a treasure land. As soon as they entered, it was as if they had come to an otherworldly herb garden. It was full of exotic flowers and precious spiritual herbs. Oh my God, what am I looking at? It's a pool of spiritual liquid. An even louder exclamation was heard. The voice was high-pitched and full of disbelief. What? A pool of spiritual liquid? Everyone turned their heads. Outside the open space, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. Below, there was a small pool with a radius of more than 10 meters. It was full of spiritual liquid. Spiritual liquid, a pool of spiritual liquid. Oh my God, that's a shocking amount of wealth. There's actually a pool of spiritual liquid. This is unbelievable. Even more people saw the spiritual liquid and cried out in surprise. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. This was a good thing for cultivation. The spiritual chi that turned into spiritual liquid was very pure, and it could be directly absorbed. Apart from that, its greatest value was that it could be used to refine pills, which could greatly improve the quality of pills. Outside the open space, there was a pool of spiritual liquid. Once they got it, they could sell it for a sky-high price. In an instant, they would be rich. Such a big pool of spiritual liquid! If we can get it, we'll be rich! Many people whispered, and their eyes flashed with greed. Dan Yangqin clan specialized in alchemy, so they naturally knew how precious this pool of spirit liquid was. After seeing it, they almost couldn't move. Their eyes lit up, and they couldn't wait to take away the entire pool of spirit liquid. Such a pool of spiritual liquid, could it be used to water these plants? Someone guessed. That's impossible. The value of this spiritual liquid is far higher than these medicinal herbs. They wouldn't be so extravagant. Everyone clicked their tongues. If that was really the case, then it was simply too wasteful. Swish. Swish. At this moment, numerous figures appeared. They turned into streaks of light and rushed towards the spiritual liquid at lightning speed. The people from the major powers didn't move at all. Those who flew out were mostly rogue cultivators. They were very fast, all of them rushing toward the spirit elixir, all of them taking out containers to collect it. They were all at the true energy realm, so they didn't have spatial rings. At this moment, they all took out some jades and porcelain, wanting to collect the spirit liquid. Boom! Suddenly, a boundless killing intent appeared beside the spiritual liquid, causing the energy to riot. Some of the cultivators that rushed forward were instantly swept away by the energy. Clang! Clang! Multicolored light flowed like a divine weapon, emitting a sonorous sound. Boundless aura surged. More than a dozen people's bodies suddenly slowed down, as if they were hit by a body-freezing art. Their tall bodies fell straight to the ground, their eyes filled with horror. Their vitality dissipated, and they died a violent death. The expressions of some people behind them changed greatly, and they all retreated as if they were avoiding a snake or a scorpion. If they were one step faster, they would have followed in the same footsteps. Clang! Clang! Beside the spiritual liquid, light flowed, and terrifying sounds of killing resounded. This was a place of great danger. Several cultivators at the ninth sky of true energy didn't even have time to scream before they lost their vitality. This is a place of burial for saints. It is full of all kinds of dangers. Everyone better not act rashly. Someone warned, but it was obviously too late. Puff. Puff. But at the same time, terrifying killing intents also surged in several other directions. Obliterating light flowed, and many greedy cultivators died a violent death. They didn't fight for the spiritual liquid, but had set their eyes on the spirit herbs. It was a good plan, but they didn't expect this place to be so dangerous. The sonorous sounds continued to resound, like the soft sound of divine weapons. All the cultivators retreated, horror and lingering fear in their eyes. The people of the large factions looked at them with disdain. They saw the spiritual liquid and spirit herbs. Although they were greedy, they didn't act rashly. This was a place of burial for saints. It was full of dangers. It seemed to be full of temptation, but it might be a fatal trap. Even Yufei had to be careful here. This wasn't a place where you could just casually take and rob. The spiritual chi in the surroundings was so dense that it couldn't disperse. Spirit herbs and spirit herbs were everywhere. It was like a paradise, but there were all kinds of dangers. Dozens of people died in an instant, including many at the ninth sky of true energy. They wanted the spiritual liquid and spirit herbs to reach the ancestor level, but they died one after another. It made people feel cold. This was a place of great danger. Yu Fei of the large factions was very careful. He didn't act rashly. He just looked at everything in front of him, his eyes flickering. Lu Qin, Wang Qiong, Evil Good Monk, and some other monsters were also surprised. The holy burial ground this time is indeed extraordinary. According to the ancient books, the holy burial ground is a land of death. There are all kinds of gloomy environments, and there are ghosts and ghosts everywhere. Danger lurks everywhere. But here, Spiritual energy is abundant, and spiritual herbs are everywhere. It is simply a fairyland. The difference is too big. Yes, whether it's the seven-colored light door or the paradise before us, they've all overturned the ancient records. Maybe we'll have an unexpected harvest this time, Yu Fei of the large faction said, his expression changing. At this moment, everyone was even more convinced that this burial ground was extraordinary. At the same time, everyone turned their heads and looked at Zichen. At this moment, they could only rely on Zichen and share the token to get the treasure. Zichen, why aren't you taking out the token? At this time, are you still going to hide the token? Don't tell us that you don't have the token. A few of them spoke in the air with unfriendly expressions. One of them even walked towards Zichen with large strides. What are you doing? Zichen looked at the person coldly. Take out the token. The person was only at the early stage of Yu Fei, but he was very aggressive and reached out to Zichen to ask for the token. Idiot! If you don't, you'll die. Yu Fei's eyes were cold. He reached out and almost poked Zichen's face. Slap! Zichen didn't say anything. He slapped down and sent the person flying. Half of his teeth fell out, and half of his face was almost smashed. You're courting death, Zichen said coldly. You're courting death. Many Yu Fei shouted. Cold light flashed in their eyes as they closed in on Zichen. They were all Yu Fei of the enemy forces and knew some inside information. Once they entered the holy burial ground, the Grand Masters would make a move and kill Zichen. During this time, they would hold the other Grand Masters back. They thought that the Grand Masters would appear at any time. At this moment, they were emboldened and didn't fear Zichen at all. What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Lu Mingyong stepped forward. The aura of the peak Yu Fei surged and blocked in front of everyone. His cold eyes swept forward. It was very frightening. At the same time, Zhang Haoyan and the others stepped forward and protected Zichen in the middle. It was worth mentioning that Evil Good Monk was also standing beside Zichen. Both sides were in a stalemate, and didn't make a move. Obviously, they were very afraid of each other. If there was a battle at this moment, it would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Many rogue cultivators didn't dare to breathe and kept retreating. They didn't want to be involved. Zichen, you're dead. Yu Fei, who had half of his teeth knocked out, covered his face. His eyes were full of resentment, and he spoke with a lisp. Why? Don't all your teeth fall out? Zichen glanced at him. You're dead. Yu Kong's eyes were filled with hatred. He ferociously glared at Zichen. Then, he sincerely bowed towards the sky and said, Uncle, please kill this arrogant brat who doesn't know how high the heavens are. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They looked at the sky and were very vigilant. Silver light flashed between Zichen's eyebrows. He was ready to take out the purple gold gourd and make a strong attack. They've already entered the holy burial ground. Are the Grand Masters going to make a move? They can't hold back and want to kill Zichen here. All the rogue cultivators' expression changed. They also looked at the void. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement in the void. No Grand Masters made a move. The surroundings were very quiet. Zichen glanced at Yu Fei, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Yu Fei's head was full of cold sweat. He had a bad feeling and said to the void again, Granduncle, please kill Zichen and avenge the Li family. After he finished speaking, the void still didn't respond. What's going on? Did the Grand Masters not come in? They couldn't have been blocked outside by the Rainbow Light Gate, right? Everyone was confused. They felt that something was wrong. The void was very quiet. No one appeared at all. During this time, Li family's Yu Fei said to the void twice, but there was still no response. At this moment, the other forces were no longer calm. They all sent messages to the void. At the same time, Wang Qiong and the others also sent messages to the void. They wanted to see if their grandmasters had come, but there was no response. Seems like they're really blocked outside. This place is really strange. There's a strength restriction. No one below the fifth sky of true essence can enter. It's very possible that they're blocked by grandmasters. Everyone whispered. After so long, the Grand Masters didn't appear. They probably wouldn't appear. Many rogue cultivators felt very lucky. Without the Grand Masters, they would have a higher chance of getting the treasures. Yu Fei's teeth were already half broken. He even threatened to let the Grand Masters kill Zichen. It could be said that he had completely offended the Grand Masters. At this moment, he was covered in cold sweat. Pa. After confirming that the Grand Masters wouldn't appear, Zichen attacked. He was very strong. He sent Yu Fei flying again, and the other half of his teeth were also broken. Pen. Zichen's attack was very sharp and decisive. Yu Fei was hit until he was dizzy. The two groups were confronting each other, but Zichen was attacking fiercely. Yu Fei was only at the early stage. He was no match for Zichen. Pooh! Blood splattered. After a few exchanges, Yu Fei was beaten half to death. Zichen, how dare you kill him? A peak Yu Fei asked coldly. Why wouldn't I? Zichen replied. How dare you provoke me? Do you really think I don't have a temper? Zichen roared. Golden light flashed around his body. With a poof, he attacked Yu Fei. Chapter 369. Zichen's heart was filled with hatred. He actually had the idea of wiping out all his enemies in the air. Once he used his trump card, he would be fearless. But was he really fearless? He was just thinking about it. This place was so big that he couldn't use his trump card at all. Once it exploded, everyone, including himself, would probably die. There were 70 to 80 enemies in the air, and many of them were at the peak of the late stage. Zichen finally suppressed the unrealistic idea in his heart. After destroying the Li family, Zichen showed his strength to the world. The bloody corpse was placed in front of them, cut in half by a sharp blade. This was the Zephyr, and it was cut in half just like that. Many people were scared. The enemies in the air had ugly expressions, but they didn't attack. Although Zichen was at the true energy realm, his combat strength was far beyond the early stage of the Zephyr. He had the capital to be strong. Apart from that, what they were really afraid of was Zichen's trump card. Once the Thunder Dragon appeared, who could fight against it? The scene instantly fell silent. Without the sect masters, no one could do anything to Zichen now. After cutting off the Zephyr, Zichen ignored the others and sensed the change in the token. After entering, there was a twisted path in it, emitting a golden light, guiding him forward. On this path, there was no sign of the pool of spirit liquid. Obviously, it was a place of great danger. Apart from that, there were no signs of the path where the other spirit herbs were. Zichen felt that it was a pity. There were many spirit herbs here, and the spirit liquid was incomparably precious, but he couldn't get it. Let's go. In the end, he sighed. Of course, he couldn't share the token. Zichen walked forward. The sect masters were blocked outside and didn't follow in. Zichen had a trump card that was almost comparable to the peak of the Zephyr, and they were relieved. Why should we go? We want to take that pool of spirit liquid. We want to take those spirit herbs. Why should we go forward? We won't go. Some people were very dissatisfied. It wasn't in their nature to give up such precious things. If you're not afraid of death, go ahead and take it. Zichen's voice was indifferent, and he walked forward without looking back. As soon as Zichen left, Wang Qiong and the others followed behind, ignoring the spirit herbs. Some people were unwilling to give up. They released their energy, transforming it into palm prints that grabbed at the spirit herbs. However, it was useless. All the energy attacks were obliterated. A few of them attacked through the air, but it was also useless. Their spirit weapons were even shattered. After that, everyone had no choice but to follow Zichen. Is that an 8,000-year-old spiritual herb? Everyone followed Zichen in, their eyes wide open. Along the way, they saw many spirit medicines, especially that stock of 8,000-year-old spirit medicine, which caused many people to be moved. However, without an accurate route, they would die if they stepped forward. Everyone had no choice but to retreat. Spirit liquid, Another pool of spirit liquid. In the distance, jade-green waves rippled and phosphorescent light flickered. A pool of spiritual liquid appeared, one that was even larger than the previous one. It affected everyone's minds. Boom! Quite a few people took action, blasting out energy palm imprints one after another, grabbing towards the front. However, it was useless, no one could obtain it. Among them, even existences like Lu Mingyong took action, but they were still empty-handed. Everyone followed Zichen's footsteps. During this period, they saw many spirit medicines, spirit fruits, and exotic flowers. There were countless of them. This place was simply a treasure trove. 1,000-year-old spirit herbs could be found everywhere. Unfortunately, it was also a dangerous treasure trove. From the beginning to the end, everyone was just a passerby. They didn't pick a single spirit herb or obtain a single drop of spirit liquid. This place is full of exotic flowers and herbs, but there are no traces of people living here. Could it be natural? Someone guessed, but as soon as he spoke, he felt that it was unbelievable. There were so many spirit medicines here. If it was natural, then the number was too much. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here is extremely rich. It's not surprising that it can grow these spirit medicines. Then, everyone saw a shining spirit medicine. It was less than 3 feet, and its branches, leaves, and roots were all shining. It was amazing. This is... Everyone's eyes widened, especially the Qin family. Their expressions were even more turbulent. Oh my God! A 10,000-year-old ancient medicine! The Qin family exclaimed, their eyes full of disbelief. This was a strange spirit medicine. Its entire body was shining, and its medicinal age was over 10,000 years. It was an ancient medicine. What? This is a 10,000-year-old ancient medicine? Oh my God, there's a 10,000-year-old ancient medicine here. This is unbelievable. It was extremely difficult for a spirit medicine to grow into an ancient medicine. It was not just a simple 10,000-year-old period. During this period, the spirit medicine would automatically wither due to its growth. It would not continue to grow. Everyone's eyes were red, especially the Qin family. Their eyes were as wide as copper bells, and their breathing became rapid. This is an ancient medicine, an auxiliary medicine to make the tribulation avoidance pill. The Qin family was extremely excited, and their eyes flashed. The tribulation avoidance pill was a heaven-defying pill. Its grade was very high, and it was created by heaven and earth. It had a heaven-defying effect. It could allow a cultivator at the peak of the Zephyr realm to break through to the Master realm without going through the heavenly lightning tribulation. The heavenly lightning tribulation was a great tribulation for cultivators. It represented that heaven and earth did not approve of it, and it sent down lightning punishment. Since ancient times, many outstanding cultivators had been destroyed by the heavenly lightning tribulation. It could be said that one's expression would change at the mention of tribulation. However, the appearance of the tribulation avoidance pill had created a miracle. It allowed cultivators to smoothly break through without going through the heavenly lightning tribulation. This was a blessing for many cultivators. The tribulation avoidance pill was created by heaven and earth, and it had a heaven-defying effect. However, it was also incomparably troublesome to refine. In the history of Danyang City, it had only appeared once during a period of chaos. At that time, there was a great enemy attacking, and Danyang City was in danger. At this critical moment, the sky changed color, and the clouds moved. A cauldron of treasured pills was produced. It was the tribulation avoidance pill. The peak of the Zephyr realm took this pill and broke through to the Master realm, allowing Danyang City to escape a great disaster. However, that was a matter of thousands of years. In these thousands of years, the Qin family all wanted to make another cauldron of tribulation avoidance pills. They had been working hard, but because of the limited resources in this area, they had not succeeded. When some people heard about the origin of the tribulation avoidance pill, they were shocked. If there were dozens of this pill, wouldn't it be possible to create dozens of Master Realm cultivators? Then, they could completely sweep this area and become a well-deserved overlord. However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. How could there be dozens of such treasured pills? One had to know that such a 10,000-year-old ancient medicine was just a supplementary medicine. Tribulation avoidance pill. Elder Mo was suddenly startled and said, Elder Mo knows about this heaven-defying pill. Zichen was very surprised. Of course I know. This is originally a product of the Wuji sect, and it is also the most important thing, Elder Mo said. When the tribulation avoidance pill appeared, it caused a commotion and attracted the attention of many forces. It almost caused a riot. Fortunately, the Wuji sect was strong enough to suppress all the rebellions. Although this pill is overbearing and is created by heaven and earth, it is only used by some outer sect disciples who do not have high potential. The true core disciples have to go through the heavenly lightning tribulation. Zichen nodded. He often went through the heavenly lightning tribulation and knew the benefits of being struck by lightning. Once one withstood it, there would be a transformation. However, after taking the pill, without the baptism of the heavenly lightning tribulation, one would naturally lose this transformation, and one's strength would not be as strong as when one went through the heavenly lightning tribulation. Once one takes this pill, it is almost impossible to break through again. Therefore, at that time, it was used to train those who did not have high potential but had used it all the way up. Once a battle breaks out, these people would definitely be at the front, Elder Mo said. Zichen could not imagine how prosperous the Wuji sect was back then. However, after hearing Elder Mo's words, using the tribulation avoidance pill to train disciples who did not have high potential was like training them as cannon fodder. Such a big spending made him click his tongue. If he told others, he would probably be scolded for being a spendthrift. Zichen, is there a way to take away that ancient medicine? That is too important, the Qin family members said. They were very sincere and their eyes were full of hope. Zichen shook his head with a face of disappointment. There is no way. That is a dead place. There is no way to get there. Sigh. The Qin family members sighed. Their disappointment was spreading. Then, they were unwilling to give up. They all struck out with large energy hands one after another, but it was all useless. They would be instantly obliterated. Let's go. There might be even better things in the depths. Zichen consoled them. Helpless, everyone could only go deeper. However, soon after, they stopped again because they saw another ancient medicine. This was a human-shaped ancient medicine. It was the size of a palm and looked like a little fairy. It was brilliant and radiant. Colorful lights swirled about. It was gorgeous and dazzling. It looked like a little fairy was dancing. It was extremely mystical. This is an ancient medicine that is over 30,000 years old. A Qin family member spoke in the air, shocking everyone. A 30,000-year-old ancient medicine could completely be used as one of the main ingredients of the tribulation avoidance pill. Everyone turned their heads and looked towards Zichen. The latter shrugged and shook his head, expressing that he was also helpless. I can't take it anymore. What kind of damned place is this? There are so many precious medicines, but why is there danger everywhere? A Qin family member shouted in the air. He was extremely unwilling. At this moment, not only him, but the others were also very depressed. There were precious medicines and spiritual liquids everywhere in such a precious place, yet they couldn't obtain them. It was like a beggar who saw mountains of gold and silver but couldn't approach them. They were so angry that they went crazy. The Qin family members were about to go crazy. These things, in the eyes of others, might only be precious medicines that could increase one's realm. However, in their eyes, these were tribulation avoidance pills. If they could obtain the precious medicines here, it would be enough to refine a cauldron of tribulation avoidance pills. It would be enough to rise up a great power. Boom! A surging aura rolled out. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. Holding a spirit weapon, he rushed forward. This was the Qin family's Yukong. He had the strength of a middle-stage cultivator. He was very unwilling and rushed towards the ancient medicine. Chom! Chom! However, before he could get close, the ancient medicine's surroundings flickered. Clanging sounds rang out, and streaks of colorful light appeared. They were like exceptional divine weapons as they engulfed everything. Not good, Rin is back! The Qin family members shouted, but it was clearly too late. The colorful light flowed and instantly submerged Rin. Only the sound of clanging could be heard. Exceptional killing intent surged, and finally, Ren's miserable scream rang out. When the colorful light disappeared, there was only a bloody mist in the world. The powerful middle stage Yukon cultivator, Ren, didn't even have a corpse left. Everyone was shocked. This place was indeed filled with killing intent. This damned place. Everyone cursed. They originally thought that this was a land of treasures, but they didn't expect that it was a land of death. Although there were many treasures, they could only look and not touch. This was even more infuriating than not having anything. Eh? Suddenly, Zichen exclaimed. He looked forward and saw that not far away, there was an 8,000-year-old spirit medicine that was emitting a resplendent light. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.